Eggs. The ceremony won't happen for a while, I told Hermione. We were in the library, where I was looking up dark curses using a pass from Lockhart. He'd proven remarkably easy to manipulate, and we'd developed a weird sort of working relationship. He was a fraud, but he was a useful one, and so I left him alone. I'd told him that I had given information to various people, to be released if I was suddenly forgetful. He seemed to respect that, and for the most part he left me alone. They've still got to get their house in order, I continued, and the things I told them are going to take a while to implement. The version of the protocols I'd given them was of necessity an abbreviated one. I didn't have Alexandria's perfect memory. I wasn't one of the people who administered them, and we didn't have access to the kind of sophisticated technology that really helped with the 1,000 different ways that people could be mastered. However, I'd been put under master/stranger isolation at least a dozen times while I'd been searching for the Slaughterhouse 9, and at least some of the technology could be replicated with wizard spells. They'd already caught a couple of Aurors who had been under the Imperius. As a result, the process was going through a larger scale trial. It was being kept a secret, administered by the most trustworthy agents of the Department of Mysteries. They were disguising it as a new experiment, and they were obliviating those tested afterwards, whether they were cleared or determined to be compromised, in order to keep someone from figuring out how to subvert the program. The fact that it had been successful proved that even this, poor man's version of the protocols would work good enough. They hadn't been arresting, or even doing anything to the compromised Aurors for fear that movement would reveal their hand to the Death Eaters. I had no idea what was going to happen to the Aurors who'd been caught. Did the Ministry have some sort of deprogramming protocols, or were they simply released from service? The only reason I knew about it at all was that Professor Snape was giving me occasional updates. Apparently he was considered my handler, much to his dismay. Considering that I found him tolerable, I wasn't sure what the problem was. I'm just worried about the summer, Hermione said. What's going to happen then? Are they still going to send us to orphanages, or foster us with wizarding families? I talked to the minister about that, I said. Getting access to the leader of the government wasn't an opportunity to be wasted. Usually that took a lot of political influence, or at least a lot of galleons. I'd done my best to push the Muggleborn agenda. And? She asked impatiently. Considering that she had good parents that she loved, I could understand why she was so worried. Being forced to foster somewhere else might mean that she wouldn't be able to see them for the next 5 years. Well, I said carefully. It wasn't like there were a lot of choices. We could use the Umbridge plan, only with wizarding families who actually like us, we could send everybody somewhere else over the summer, or we could do something else. She stared at me, waiting. You know how most pure-blood homes have magical defenses? I asked. I got the Ministry to spring to have those put up in the homes of the Muggleborn. What? She asked. It wouldn't be enough to stop a determined attack, I said, but we're putting flow connections in all the homes and hopefully there will be enough advance warning to get the families out. What about people in flats or houses that don't have fireplaces? They'll be encouraged to move, I said. Or have one put in. Won't the Death Eaters just flew into the houses? Hermione asked. They've got a way to make the flues only active when the people inside allow it, I said. We'll be able to visit each other by calling ahead by telephone. If the person on the other end of the line didn't have the connection, it simply wouldn't work at all. I wasn't sure what would happen if the connection was shut off while the person was in transit. I wasn't sure I wanted to know. It's not a permanent solution, I said. It's going to cost a lot, which means that the people who set this kind of thing up are going to be busy. They're already working on it, with your family's house being first on the list. She stared at me. I shrugged. The people around me are the ones who are most likely to be at risk, I said. Won't they just attack the parents when they go to work? Hermione asked. They seem to want to catch the Muggleborn and don't care that much about the Muggles, I said. It's a risk, though. And won't we be in danger when we leave the house? We won't be leaving the house, I said. I've suggested that the parents invest in video game systems, because it'll be too dangerous for most of us to go outside. Her face scrunched up. It was the best I could make of a bad situation, I said. We all have to make sacrifices until this war is over. The Longbottoms have volunteered their home for us to meet during the summer to continue our training. They won't be able to keep this up forever, I said. And it's possible that they may not finish with everyone's houses in time, in which case some people are going to double up. At my suggestion they're starting with the people least able to protect themselves and working their way up. 6th years go last. Not 7th years. They'll be adults, I said. They won't be living at home. And I have other plans for them. As adults, they'd be able to go places and do things that children couldn't possibly do. Several of the boys had already agreed to be my agents over the summer. We needed money for our organization. What little money I'd saved up from robbing my host body's parents' home was rapidly vanishing. We needed a stable source of funds, and the scam that I'd had Lupin running in France would work just as well here. I already had a 7th year whose brother was a used car dealer. He'd search for salvage cars, have his magical relative repair them, and sell them for a profit. The 7th year would keep half the money and send half of it on to us in the form of galleons. At 5 galleons to the British pound, even a single salvage car would be enough to keep us going for a while. It wasn't like we had a lot of expenses, mostly we needed to purchase magical components and items and equipment. What about you? Hermione asked. Does Mr. Lupin even still have a house? I heard that his cottage was damaged when the Death Eaters came for him. It was a rental, I said. He was kicked out. He's doing better now, of course. Dumbledore was paying him out of his own pocket to do whatever he was doing. He was also making money off the used car thing, enough that he was feeling rather flush the last time I'd spoken to him. Of course, flush for him would have been pocket change for the Malfoys. Werewolves tended to get used to poverty. Hermione was quiet. I'm not sure yet, I admitted. It's not even clear whether or not I'll be staying with him this summer. They tend to like to keep things like that a secret for obvious reasons. He's going to be able to come back, isn't he? Madame Bones has rescinded the werewolf laws, I said. Released all werewolves from prison unless they have other crimes they are accountable for. I had an uneasy feeling that wouldn't be enough. The ministry had killed some of the werewolves, and some of those who had survived likely resented the government, for decades of institutional racism if for nothing else. I felt a presence behind me. Millicent stood, hesitant. She'd spent much of the last year in a state of shock and depression after Tracy's death, becoming a shadow of her old self. I'd barely seen her even though we were roommates, with her not getting up until after I'd gone, and in bed before I got back to my rooms. Depression wasn't anything to make light of, I'd seen it with my father and I'd felt traces of it myself on occasion, enough that I'd tried to talk to her, but nothing had worked. I'd gotten busy afterwards, and then time had slipped away from me. Taylor? She asked. Can we talk? I glanced at Hermione, who nodded and stood up. I've got some things to check on, she said. She left quickly. Millie sat down slowly beside me. She'd lost weight over the past 4 months, she hadn't been eating for a long time, and while she looked better, she still had bags under her eyes. How are you doing? I asked. I'd tried to talk to her several times before, but she'd never been interested. I would have pushed harder, but part of me had wondered if she'd blamed me for Tracy's death. She and Tracy had been friends for a long time, and they'd gotten even closer over the last school year. It's all real, isn't it? She asked tonelessly. I didn't have to ask what she meant. After Mom had died, there had been a time where nothing had felt real. I'd gotten over that pretty quickly, but I think it had taken Dad longer. Yeah, I said. I'm sorry it happened that way. It shouldn't have happened at all, she said. Tracy never did anything to anybody. She didn't deserve that. No, I said. She didn't. I could have continued but I didn't. I could tell that she wanted to talk. I blamed you, you know, she said, not looking at me. For getting her killed. I know, I said. I hadn't been sure, but I'd suspected. It had been there in the way that she wouldn't look at me, in the way that she'd been avoiding me all semester. If you hadn't been there, Tracy wouldn't have been killed, she said. Not there and then, I said. But 2 or 3 years down the line. She was a half-blood, and her family was pretty liberal. Do you think the Death Eaters wouldn't have come for her sooner or later? I was deflecting my own culpability, but I didn't see what else I could do. I pushed my guilt away into the swarm, and my mind cleared. It could have been me, she said, looking up at me. Or my family. If we hadn't. Your family took precautions, I said. Tracy asked hers to do so, but they laughed it off. I've got a letter that she sent me over the summer, they couldn't reach me, so they held it till I got back here. I can show it to you. My parents didn't want to believe it either, she said, staring at the table. But I kept telling them and telling them. You made them listen, I said. Giving her a sense of control might help with her trauma. People tended to be more overwhelmed by things that they couldn't control, which was why people worried about flying a plane, but not about driving to the airport when accident statistics said that they should be worried about driving far more than flying. I've been thinking about it for a long time, she said, and I realized it wasn't your fault at all, it was theirs. They ruin everything. We'll get them, I said. Me, the ministry, someone. They'll pay for the things they've done. It wasn't a promise. It was a certainty. I'd make them pay, even if it happened after I was dead. She looked up, her expression suddenly determined. I want to make them pay, she said. We aren't dealing with bullies anymore, I said. Or, at least not just that. You know what the Death Eaters are likely to do if they find out you're helping me. The Muggleborn don't have a choice. Harry Potter doesn't have a choice. They're all on the list to be killed. You You have a choice. Tracy had a choice too, Millicent said. And she paid for that. I want to make them pay for that. I frowned. Millicent had been out of this for months. Most people barely even remembered that she was my roommate. Did I have the right to put her at risk when I didn't have to? There had been people who had disapproved of the ward's program, convinced that they were creating child soldiers. They hadn't understood that the nature of our powers had meant that we were driven for conflict. We'd have been out fighting whether or not the government supported us. Wizards didn't have that kind of drive. Most of them were just as lazy as most muggles or even more so. Yet I'd seen the look of steely determination in her eyes before. If I didn't help her, she was likely to get herself in trouble. You're going to have a lot of catching up, I said. The others have half a year of training on you and it's more advanced than the stuff we were doing last year. I'll work hard, she said. She had worked very hard last year, assuming she could keep her depression in check, she should be able to this year too. She was likely to be rusty in her combat skills, and she'd need a bit of training to make up for the tactics and strategy skills I'd been developing with the others, but it was possible that she could catch up. It would make her only the second Slytherin in our organization, but even Ron Weasley didn't mind her terribly, and he didn't like anybody that wore green. He seemed to think that I wanted to mount the heads of my enemies on the wall or something. Did wizards even have taxidermists? Muggle artists would likely have questions about something like that. Even if I was inclined to something like that. Voldemort's head would make a horrifying ornament. I had a momentary image of his head on my wall, and I shuddered. I'll see what I can do, I said. We had to start getting members from the other groups. I'd been reluctant before in part because I hadn't wanted to make them targets. The rest of us had already been targets, so all I'd been doing was giving them a better chance than they already had. But now that an actual government that didn't want to kill us was forming, we couldn't afford to be seen as just a Muggle-born organization. That would lead us to being marginalized. Kids our age couldn't vote, and as Muggleborns, neither could our parents. We didn't have anyone to advocate for us really, except for a few radical activists that people tended to dismiss out of hand. We'd need the help of half-bloods and pure-bloods. They had parents who might be able to speak out for us, parents who had connections that might actually be able to get things done. I had no illusions that Madame Bones would be able to fix everything. Wizarding society was by definition nepotistic. We'd have to leverage that if we wanted to forward our agenda. As much as I liked Madame Bones, it was likely that we weren't always going to see eye to eye. She was worried about the security of the ministry and about maintaining its continued existence. Our concerns extended further than that. If I could change the minds of this generation of Hogwarts students, and we could keep from being murdered in the meantime, then things would change eventually as the old guard started to die off. It was the usual way things changed, efforts by the young. That was the reason that people like Thomas Jefferson, who'd been liberal for his day, would have been considered a bigot now. The world was filled with incremental change, change that seemed to go faster and faster to those who were stuck in the old way of thinking. Sometimes the world seemed almost unrecognizable to the very old, which was why some of them seemed to withdraw from a world they were no longer able to make sense of. Some of the old guard would never accept the kind of changes that needed to happen. It was inevitable that there would be hardliners who tried to fight back. If some of the old guard happened to have accidents in order to speed that change, well, sometimes eggs had to be cracked to make an omelette. Hey, I asked Millicent. Are you hungry? Let's go down to the kitchen and get something to eat. I'd figured out how to sweet-talk some of the house elves into making special orders for me. I got tired of a constant diet of heavy British food and occasionally wanted some fruit or pasta, a hamburger or pizza. I'd been working with the Muggle-born students to advocate for pizza and pasta night. Roll didn't seem entirely against the idea, but it hadn't happened yet. Still, an evening omelette sounded pretty good. Let's go crack a few eggs. Imposter. I don't actually see the future, I insisted, so I may not be able to give you much warning. The team of Aurors who were standing around me had all been certified as clear of the Imperius, and I suspected that Minister Bones had been augmenting that with illegitimacy on the side. It was presumably secret, but I'd read between the lines from some of the things that I'd heard. It had taken 2 months to purge the ministry of the Aurors who had been compromised, and not all of them had been the victims of the Imperius. Some of them had simply received bribes or been threatened with the deaths of family members. That time had been relatively free of problems at Hogwarts. We'd continued our training, including Millicent, and we'd slowly added several other members. Most of them were half-bloods, but there were a few pure-bloods as well. By this time, I was probably teaching a quarter of the entire school population, which was probably raising some eyebrows. However, those who attended my training sessions tended to be doing better at school and they caused fewer disciplinary problems. Discipline was one of the first things we taught after all. Even the Weasley twins were engaged in fewer pranks. We had focused their creativity into creating tools to help us be more effective, paying for their research. Their goal was to open a prank shop, and a lot of the things they made us could simply be scaled down to be less lethal and more humorous. We could have Tonks take your place, Auror Kilcarn said. It doesn't have to be you. I'm got a better chance of surviving an assassination attempt than she does, I said. I'm faster, smaller, and harder to hit. Also, I cheated. Besides, I'd never really been the kind of person who let other people fight her battles for her. I preferred to face them head on and kill them as they may. They'll know that it's a trap, I said. Which means that they're likely to try to cheat. We've tried everything we can to anticipate how they might cheat, but the nature of conflict is they'll always think of something you don't. I'd had them go over everything I could think of, and it had visibly impressed them. They'd been shocked at some of the possibilities I'd thought of: contact poison on the metal, on the lectern, poison in the air, explosives under the podium, suicide bombers. In one way, it was harder to police this than it would have been in a Muggle setting. Muggles could be disarmed, checked for weapons, but every wizard was armed, and disarming them would have roused so much of a protest that the ceremony would have been stopped. There will be 200 in attendance, Moody said. We've done what we could to look into the backgrounds of all of them, but the new anti-imperious protocols are too slow to use on a bunch of civilians. Some of them will be foreign dignitaries and their entourages. Be alert. We were going to have plainclothes Aurors in the middle of the crowd. Since the Death Eaters knew who most of the Aurors were, they were going to be polyjuice using hair taken from random Muggles. They'd be in the roles of foreign dignitaries. Everything had been searched and scans were being done on the people entering the ceremony as we spoke. Aurors were already outside. This was being held in the atrium of the ministry, both because it was large enough, and because it could be a controlled space. If we'd held it outside, we'd have had to worry about invisible broom-riding attackers. In here we could control the narrative. I sighed. Let's go, I said. The crowd is waiting. Minister Bones stepped outside, heading for the stage that had been set up where the fountain usually sat. How they'd moved it I wasn't sure. Friends, esteemed colleagues, I heard her amplified voice say. The din of the crowd decreased, fading into an expectant silence. Everyone here knows who I am, she said. But there are some of you who may not know much about our guest tonight. Taylor Hebert came from humble beginnings, born to Muggles unsuspecting of the greater, magical world. Yet she has consistently proven that it is not breeding or background that creates greatness. I could hear the sounds of flashbulbs going off. Muggleborn have won this award in the past, the purebloods do know have a monopoly on braveness. Yet there has never been one who has deserved it so richly at such a young age. Miss Herbert didn't simply show bravery when she faced Dementors, risking her soul to protect her classmates. She showed leadership in teaching her classmates to protect themselves. The crowd was silent now. There are adults who would not have done nearly as well, Minister Bones said. When they were faced with a horde of creatures with little more than a handful of spells and a lot of courage. The transcript of this would be published in all the papers. If Voldemort chose not to attack me, this would enrage his followers. It might spur them to be more reckless, which in turn would make them easier to catch. I doubted that Bones would have been so effusive in her praise otherwise. She was laying it on thick for political purposes. Today it's my honor to award the highest honor given by wizardkind, to a child who demonstrated exceptional courage in protecting her classmates, and through them, our entire nation. Will you please join me in welcoming Miss Taylor Hebert? The crowd applauded, and I took a deep breath. I'd had midges flying all around the room. They were common in Scotland, and I'd been breeding them for weeks in preparation for this. They were so small as to be almost unnoticeable unless they were at eye level, and I was purposefully keeping them well below that. I didn't detect any strange bulges on any of the wizards in attendance, no bombs on anyone's chests, and nothing else unusual. I had midges on everyone's wand arms, and some on other parts of their bodies. A lot of wizards tended to change their stances when they drew their wand, either due to duelist training or for some other reason. I stepped out onto the stage and for the first time saw the crowd with my own eyes. They were a mixed group, reporters from several countries, dignitaries, people from all over the globe. It worried me a little that there were representatives from the American wizarding government. Hopefully they wouldn't ask too many questions, or I might end up as the First Order of Merlin recipient who was also a wanted fugitive. Madame Bones stood beside me, but she carefully stood a little to my left. We'd practiced this, the last thing we needed was for her to get in the way of my wand arm. The podium had been enchanted to be unbreakable, meaning that it would be good cover for both of us in the event of an attack. If Voldemort was smart, he'd ignore this event altogether, but the symbolism of it would cause dissension in his ranks. He'd have purebloods baying for my blood, and he'd have to address it, either by giving in or by making examples of some of them. He'd make some sort of response, although I wasn't sure it would be the large-scale attack the ministry was hoping for. A lone assassin could be as effective as a team, as long as he was fast enough. I kept a fixed smile on my face as I scanned the crowd with my bugs. Everyone was clapping, no one was going for their wands. So far so good. The minister would be disappointed if there wasn't an attack, but it would be nice to have something go right for a while. There was a small, anomalous spark at one of the fireplaces, so small that no one else seemed to notice. It took me a moment, but I realized that there was a bug here that I could not control. She was moving around the room, from her movements it looked as though she was trying to find a place to attack from. Landing behind me and the minister, her form shimmered, and she lunged forward. I pointed behind me and said, "Stupefy." Rita Skeeter fell forward, her wand outstretched. The crowd gasped as Aurors rushed forward to grab her. "She's an animagus," I said quietly to the minister. "Can turn into a beetle." The minister nodded and said something to one of her aides, who hurried off. There are forces in this land who would not wish to acknowledge that sometimes the Muggleborn can be just as smart, just as brave, just as strong as the rest of us, the minister said. This girl is proof that sometimes they can be even more so. I didn't have much time to react as I felt a dozen arms rising almost in unison. Skeeter must have been a diversion, they'd hoped that we'd assume that the attack was over with and drop our guard. I lunged upward and grabbed the minister, pulling her down as a half-dozen bolts of green light hit the outside of our overly large podium. The podium shuddered and people screamed as its unbreakable nature was revealed and the explosion hit the people standing closest to the podium. My ears were ringing, and everything went quiet, although I could still hear through my bugs. People were screaming and scattering all around the room. Some of them were dropping to the floor. Those who had attacked us were moving forward, hoping to get around the podium. I stepped through the trap door behind the podium, the minister following me. As we closed the trap door, she locked it with a spell, and we crawled under the stage. Stunners appeared from all around the crowd, seemingly from mid-air. The attackers were dropping quickly. The Aurors were disillusioned, and they were going to stay that way until the battle was over. The Aurors were moving already, stunners flying through the air. They were all carrying transparent plastic riot shields purchased from Muggle suppliers. They'd all been made unbreakable by magic, and they were turning out to be quite useful against Avadra Kedavra spells. The Aurors had to keep their magical shields up as well, all it would take would be for someone to explode the wall behind them, for example, and the shield would be useless. They also had to watch that someone didn't shoot them in the places the shield did not cover, but they'd had a couple of months to practice. Disillusionment helped with that. If they moved after shooting, it was possible that the attackers wouldn't know where they'd gone. My human eyes only saw dim light under the stage, the sounds of explosions and screaming outside. "Thank you, Miss Bear," the minister said in a low voice. I shook my head. The last thing we needed was for them to identify where we were by sound. While the stage had also been enchanted to be unbreakable, what had been done by magic could always be undone. It was unlikely they'd hear us in the chaos from outside, but it was already getting quieter. I could hear sobbing from outside, but as the last of the attackers dropped to the floor, I relaxed. It was silent for several minutes. The minister stared at me as I stood with my eyes closed. A series of knocks on the outside of the structure gave us the all clear. The minister looked at me, and I nodded confirmation. We headed back to the trap door, and Aurors were helping both of us out of the trap door. "They're all being taken for interrogation," the lead Auror said. The minister nodded grimly. People were beginning to stand up, they looked traumatized. "As you can see," the minister said, and to her credit, her voice sounded strong and confident. "Some people are determined to live in a past where they could use their power to intimidate others. I have a message for all of them. We will not be intimidated." People were staring up at her, native reporters and foreign dignitaries as well. "This is our nation, and Wizarding Britain does not cower before bullies. We stand strong, and we stand tall. I have a message for the world. To those who would try to cast their shadow on our fair soil, to those who would try to destroy the innocent, to destroy our children, I have this to say to you." She took a deep breath. "We will fight. We will wage war by land, air, and sea against a monstrous tyranny. We will fight our enemy on the fields, on the beaches, in the cities and in the towns. We will drive them before us, pushing them into extinction. They have attacked our children, attacking our only future. There will be no quarter. For too long, they have had their way, fighting against a failing ministry, helped by collaborators and those they have controlled by magic. I say no more. We shall defend our homeland, whatever the cost may be. Our fathers fought Grindelwald, and we have fought Dark Lord after Dark Lord over the past 1,000 years. This is our fight, and we shall do what Britons have always done in times of great peril. We will take up our wands, and we will do what has to be done." She grabbed a box which had fallen to the floor when I'd pulled her down. From it, she pulled a medal. It was iridescent, even though it didn't have to be. Taylor Bear doesn't just represent the best of what a Muggleborn should be. She represents a new age, a time when new ideas and innovations shall change everything any of us has ever known. I want you all to give a hand to Taylor Bear, the youngest ever recipient of the Order of Merlin. As the medal went around my neck, the applause was tepid at best. It wasn't for a lack of enthusiasm for my accomplishment. Everyone had a shell-shocked look on their faces. Madame Bones had just declared open war on Voldemort and his people. That was a bombshell even though the Ministry had been searching for them for a while. It was putting things out into the open, in a place where the general wizarding public would be forced to think about what had been said and react to it. The ministry had kept so much hidden that for at least some of these people this was actually shocking. Does this mean I get my own chocolate? Frog card? I asked loudly. Chuckles erupted from the crowd, and the mood shifted. Hey! Ron Weasley had suggested that joke, although I wasn't sure he'd actually meant for it to be a joke. He collected chocolate frog cards and he might have been serious. Yes, actually, the minister said. Ron's head was going to explode over the chocolate frog thing. Harry had one, although it hadn't gone into circulation yet. Ron had a tendency to be jealous, but as long as Hermione and Neville didn't get one, I figured he'd likely be all right. The minister had approved of the joke, feeling that it would somehow reassure people that I was an actual child instead of some kind of homunculus in a little girl costume. She stood next to me and we smiled for the camera. They flashed over and over again, but I kept my bug's eyes out just in case. A third assassin would be a lot more effective now that the second wave had failed. There were no more attacks, however. I remained alert throughout the ceremony, and not just from what was happening in the atrium. Planting people deeper in the ministry would have been clever as well, despite the new security precautions. I could hear Skeeter screaming in rage from a special room on the level below us. There were no cracks in the walls for an insect to go through, and ventilation was done by magic. You don't understand. She screamed. She doesn't exist. Taylor Hebert is an imposter. She's pretending to be someone that she's not and no one will listen to me. She'd been studying me, trying to track down my background. She'd been asking questions that I couldn't afford to have people ask. I sighed. I think all this excitement has been a little much for me, I said. And I need to use the loo. The crowd was dispersing, and the minister laughed, looking a little less confident than she had a moment before. I slipped into the bathroom and a moment later I disillusioned myself. This wasn't something I wanted to do, but I didn't see that I had any other choice. Skeeter had tried to kill me, and I was beginning to suspect that it wasn't because she had been controlled. The good thing was that the cell she was in was soundproof. The bad thing was that she would be telling everyone what she knew the moment she was out. I'd been to the ministry several times while we were preparing for this event, and I had made certain preparations to help myself in the event of a regime change or in the event that I was arrested again. I lifted my hand and a wand fell from a vent in the ceiling. It was one of my spare ones. The last thing I needed was for this to be found on my wand. It was time to squash certain rumors before they got out of control. Interlude Skeeter and Bones. How had it all gone wrong? She'd followed the trail as far as she could, looking through Aura reports, talking to Muggle authorities, looking through Muggle paperwork and correlating everything with all the little tidbits that the girl had dropped over the past year as reported by some of the pureblood kids to their parents. The girl was obviously from the east coast of the United States, at least by her accent. Yet a friend of hers in the MACUSA couldn't find any records of a Taylor Hebert in Muggle educational roles. The girl had claimed to be from a dangerous city. The most dangerous cities in the United States were Chicago, Los Angeles, Oakland, New Orleans, New York, and Cleveland. They were big cities with big problems. There were rural areas that had problems as well, but nothing about the girl screamed rural. It was a big country, though, and information was sometimes hard to come by, so it was possible that she had grown up tucked away in some slum with poor records. However, Rita had been looking into the Muggleborn deaths at the beginning of the year, hoping to come up with a story to counter the Ministry Muggleborn propaganda. It wasn't because she liked the Muggleborn, in her opinion they tended to be a little loud, crass, and rude. However, the opportunity to give the Ministry a black eye for constantly squashing her stories was irresistible. All she'd have to do was wait until her editor was indisposed. Once the story was out there was nothing that she could do. The missing Millie Scrivener had been the key. No one in the Ministry had even tried that hard to find her. Another dead Muggleborn wasn't interesting when there were Death Eaters to hunt. The girl had been lost in the paperwork, even though Aurors had been to her house to look for magical artifacts to preserve the statute of secrecy. Rita had gone looking through the abandoned house, and what she'd seen had been quite illuminating. There were pictures of the girl everywhere, pictures that precisely matched Taylor Hebert's current bodies. Furthermore, the Muggles had their primitive versions of wizarding pictures. Rita had worked with videotapes in the past when working on crimes involving Muggles. It had admittedly taken her an hour to figure out how to get the tape in the machine and to get the damned thing to actually work, but she'd eventually managed it, and it had gotten a lot easier after that. The Millie Scrivener in the tapes was completely different than Taylor Hebert. She moved like an actual child, and her face and expressions were bright and happy. She looked a little naive, younger than her actual age even, and the family had looked happy. There was none of the strangeness inherent in Taylor Hebert. The girl's body language was normal, not like an insect ready to pounce. Her expressions were open instead of closed off and guarded. The girl in the pictures could never have killed 6 Death Eaters in battle. In point of fact she hadn't. She and her family had been murdered by 3 Death Eaters. Considering the evidence of what had happened to the others, it hadn't been pretty either. Rita had interviewed some of the children of people who had withdrawn their children from school. As far as she was concerned, they were the smart ones. The school had already been attacked several times, and was becoming more and more of a death trap by the day. She couldn't quite remember some of the times she'd gone to the houses of some of the more pure-blood children. It was a little confusing. Even more confusing was why she hadn't been to the ceremony where they were giving the monster child the Order of Merlin. Ordinarily she would have been there in the front row, screaming out questions. Instead, something had held her back, had made her excuse herself. She'd found things getting a little blurry, and then she'd found herself being restrained by the Aurors. She hadn't done the things they accused her of, attacking the girl? Deep down she was afraid of the girl. Clearly the girl wasn't a girl at all. Taylor Hebert's name was in the book, so there had to have been a Taylor Hebert alive at some point. Undoubtedly she was in a shallow grave under a bush somewhere. The Hogwarts staff had gone to where she was supposed to have lived, and they'd found a child there. They'd assumed that she was Taylor Hebert when in fact she was actually Millie Scrivener, or at least the girl's form. Was the girl an adult which polyjuiced into a little girl? It didn't seem likely, those potions only lasted so long and had to be periodically reapplied. No one ever said the girl was always drinking or eating anything. A ghost, perhaps, possessing the girl and reanimating her body. Rita had read about Inferi, corpses animated by dark magic. They tended to have cloudy white eyes, though. They had no will or mind of their own either, which was a bigger impediment. Zombies existed, although they tended to be no more intelligent than Inferi, and their use tended to be limited to Africa and Haiti. It was possible that she was a demon or revenant, though, using the girl's body as a vessel for whatever nefarious plans she had. Magicozoologists were finding new monsters all the time, perhaps she was some kind of monster who stole the skins of their victims and wore them like protective camouflage. Rita could feel the revulsion rise within her every time she was around the girl. Her entire being screamed danger, and she could tell that killing was as easy or maybe even easier for the girl than for some of the Death Eaters she was fighting. The girl was better at it anyhow. Somehow the girl had convinced everyone that Rita was some kind of terrorist. How she'd done it, Rita didn't know. It had undoubtedly been done with dark magic, likely with a lot of castings of unforgivables. Rita had been at home, stewing over her repeated attempts to get anyone to listen, when she'd awoken in front of the crowd. Now she was here, in a dark cell. She was in complete darkness, unable to see her hands in front of her face. Even as a beetle, when her vision was more blurry but much clearer at night she couldn't see anything. There were no significant shifts in the movements of the air, it remained completely dead and still. As a beetle, she was able to find the slightest crack and slip through, it had been incredibly useful in her career as a reporter. Here, though, there was not the slightest crack in the room. The air in the room was sweet and pure, if a little cold, presumably it was being replaced magically. There were other bugs in here, but they all seemed sluggish, likely from the cold and from not having anything to eat other than each other. Rita had heard stories about places on the bottom levels of the Ministry, secret cells where wizards went to never been seen again, experimented on by agents of the Department of Mysteries. Those stories had never seemed credible to her, it would be difficult to make a wizard completely disappear without someone noticing. It wasn't like wizards were muggles, after all. There were so many muggles that it wasn't surprising that they disappeared and no one noticed. She'd heard that almost 20 times the wizarding population disappeared in Muggle Britain every year, and the muggles weren't all that interested in finding them. Wizards on the other hand, all knew each other. They had all gone to school together, had married into each other's families, and worked together. They had bonds, the kind that muggles apparently didn't have. It was probably the lack of a soul that made the muggles so unconcerned. Rita considered her options. Her only chance was to escape and clear her name. She didn't have her wand, but she could still transform, which meant that her best chance was whenever they transported her for interrogation. She froze as she felt a sudden presence in the room with her. There hadn't been any light or movement of air, but she had a sudden, unspeakable certainty that not only was she not alone, something terrible was in the room with her. It was the same, gut-wrenching sense of horror that she felt every time she was in the room with the girl, but now magnified. There was no way the girl could be in the room with her, but she was. Taylor? She asked, her voice almost breaking. Why? The voice that spoke sounded like the flapping of wings. It was breathy, and it didn't sound remotely human. Dear? Rita asked cautiously. What do you know about Taylor Hebert? Nothing. Rita said. Lie. With that, the buzzing noises increased, not merely in the room with her, but in the walls. As a beetle, she had to be careful, there were many things that would love to eat her, everything from rats in the walls to frogs, birds, spiders, and centipedes. She'd developed a horror of spiders and centipedes after a couple of dangerous encounters, and now she was hearing the sounds they made through the wall. They were scratching at the walls as though they were anxious to get in, to wrap her up in their webs, paralyze her and devour her from the inside out. She found herself shaking much more than the cold warranted. Was this actually Taylor Hebert, or was it another entity of her species? Could she get its help, or would she risk alienating Taylor? I dug around a little, she said. Found out that she wasn't who she said she was. She's in the body of Millie Scrivener, the missing girl. How do you know she is not the girl? The voice asked. It had a detached tone, as though it was trying to decide what to do with her. Rita had an uneasy feeling that she wasn't going to like whatever decision came. She'd asked herself that question. It made sense that Taylor Hebert had been the one killed and Millie Scrivener had simply stepped into her place. Most reporters would have stopped at that. She'd known that it wasn't true, however. It doesn't make sense, Rita said. There's nothing in her background that would give her the kinds of skills that she has. I've heard some of the Aurors talking about the military maneuvers she's running the kids at the school through. She's creating her own army, right in the middle of the ministry, and using ministry funds to do it. Even you know who wasn't this blatant about it. That's not an answer, the voice said. It sounded like it was moving behind her. Rita swung around and swept the air with her hands. In her mind she imagined the gleam of a knife in the darkness, or maybe a claw or a fang. But she had to do something. I've got evidence, she said. Suddenly, a solution came to her. It's hidden. If I die, it'll be found and all of the girl's secrets will be out in the open. This wasn't some other entity. This was Taylor herself, finally revealing her true form. What sort of monster was she in the dark? Rita's mind went over 1,000 possibilities, each worse than the last. Was the girl something so terrible that it would give Boggart's nightmares? The tiniest voice spoke near her ear, air moving like an insect's wing. It sent chills up her spine. Where is the evidence? I'll never tell, Rita said defiantly, even though she flinched and her hand waved through where the voice had been. She was afraid to move for fear her hand would touch something horrendous, but it was an involuntary reflex. You'll have to get me out of here. You won't be in this cell after today, the voice said. There was certainty in the voice that sent a chill down her spine. Did she mean to kill her? I've got people who will release it for me. She said desperately. If I'm not released. You think they'll do anything for a Death Eater? The voice said. It was moving around her, faster and faster. Someone who would support the murder of children, the destruction of their very souls. I didn't. Rita said. She hadn't. She'd suspected what the ministry was doing, but a lot of people had. She couldn't be blamed for not trying to stop them, they'd have thrown her in Azkaban. She'd known that Umbridge was utterly vindictive. The only reason she'd been more willing to push the current administration was that Bones was more likely to follow the letter of the law. It meant that she knew exactly how far she could push, and it meant that she could get away with a great deal. Someone like Umbridge was bad for business. You killed her, she said, the sudden epiphany striking her like a bolt of lightning. Umbridge had been eaten to the bones by something, no one had ever seen anything like it. No one had been seen anywhere near her office, and while it was officially being blamed on the Death Eaters, there was some doubts among the Aurors. Who would have wanted Umbridge dead more than anyone? She'd been doing Voldemort's bidding, so there had been no reason for him to kill her. The most likely killer would have been a werewolf, a member of the Muggleborn Underground, or Taylor Hebert. I can help you. She said quickly. Whatever news stories you want. You need someone to give your people what they need, a voice. You kept your papers in the hidden compartment in the upper left-handed drawer on your desk in your apartment, the voice said. Along with a letter from your editor saying he wouldn't publish that kind of trash. A sudden chill. How had she known? Had she known all along? Those papers had been her only leverage, the only reason that Hebert had to keep her alive at all. A new world is beginning, the voice said. Its tone was unemotional, clinical even. Some people aren't going to be a good fit. It's too bad. I actually thought your beetle form was quite beautiful. Rita was suddenly blinded by light in front of her. Instinctively she changed into her beetle form and started trying to fly toward the light. The last thing she saw was a beam of light flying toward her, a moment later she knew no more. A button fell onto the ground where she'd been flying. It wasn't particularly well done, McGonagall would have called it somewhat crude. The second-year students had been taught the spell at the beginning of the year, after all. An invisible hand picked her up. Thanks for making it easy, Rita. None of them are likely to be Death Eaters, ma'am, Auror McGowan said. Most of them were foreign reporters who had been visiting for the past couple of days. Doubtlessly the Death Eaters reached them during this period. See what you can get from them, Amelia snapped. It was frustrating, Voldemort hadn't risked any resources in this attack, and he'd disrupted the ceremony, making Great Britain look like it couldn't protect its own. Doubtlessly by tomorrow newspapers all over the wizarding world would be screaming about this attack. It was going to cause political problems internationally. There was already mounting pressure internationally from forces concerned that Britain's inability to clean its own mess was going to threaten the Statute of Secrecy. It was about the only thing that would unify the quarreling countries in Africa, Asia, Europe, and America. A country which could not maintain the secret would soon find itself no longer a country at all. Worrying about Voldemort was bad enough without having to worry about an invasion from other countries. Amelia had an uncomfortable feeling that Dumbledore was leaning toward military intervention. He'd been in the States for the past week, for reasons neither she nor anyone else knew. She'd heard rumors that he had agents in other countries as well, perhaps hoping to raise an army to destroy Voldemort when the ministry fell. It didn't show much confidence in her administration, which bothered Amelia more than she would like. She was doing a good job. Contacting the A-Bear girl had been an excellent decision, even if the ceremony today hadn't been the success they'd hoped it would be. The Imperious protocols had been revolutionary. If Amelia was still in the ministry when the girl graduated, she planned to pressure her to join the Aurors. She'd revolutionize that service as well. There were Aurors who worried that the girl was unnatural. That was obvious. She wasn't any normal child, it was clear to anyone who spent more than 5 minutes with her. Amelia didn't care. She'd heard rumors that Merlin himself had been reincarnated at least once. If he was able to do it, why not someone else? Even if the girl was some sort of spirit, as long as she was on the side of the ministry, Amelia didn't plan on asking too many questions. The ministry needed her help too much to look a gift horse in the mouth. "I'm sorry," the girl said, stepping out of the bathroom. "I hope I didn't keep you waiting very long." 2 minutes, Amelia said. Rather quick for a girl. "Well, I don't spend a lot of time primping and posing in front of the mirror," A-Bear said. She rubbed a button on the collar of her shirt, as though to reassure herself it was still there. "Well," Amelia said. "It's better to focus on the important things." Rita Skeeter went missing 5 minutes later, while Taylor A-Bear was in the process of being transported back to Hogwarts. All in all, the day was a wash. Voldemort didn't lose any forces, but they proved that the girls' new security suggestions worked. They still had further to go, but the government was coming together. It was only a matter of time before things finally began to swing their way. Persuasion. Letting the button formerly known as Rita Skeeter be pulled up into the vents on a spider's web, I wiped my hands. She'd keep for a long while that way. Eventually, when I got good enough at obliviating people, she'd be found stumbling through the streets of Hogsmeade. She'd have no memory of the passage of time because for her, time itself would not have passed. Turning a human into a button was difficult. There were several factors that made transfiguration more difficult. Concentration and wand power were important, and these was possibly the reason that someone like Dumbledore could accomplish so much more. Viciousness was important. More vicious creatures tended to resist transformation through sheer willpower. Body weight was the issue for me with living transfiguration. Something the size of a human would have been impossible at my current level of skill and power. Something the size of a beetle? Any second year could manage it. Rita had gotten herself most of the way and I'd just had to push her over the edge. It had taken 2 time turners hidden in the vents to accomplish, but I'd done what I'd set out to do. If I was forgiving, I'd have told the guards how important it was to search the room before putting the prisoner inside. If they had allies, it would have been easy to slip a wand into the room, or some other tool. The fact that they hadn't discovered an entire disillusioned girl waiting in the cell, hadn't even bothered to cast a human revealing spell was disappointing. I'd brought bugs into the room, wearing them like a threadbare coat, and I'd pulled my aura as closely to my skin as possible so Rita wouldn't know I was there, and so I wouldn't detect myself. They didn't even have the room guarded when it wasn't in use. Even better, it was soundproofed, presumably to muffle the screams of those being interrogated. I should have known something was weird when I could hear Rita in a room that was supposedly proof against insects. The hardest part had been cloaking myself from myself. Fortunately I had known that I might have to interrogate one of the prisoners and had made sure to leave part of each cell outside of the range of my power. I'd heard warnings about meeting yourself, and so I'd been working hard not to do that. Especially when one of the earliest time travel experiments had erased 25 people from existence and led the witch who traveled back 500 years to age that much when she'd returned. I still wasn't sure how they even knew that some people had been unborn, but it made me cautious anyway. There'd been other, even scarier effects that indicated that the very fabric of time itself had been frayed. Now most wizards only used the time turners for trivial things. The last thing I needed was to create a paradox and destroy the space-time continuum. I'd already saved the world once, I had no intention of destroying the universe. It didn't go the way you'd hoped? Hermione asked, stepping into the bathroom. I got my medal, I said wryly, holding it up to her. Roll wants me to get my picture taken to be put in the display case. It's a tradition, Hermione said. Helps parents see how important Hogwarts is and all that. Advertising to the alumni, I said. I guess. So did they attack? Hermione asked. They used a bunch of improvised stooges, I said. Rita Skeeter attacked me, and I think it's going to make the front page. That's probably all they'll talk about, Hermione said glumly. People were supposed to be inspired by you, instead they'll see you as another victim. The people who matter will be inspired, I said. And the people who see me as a victim, either they're just patronizing, which I can take, or they're my enemies, in which case them seeing me as weak is an advantage. There had been a time when I'd actually been weak, when seeming strong had been vitally important. The stronger I got, the less true it was. Eventually I would get strong enough that I could pull a Dumbledore and pretend to be a doddering old headmaster with everyone humoring me because it meant I wasn't out in public causing trouble. Remus had been cagey about what he was doing in France, and he wouldn't talk at all about what Dumbledore was doing. It's just not right, Hermione said. Minister Bones should make them print the truth. I like her, but I doubt that'll happen, I said. Either she's for freedom of the press, and they'll print what they want, or she's not, in which case they'll print whatever's best for the ministry. The news articles about the event would give me a good grasp of the Bones policies on the media. If the articles talked about how incompetent the ministry was for allowing the attack, then Bones was a free press advocate. If they praised the ministry for saving me, then she wasn't. It's time to go, I said. The crowd was gathering outside. The school ceremony was being held in the courtyard, in the heat of the afternoon sun. Roll was to give a speech, have me give one, and I was to have my picture taken for the cabinet. Fortunately, being the guest of honor meant that I got to skip Roll's speech. He was fair as an administrator, but he wasn't a public speaker, and he tended to drone on and on. Our guest of honor, he said. Stepping up onto the ledge, I held up my medal. It shone brightly in the sun. This isn't my award, I said loudly. This is our award. Everyone was silent. Hermione joined Neville, Harry, and Millie on my left. Draco was watching silently from my right. Some of us fought directly, facing monsters that no one should ever have to face, much less school children. We risked our lives and souls for our classmates. Others were not faced with that choice, their choice showed a subtler bravery. People glanced at each other, confused. You stayed, I said. I was silent for a long moment, letting it sink in. This school has been attacked more than once, and the easy way would have been to run away. Many of you come from families of means, you could have gone to a different school. You could have chosen to be taught at home. I saw frowns on faces. Many of them had likely never thought about their reasons for that decision. Instead, you chose to stay. You all have friends here. Some are Muggleborn. Some are pure blood. I think you knew that some of you are considered more valuable by the people attacking us than others. The attack I won this medal for never would have happened if the rest of you had been there. Roll was frowning, but he didn't stop me from speaking. You have been our shield, and for that I thank you. There may come a time that any of us may have to take up wands. If we do, I hope that you will look to the people beside you and that you will see them as your brothers and sisters. In the coming days, all of us will need to be as brave as the lion, as smart as the eagle, as loyal as the badger, as cunning as the snake. When that day comes, I will stand beside you. I felt like I was making my announcement for my presidential bid. Politics had never been my forte when I was younger, and I despised it now. But some of these kids had been lagging, and they needed any encouragement they could find. They cheered and I held up the medal. The photographer chose to take the picture then. I had no idea how long he had been taking the picture. Wizarding photos tended to be set on a loop, almost like a short video lasting a few seconds, but without sound. That evening, in my honor, we had our first pizza night. The house elves did their best, but they didn't quite make the kind of pizza I was used to. It was good, though. I'm proud of you, Remus said. Behind him there was only blank stone wall. I'd hoped to get a glimpse of the architecture of the French Ministry of Magic in Paris, with some indicators of what sort of defenses it had. It wasn't that I ever intended to invade France, but knowledge you had but didn't need was much better than knowledge you needed but didn't have. Instead, it was almost as though Lupin was being careful not to show me any of the background. Was his mission that secret, or was he not in France at all? He seemed like the sort that wouldn't tell me if he was somewhere dangerous. It was a political move as much as anything, I said, shrugging. Bones is making a statement about her administration's views on the Muggleborn, one even the densest pureblood can't mistake. I want you to be careful, he said. That Rita Skeeter is in the wind, and with her power, she could be anywhere. Have they assigned more guards to you? I shook my head. I doubt that she was anything other than what the others were, a controlled patsy, I said. If she's smart, she'll have left the country. No one can figure out how she got out, Remus said. There were anti-apparition wards over the area and the guards showed no sign of being attacked. They've sworn under Veritaserum that they saw nothing. Time turners apparently trumped anti-apparition charms. That was good to know, and something that I should have checked before I did what I did. Maybe they're Aquilmans, I said. They were chosen specifically because they aren't, Remus said. If she was freed, Minister Bones wanted to find out how. They'd been sacrificial goats, left out for the Death Eaters. If they'd been mastered, she'd have had people in the Department of Mysteries deprogram them. There were incredibly painful ways of dealing with obliviation. If they were killed, that would have told her something too. Well, I'll be ready should she attempt to attack again. Her editor was interviewed. He said she was raving about you being some kind of eldritch horror in a little girl's skin. She sounded mental according to him. Well, I'm actually human, I said. And actually a girl. I'm not some kind of monster. I know what being a monster is, he said. I've been through it every month. You are brave and scarily competent for your age, but you aren't a monster. I felt a moment of guilt for lying to him. He was one of the only adults here who had always been good to me, yet I couldn't tell him the truth because ultimately he was Dumbledore's man. I couldn't tell how Dumbledore would react if he knew what I really was, or what I'd really done. I'm glad to believe that someone believes I'm not some sort of 200-foot squid monster, I said. When I'd had my passenger, that might have been debatable. There was a noise from Remus's end of the mirror. It sounded like an explosion. Remus grimaced and looked out of frame. Are you all right? I asked. He looked anxious, but did a good job of keeping his voice steady. I'm fine, he said, but I've got to go. I look forward to seeing your picture on the mantle next time I'm there. Be safe, I said. The mirror went dark. Obviously Remus wasn't in France at all, it sounded like he was somewhere much more dangerous. That was likely to be here in Wizarding Britain. He'd likely been doing work for Dumbledore. It hadn't made sense, his being a diplomat. While it was true that the French were much more accepting of non-humans, he didn't have the kind of personal charisma needed for a diplomat. He'd spent far too long being poor and downtrodden, when diplomats needed to project power and confidence. They were representatives of their nation, after all. Slipping the mirror shard into my fanny pack, I stood up. I made my way to Lockhart's office, waving to friendly students along the way. Even the other Slytherin were most neutral toward me, although some had made overtures in private. This was a far cry from my early days at the school. Professor, I said. His office was empty, but I could tell that he was crouched behind his desk. Was he hiding from me? Miss Bear, he said. You'll have to excuse me. I seem to have lost my quill. It's fallen behind the desk, I said. On the left-hand side. He grunted, and a moment later stood up with a brilliant smile. You are a very useful person to have around, Miss Bear, he said. It's good to have another Order of Merlin recipient in this school, increases the prestige you know. Any other wizard would have simply summoned the quill, I suspected that he didn't know how. I took a seat. Could you teach me obliviation magic? He froze, and the color drained from his face. What? He looked as though I'd just threatened to out him as a werewolf or something. Why was he so paranoid? It was the one spell I knew he could perform well, I'd seen him using it to help one of the boys who'd been tormented by nightmares since the attack on the Dementors. He'd made the memory hazy enough that the boy had slept well since then, and he'd erased the boy's memory of even visiting him. Compassion wasn't something I'd have expected from him, but he'd demonstrated it, and I was grateful. The fact that he hadn't wanted any credit was even more impressive, considering that the man attempted to take credit for everything else. I'd looked into his claims, and the things he'd claimed to have done had actually been done, even though some of them had occurred simultaneously. It could have been done with a time turner, but I'd already searched through all his luggage, and he didn't have one. I'd like to learn to obliviate people, I said. It'd be very useful. He stared at me, and then shook his head. Are you threatening me, Miss Bear? His hand didn't stray anywhere near his wand. He'd seen how fast I was, and how dangerous my thinker ability was in combat. I doubted that he was brave enough to attack me in any case. No, I said. You know the spell and I'd like to know it, that's all. He frowned, staring at me intently. His mouth firmed. I won't, he said. It would have been more impressive if his whole body hadn't been trembling a little. It wouldn't be right. Why not? I asked. Most memory spells just obscure memories, he said. Put a layer between the conscious mind and the memories so that there is no access. I nodded. But a poorly done memory charm has been known to completely remove all memories, leaving the victim a child in everything but body. They have to relearn how to walk, talk, to go to the loo. It's a terrible fate. Why not use that on criminals? I asked. What? He asked. There was an uncharacteristic look of revulsion on his face. Wouldn't that be better than kissing them? I asked. Give them a second chance at life. He shook his head. They'd never have a chance, not with the victims howling for their blood. So petrify them, I said. Release them in 150 years. Hardly anyone will remember them, and they won't have any access to their support systems, wealth, they'd be entirely new people with a new lease on life. They'd be dead, he said. Everything that made up what they were, their emotions, their memories, everything would be gone. Worse, what happens on the other side? What do you mean? I asked. Imagine that you erased the memory of Bellatrix Lestrange, and somehow made her a good person. Presumably when she dies she'd regain both sets of memories, and how would she reconcile them? That's better than completely obliterating her soul. I'd been somewhat agnostic in my previous life, I still wasn't sure about this whole soul business, although it was possible that all that had been left of me was a soul. It was possible that I was only a copy of the memories of my former self placed into my current body. The ministry can be cruel sometimes, Lockhart said. He stared at me for a long moment. You aren't planning to do anything with all of this, are you? Oh, no, I said, smiling. It didn't reach my eyes. I just find it very interesting. I hope that you'll be more open to teaching me when I'm more skilled at persuasion. There was an alarmed look in his eyes. That won't be necessary, he said. I'm sure you are a quick learner. You'd be surprised, I said. I thought for a moment. You do know that I've told a couple of people why I came here and I've written it down in a few places, just in case there should be some accidents during the training. I wish I could forget this conversation, he muttered. Well, if you teach me, you could. I said brightly. He paled, and shook his head. I couldn't unleash something like that on the world, he said. His lips tightened. Also, I like being able to remember how to go to the loo, and in the hands of someone unskilled. So how do you get skilled? I asked. It doesn't sound like the kind of thing somebody's going to volunteer for. House elves and goblins mostly, he said. Although the goblins will kill you if they catch you doing it, and the house elves tend to be owned by the wealthy. The Aurors learn it on convicted criminals, usually those sentenced to be kissed anyway, or on those who will never be released. The results still aren't pretty. I said. I guess I'll have to practice on Death Eaters then. Thanks for all your help. Like hell I was going to use a blender on a house elf's brain. They were basically intelligent, humanoid dogs. As I stood up, I said, I'll learn that spell one way or another, but I promise I won't practice it on the kids or teachers here at school, unless I absolutely have to. For some reason, the look on his face as I left made me want to laugh. Serious? I had nothing to do with it, I swear, I said. You can understand why we might find that hard to believe, Moody said. Considering that you've been at the center of every controversy in the past 2 years. That's an exaggeration, I said. I had nothing to do with the werewolf laws or Umbridge's other atrocities. I've been here minding my business for the past month. School was almost out, and I still didn't know where I was going to end up for the summer. Given that the trays hadn't been replaces, it really didn't matter. I was now capable of living in a culvert and actually making it livable, thanks to the household spells Hermione's book had taught me. 6 pure-blood family estates are burning, and you say you didn't have anything to do with it. I'm not some kind of anti-pure-blood racist. I said. I've got people in my organization that are pure-blood. More and more of them are joining all the time. Some people say that the families were aligned with the Death Eaters. And you didn't investigate that? I asked. It seems like that would have been your first priority. The first priority was getting our own house in order, Moody said. He frowned. Your contributions to that are greatly appreciated. I'm on the side of the ministry, I said. This ministry at least. I wouldn't do anything to jeopardize the gains that have been made by turning the swing voters against us. Someone has, Moody said grimly. We'd hoped you might have some idea who. My abilities mostly focus on threats to myself, I said. As far as my organization goes, none of the kids have heard anything about this, not that they've told me about anyway. For once I was telling the whole truth. It was a little frustrating to see that Moody didn't believe me. He apparently thought I was capable of penetrating whatever defenses these people had and destroying their entire mansions and everyone in them. I might have been able to do it with my people, but the kind of dark charms that these kind of people used to defend their homes would have meant casualties. I wasn't ready for that yet, not unless it was something critically important to the survival of the others. An assassination in Diagon Alley would have been easier to pull off, and I'd have been much more likely to catch them in public than to attack them in their hidey holes. No one attacked a tinker in their lab if they had a choice. Attacking a wizard in his home was just as bad an idea. I'd heard about some of the defenses that wizards had placed on their homes, and Death Eaters tended to be richer than others, meaning they could afford more. It sounds like an inside job, I said. What? Who else would be able to get through their defenses? I asked. It sounds like at the very least someone got hold of a family member who knew about the family defenses and forced them to reveal what they knew. Maybe a servant betrayed them. Moody stared at me. Well, the attacker could be some kind of crazed curse breaker, I said. But an average Death Eater is going to have really good defenses. It would be a lot easier to suborn someone. The other option was someone who was simply so good that they could slip through the defensive charms. However, Voldemort had no reason to kill his own people, and Dumbledore didn't seem like the kind of person who would destroy entire families. And you had nothing to do with it? He asked. I don't even know which families were targeted, I said. He handed me a list, and I forced myself not to react. Every name on the list was one of those that I'd given to Moody and Dumbledore. I looked up at him. He had to have known, was this some kind of an effort to frame me? I don't know anything about it, I lied. He sighed. I'd hoped you might. He wasn't acting as though he remembered my handing the names over. Had I handed the names to him directly, or had I assumed that Dumbledore would send the names to him? Had he been obliviated by someone, presumably either someone powerful, close to him, or both? I'm just speculating, I said. Which I'm sure you can do better than I, since presumably you've seen the crime scenes. For a moment, I considered suggesting that they try fingerprints, but that might come back to bite me later. Besides, if whoever was doing the attacking was only targeting Death Eaters, did I really want to stop them? If someone else killed Voldemort for me, then I could finally enjoy my retirement in peace. I've got to get back to class, I said. The question you have to ask yourselves is how hard you want to go after the people who are doing this, and if you really want to arrest them. The Ministry is supposed to protect everyone, not only those who we agree with, Moody growled. And innocents were killed in these raids, servants, house elves, whoever attacked salted the earth behind them. I'm not a blunt instrument, I said primly. Even if I have used blunt instruments in the past. It's my understanding that the Death Eaters are on the run currently, in part because of your efforts. I'd hope that you, keep those up. There is one other thing, Moody said. Yes? I asked. Sirius Black escaped from Azkaban several months ago. We lost track of him completely for a long time, but he was recently spotted in Hogsmeade. Sirius Black? I asked. He was a friend of Potter's parents, he was their secret keeper, but he betrayed them to you-know-who, resulting in their deaths. He was captured after using an explosion to kill 12 muggles on a public street. How did he do that? I asked. Were they close together, or was he using an area effect version of the exploding charm? He stared at me. Most people would be worried for their friend. You want to take tips from the Death Eaters. The better to kill them with, yes, I said. I'm surprised that there aren't more spells of mass destruction. Is it something that is difficult magically, or is it just a cultural aversion? Wizards don't have the muggle love for blowing everything up, Moody growled. Real combat is man-to-man. Cultural then, I said. I nodded to myself. It might be possible to make magical pipe bombs, set to explode when touched by certain people. I'd need to put it to the Weasleys in the form of a prank. Once the basic mechanism was constructed, you could add things that were much worse later. As for worrying about Black, I said. He's just one Death Eater. I'll keep an eye out for him, and if he threatens Harry, he'll regret it. Harry has friends now, and this school has never been as well defended as it is right now. A third of the school can defend itself very well, and others are trying to catch up. We now had 75% of the school in our organization. Despite this, I didn't consider the first or second years as able to defend themselves. Third years and up would do fine, though. Ironically, the whole thing was going to make Lockhart look like an exceptional defense teacher. Don't get overconfident, Moody growled. Constant vigilance, I said. Right. He handed me a picture. He was younger in this one, he said. Add 10 years to his face, and you'll have an idea of what he looks like. The man on the picture was wild-haired and snarled. He looked savage and his eyes were a little crazed. I stared at it for a moment. He didn't look like the usual Death Eater, he looked like the kind of person who would eat babies. I rose to my feet. If you need any help, please feel free to call me, I said. I left without saying anything else, or asking permission. I was an Odor of Merlin recipient, which came with certain social privileges, some of which I was only learning about through Lockhart. He was still adamant about not teaching me Obliviation, to the point that he was actively trying to avoid me rather than hearing me ask again. Given that the school year was about to end, and he was unlikely to teach again next year, it was becoming a moot point. It's the Muggleborns, I heard Moody mutter to the other Auror in the room. Umbridge got them riled up, and they're retaliating now that they have a chance. I frowned. Part of me still suspected Dumbledore, or at least someone in the Auror's office, maybe someone who was sick of having to jump through hoops to see justice done. My impression of the wizarding world was that it was filled with sheep. Life as a wizard was so easy that almost everyone avoided even small dangers. It made them dependent on those who would promise safety at any cost. It also meant that a citizen terrorist group wasn't likely to arise. Still, I'd been wrong before. It was possible that a Muggleborn had a relative in the military, or possibly that others had relatives who were IRA terrorists. The surprising thing was that Muggleborn hadn't caused that struggle to spill over into the wizarding world. Kill a Muggleborn's family and he was likely to retaliate. Of course, it was possible that the conflict had spread, and the Obliviators had covered it up. Was part of the reason that they tried to pull the Muggleborn away from the Muggle world for reasons precisely like that? How hard would it be for a Somalian wizard to watch as warlords took over his country, as they abused his people, killed and mutilated his friends and neighbors? He'd protect his own family, but would it stop at that? Were wizarding governments all over the world having to suppress their own people to keep them from getting involved in things like that? Why not work toward stability? The wizarding governments might want to not be involved, but once shelling started, wars affected everyone. It would be child's play for a government to send assassins after a recalcitrant Muggle leader. Why didn't they? Were some of the world's dictators secretly Dark Lords? Maybe wizarding governments didn't stop them because they couldn't. If that was true, then someone should at least try. If it wasn't, I'd have thought that keeping the peace between the Muggles would have been in the wizards' best interest in the long run. Wouldn't it make more sense for a few accidents and obliviations to destroy nuclear programs in some of the unstable nations? I wasn't advocating for wizards to control the Muggles, simply to guide them. Nuclear weapons had been destroyed in my world by Scion, the fact that this one still had them seemed insane to me. Someone should do something. As I stepped out into the hall, I found Hermione waiting. What did they want? She asked. 6 Death Eater houses have been blasted to oblivion, I said. Moody wanted to know if I did it. Did you? She asked. I stared at her. When would I have had the time? I've been busy. Money from the car sale scheme had started to trickle in. Without the trace, some of our older members had managed to slip out and work with a squib at a car repair shop. So far we'd only earned £3,000, which had converted to 600 galleons. It was a lot of money for a group of school children, but it'd never be enough to fund an education. Besides, if I'd been doing that, I'd have looted the mansions first, and we wouldn't be hemorrhaging money. She stared at me for a moment, then nodded. For a moment I almost thought I saw her mutter something about unexplained money, as though she was adding it to a mental checklist. Presumably she was trying to find a way to determine whether I'd actually committed a crime or not. I wasn't going to make it that easy for her. On a more serious note, I need you to find out everything you can about Sirius Black, I said. He's been seen nearby, and they're worried he might come after Harry. What? Hermione said. She sounded alarmed. He's a mass murderer. So are most of the Death Eaters, I said. But they didn't get caught, which means that he might not be good at it. I'm going to look at my faux glass, and then I'm going to have Harry look at it. It might give us an idea of how close he is. I showed her the picture, and her face paled a little more. I don't want to worry Harry until we're sure what's going on, I said. But I don't plan to wait more than a few hours, maybe less. She nodded. I'll try to find out whatever I can. Hopefully I'll have something by dinner. I went straight to my room, and checked the glass. I had more enemies than I'd had before, but fewer of them that I recognized. Some of my previous enemies were dead, or in one case in the form of a button, which would explain why there was a button really close to the screen. I'd seen her nearby before I'd gone to the ceremony, which was why I'd had the beetle to button spell prepared. The others were likely people offended by my order of Merlin Wynn, or family members of the people that I'd killed. The important thing was that none of them were close by. I didn't see anybody who looked like the man in the picture, although I checked several times. Maybe he wasn't after me at all. Pulling out my wand, I shrank my faux glass. I stuck it in my pocket, and I headed down to the courtyard, where Harry was lying on the grass with Neville. It had become much more popular as a recreational area since the attacks on the school had begun. Hardly anyone ever went outside on the grounds anymore, which was understandable, but regrettable. Harry, I said. Come with me. He nodded. I found an unused classroom, and I pulled him inside. Setting the faux glass up against the wall, I handed him the picture. Do you see this man in the mirror? I asked. He looked at the picture for a long time, then looked up at the mirror. He studied it for a long time, then shook his head. Either Black had a way to cloak himself from the faux glass or he wasn't nearby. Or it was possible that he wasn't my enemy or Harry's enemy at all. It was possible that he was only doing his master's bidding in Hogsmeade, and it had nothing to do with either of us. I see Voldemort, he said. I'd described Voldemort to him on more than one occasion, not that I suspected that bald, noseless albinos were common in the wizarding world. There's a crazy-looking woman, and a bunch of other people, but they're a lot farther away. How far away? I asked. Like half a Quidditch field. He said. Voldemort and the lady are close though. How close? Half a classroom, he said. I nodded, relieved. Apparently very few people were enemies of Harry on his own merits. Likely the Death Eaters were only against him because their boss demanded it. I wasn't sure who the woman was. I'd have to get a description from him and see if it rang a bell with anyone. On the edge of my awareness, I sensed new bugs entering my range. It took me a moment to realize that there was a dog standing at the edge of the school. It looked ragged and starving, and it was absolutely covered in fleas and ticks. It stared at the school for a moment, and then retreated out of my range. Did the anti-Muggle charms apply to Muggle animals as well? If they did that mean that there was something different about that animal? Animaguses were potentially dangerous to me. I couldn't detect them in human form, and unless their animal form was an insect, I couldn't tell them from any other animal. An experiment with a tick had showed that McGonagall blood tasted no different than that of any other cat. Taste wasn't one of the senses I normally used, but I could if I had to. The ministry thinks that this man betrayed your parents and was part of the reason they were killed, I said. They're afraid he's coming after you, but I'm not so sure. Betrayed them? He asked. He scowled. I'm not sure, I said. Hermione is looking into it now, hopefully by dinner we'll have some answers. In the meantime, be careful if you see this man. He stared at me for a moment, then said, Are you really telling me not to go off with strangers? Yes. My aunt and uncle kept trying to get me to leave with strangers ever since I was little, he said. I know better, I'm not a little kid. I don't think any of us are, not anymore, I said. Yeah, he said. Not even Colin. I thought for a moment. Well, maybe Colin. War room. There's been no sign of him, I said. Not for 3 days. Maybe he's not coming here. Neville asked hopefully. The last thing we need is another crazed Death Eater on the grounds. I still want the details of that spell, I said. He's been in Azkaban for more than a decade, and we've never heard any of the other Death Eaters using it. It's possible that he hasn't taught it to them yet. We were sitting in the room of requirement, me and a group of my 10 closest allies. The room was made up to look like the Pentagon from some movie that didn't exist in my world, something about a hacker almost causing a nuclear war. There was a wall of huge screens on one wall, large enough that they'd have been Tinkertech back at home. There were banks of computer monitors featuring the best consoles 1983 technology had to offer. None of it worked, of course. Apparently the boys thought it had the right atmosphere for these kinds of meetings. Personally, I would have preferred a protectorate conference room, but some of the boys were apparently geeks. It's important to deny the enemy assets, Hermione said primly. Wars are matters of attrition. It's less true of wizarding wars than Muggle, I admitted. We don't need oil or machines or ammunition, or even that much in the way of food or water. For us, attrition is about manpower. Kill enough of them and eventually they'll have to give up, Harry said. He was staring at his hands. He'd been uncharacteristically quiet since we'd talked about just who Sirius Black was, and what he meant to him in his personal history. I talked to Remus, I said. And he tells me that Sirius is an animagus. He appears to be a black dog. I noticed one watching the castle 3 days ago, but I haven't seen one since. He killed my parents, Harry said. He scowled and his hands tensed. None of us saw his face in the mirror, Hermione said. Doesn't that mean there's more to the story than we're hearing about? Maybe he's good enough to beat the mirror, Harry said. Maybe there's a reason he's not our enemy, Hermione said. Maybe he was imprudent into doing it, and he's sorry now. He admitted to it. Harry said. In front of witnesses. That just means that we have to find out what really happened, I said. What else did you find out, Hermione? There was never a trial, Hermione said. No proof that he ever did anything. The ministry just locked him up because they found him on the scene. Yeah, Neville said. If Taylor was found standing over a bunch of bodies, they'd probably blame her too. I heard a snigger from the back of the room. What? I asked. I don't get found standing over bodies very often. I saw Hermione scribbling something in her notebook. I'd had Bugs try to read it, but she had everything written in some kind of code. Right, Harry said. Taylor would make sure that she never got found out. I'm not nearly as murderous as everyone seems to think, I said peevishly. Everyone chuckled at that. Maybe he wasn't as smart as Taylor and got caught, Neville said. I doubted it, even given the nature of the wizarding justice system. The look in the man's eyes had been crazed and evil-looking even before he'd gotten to Azkaban. Even if he'd been innocent when he'd gone in, would there be anything of the man he'd been coming out? He was my parents' friend once, Harry said grudgingly. Maybe I should give him a chance. Just because he isn't our enemy now doesn't mean he won't go through us to get to whatever he's here after. If you see him, don't engage unless you outnumber him at least 3 to 1, with at least 2 fifth years to back you up, I said. Get the information to the rest of us, and we'll come for you. You won't know if he comes. Hermione asked. My powers got a limited range, I said. Enough to cover the school, sure, but not the whole country. I had plans to change that. I was working on transmutation as hard as I could. It might take me years, but magic was as much a matter of intent as science. I was hoping to eventually recreate the relay Bugs Panacea had made for me. I'd be able to improve my range geometrically, even if I wouldn't be able to fully control that many bugs. It'd be a power multiplier and a game changer. Covering an entire city would be possible, and the thought of being able to stretch a thin line to another city while I was somewhere else was enticing. So? Hermione asked. That means if I want to find Black, I have to go to Hogsmeade, I said. If he's anywhere nearby I'll be able to find him, and with any luck we'll be able to interrogate him. I'd found a spell that turned a rock into a dog in an old book that the room had somehow provided. Unlike the other things the room made, this one was real and could be taken out of the room. That had led me to finding the opposite spell, one that turned dogs into rocks. With a shrinking spell, I'd be able to transport Black fairly easily, and I'd interrogate him on my own. There were some things that the others shouldn't see, after all. You can't do that, Hermione protested. They've got a seer, and they might be waiting for you. I'll take a team, I lied. It wasn't that I was overconfident. It was that I had advantages that they didn't know about. I didn't have to go into town the normal way, all I needed was to get halfway through the tunnel to the Wailing Willow, and my power would extend to the area above me. I could be there and back before anyone noticed, unless I found him. If the Death Eaters were waiting for me, I'd have to have a plan to escape from them, but I wasn't sure that Voldemort had that kind of manpower anymore. Getting me would be a coup for him, but while his seer was undeniably powerful, he or she couldn't see everything. Even Dinah had been limited in the questions she could answer a day. It very well could be that they weren't looking. It's a bad idea, Hermione argued. A lot of risk for not much gain. We've only got a few more days before we're back at home, and Harry will be safe. Everyone will be, I said firmly. And if they aren't, we'll make whoever hurt them pay for every ounce of blood that's spilled. Which will hopefully be none, Neville said firmly. Well, hopefully none of ours anyway, I said. I stared at the blank screens. How are you coming on the Verita serum, Hermione? She shook her head. That's NEWT. Level work, I'm not nearly ready for it. I've got a team of 7th years working on it, but it takes a full lunar cycle to produce. Which is why we're making multiple doses all at once. How are we doing with the mass production of simple potions? We were starting with the easiest potions, reasoning that if we could start with those, then we could eventually work our way up to things that were harder. There are some steps that having multiple people doing the work is fine, others where it seems to be a problem. You're keeping track of any useful mistakes, right? She nodded. So far we've discovered ways to make a very powerful acid, 3 kinds of new poisons, and a potion that explodes with contact with air. I'm interested in the acids, and the exploding potion, I said. Have the recipes written up and put into the book. I already did, she said. We're up to 42 recipes. Some of them were just alternative brewings that had effects that were only somewhat different than the norm, but those effects were useful in a dozen different ways. The fact that they would be unexpected was one of the best things. I'm a little concerned with the effects of the modified Bulgai potion, she continued. It seems dangerous to include in the book. We had multiple copies stashed around the castle so that no one could deprive us of them. They were written in a code known only by me and Hermione. The usual Bulgai potion caused the eyes to swell. Who in the hell had thought that would be a good idea to create? I didn't know. What we did know was that it wasn't at all hard to make the effect happen much more rapidly, and much more explosively. We've tried everything we could to replace the rat's eyes, Hermione said. But apparently it counts as curse damage. I'd ask if Ron sang the 3 Blind Mice song to them, but I doubt he knows it. I'm not letting him anywhere near the potion's experiments. He's not as dangerous as Neville, but he doesn't have the stomach for the things that we're doing. I thought she was being a little critical of Neville. He wasn't all that bad at potions, not since he'd managed to control his anxiety around Snape to at least some extent. We are able to put confusing concoctions into hard candies, Hermione said. Thanks to the twins. Would have been a lot more useful when our last headmaster was here, I muttered /. Hermione winced almost imperceptibly, even as several of the others chuckled. The others thought I was joking, but she knew me well enough to know that I'd have drugged the most powerful wizard in Great Britain if I thought it was necessary. Being able to deliver them as an aerosol would be helpful, I said. The problem is the dosing, Hermione said. Most potions require a fairly high dose to take effect, and when you spray them most of it is lost in the air. Only a small amount gets into the lungs. Then there's the problem of an errant gust of wind. They can be easily countered by a bubblehead charm, too, Angus McConnell said. He was one of our most loyal 7th years, a Gryffindor, although I suspected he'd been a borderline Ravenclaw. It might work even better with a bubblehead charm, I said. Provided you can get the aerosol inside. Because the spell would keep it inside, and they'd keep breathing it. Hermione said. But wouldn't they just dismiss it and recast it? People tend to panic when they can't breathe, I said. Especially when they think they should be able to. They breathe even faster than normal. We just need a delivery system. What about birds? Neville asked. What? Well, everybody knows how birds, like to target things anyway. Poop, you mean? Harry asked. Yeah, Neville said, looking down. So what if we had the potions in some kind of bubble that breaks when it impacts something? They'd see them coming, Hermione said. Make them invisible and silent, Harry said. First thing you'd know about it is when you feel something wet, and then you're gagging. See if old military-style gas masks can be used to avoid this tactic, I said. The last thing we want is for them to use it against us. That'll cost, Hermione warned. We're already stretched thin with the cost of the potions experiments. I'll find us some more money, I said. At her look, I held up my hand. I won't even hold up Gringotts. I thought you wanted to make friends with the goblins? That's why I won't rob them, I said. And nobody is friends with the goblins. Allies, maybe. The fact that nobody made fun of the idea that I might be able to pull it off was reassuring. These kids seemed to think I could do anything, and I planned to live up to it as much as I could. In my old life, I hadn't been able to focus on saving anyone in particular, because I'd had to focus on saving the entire multiverse. Nothing in my old life couldn't be sacrificed, because the consequences of losing had been inconceivable. Now, though, I could afford the luxury of actually caring about people. It was possible that I wouldn't be able to protect all of them, but I planned on making the enemy pay dearly for every drop of our blood they spilled. Let's keep up the research as long as we can. I'll try to get more money in the meantime. Anyone who has ideas about how we might make money, drop the ideas off with Hermione and we'll discuss them in the next meeting. Put the word out to the people in the outer ranks, for all we know a first year might have a better idea than starting a lemonade stand. I rose to my feet. We don't have much time left to get things done, so let's try to get everything accomplished while we can. With the trace gone, I expect you all to keep up your studies over the summer, but be sure to be mindful of the statute of secrecy. The last thing we need is to make enemies of this administration. There was only so many times you could replace the Minister for Magic before people started getting suspicious. Plus, I actually liked Bones. Everyone nodded, and as we left, I looked around at the war room. I was going to have to be more careful about letting the nerds pick the setting. The office chairs from a 1980s movies were presumably designed in the 60s, and they were uncomfortable. The moment before I left the room, I disillusioned myself. Everyone who was capable of it did so as well, and those who couldn't were taken care of by their comrades. The door wouldn't open until I gave the all clear, which I did, and we scattered as quickly as possible. Although we were now a publicly known organization, the room of requirement was still a secret. Should there be an attack on the castle, we'd retreat here if we could. We'd discovered that the room could store artifacts and retrieve them if we left them inside and changed the settings. We now had a store of magical tricks and weapons preparing for the inevitable siege of the castle. They were stored here where Roll, or whatever headmaster came next wouldn't be able to confiscate them. Instead of heading for the library, like Hermione and the others expected, I headed instead for the secret passageway leading out. According to the twins, it led out to a supposedly haunted shack in Hogsmeade. Even getting there would be a little dangerous. I'd have to leave the castle walls to reach the secret entrance at the base of the Whomping Willow. The tree could detect you even if you were disillusioned, and there was a knot at the base of the tree that I had to reach to deactivate it. Slipping outside wasn't that hard. All of the students were now keyed to the outside doors and gates. They could enter and leave at will, a necessary precaution so that if something did get into the castle people could get out. An alarm would be raised if someone who wasn't keyed in tried to pass. This was to keep a pureblood sympathetic to the Death Eaters from simply opening the door. It was dark, and walking down the slope of the hill seemed surprisingly unfamiliar. I'd been trapped inside the castle for an entire school year, and it had been longer since I'd walked these grasses. Part of me wondered how they kept the grass so short. Presumably it was either through using magic, or maybe Hagrid had giant goats roaming the lawn every night. There wasn't any goat scat, though. Slipping under the branches, I massaged the knot and an entrance opened before me. I slipped inside, and found myself moving through a lightless, low tunnel. Even last year I wouldn't have had any trouble making my way through the tunnel, but now I had to stoop a little. The earth was alive with things that I could sense, bugs and other things. There were enough that I didn't even need light. I was able to walk quietly through the tunnel without making a misstep. I stiffened as I realized that someone was waiting for me in the shack. There was a figure simply sitting in the darkness. Quickly I expanded my search outward. No one was visible anywhere nearby, but I was disillusioned myself. I couldn't hear the sounds of breathing, but there were spells for that as well. From beneath my robes came my secret weapon, 5,000 mosquitoes. They flew forward through the tunnel and up through openings in the roof of the shack. Mosquitoes had the ability to detect human blood types from 100 feet away, through a combination of smell, sight, and heat detection. The Death Eaters would likely disillusion themselves. They might make themselves silent, and they might even mask their scents, but I doubted that they'd think to mask their heat signature. Nothing was nearby, not until I reached nearby buildings where people were supposed to be. It was dark in the shack, but there were a few beams of light there, enough that I could barely see the figure huddled in the corner. Black? I asked, my wand held out. I wanted to stun him and ask questions after I'd tied him up, but his wand was carefully set just out of his easy reach, and the bugs on his body made it unfortunately clear that not only didn't he have any weapons, he wasn't wearing anything under his robes either. I could smell him from all the way across the room, with my human nose. Terror, I heard a voice say. It sounded raspy, like something that hadn't been used in a long time. Yes, I said, tensing. I've come here for you, Sirius Black said. Slap. I stunned him. Putting him in a full body bind, and checking him for traps before I took his wand and slipped it into my pocket, I waited until he woke up to begin my interrogation. He'd have been a fool to announce his intention to attack me, but some of the purebloods had strange ideas about the meanings of honor. Sitting in the darkness in a chair, I leaned forward, and stared at him for a long moment. The bugs showed that the moonlight barely showed my figure and the whites of my eyes. Ordinarily, I didn't cut an imposing figure, but with him lying over the floor, and me looking over him, I looked a little more intimidating. Unfortunately, I couldn't do anything about my voice. Trying to make it sound deeper just made me sound stupid. I'd have to wait for puberty and growth spurts for my voice to change at all. I doubted that I'd ever get the kind of husky voice I wanted, not unless I took up smoking for a few decades, and in a world without panacea, I wasn't that stupid. You've come here for me, I said quietly. To kill me. He shook his head frantically. Apparently he'd heard rumors about some of the things I'd done to people who tried to kill me. Then why? I asked. What can I possibly have that someone like you might want? I don't have any of the wealth, none of the breeding, not many of the connections, so what do you want? He closed his eyes and took a deep breath. You don't know. I know what I need to know, I said. I don't know about you. Maybe you aren't that important. His shoulders sagged, as well as they could in the full body bind. I'd hoped. He said. That's why I stayed. He'd had months to get out of the country. If he wasn't planning to join Voldemort and the others, he'd be a liability to them. That would mean that he'd have the Death Eaters searching for him at the same time as the Ministry. Nowhere in the wizarding world would be safe. As a dog, he might be able to blend into the Muggle world, but then he'd have to contend with dog catchers and bobbies. Why would you do something so stupid? I asked. You'd gotten away. If it was me, I'd have left the country months ago. No you wouldn't, he said, his voice hoarse. I've read about you, about the things you've done. You could have left any time you wanted. Not while the trace was around, I said. It wasn't strictly true. I could have used my abilities to rob stores, to continue to live like a homeless person until I was able to get across the bay to another country. I might even have been able to try to get asylum with the French. And it's gone, isn't it? He said. I may be a little mad, but I'm not stupid. A minister for magic attacks you and yours and she's dead the same night. She was working for the Death Eaters, and you've killed how many? I was in Hogwarts the whole time, I said. I've got dozens of witnesses, including Aurors. Everyone knows that I didn't do it. He grinned. And yet I don't hear you saying that you didn't. Maybe it's just more useful to have you believe that I did, I said. You've killed more Death Eaters than anybody, he said. And the more of them they throw at you, the more you kill. You hardly need to make things up to be intimidating. The Death Eater thing, pure luck, I said. He laughed, and it was a bitter, horrible sound. Nobody's that lucky. Why are you here? I asked tiredly. If he wanted to pursue conspiracy theories, there wasn't anything I could do to stop him. I hadn't learned the memory charm yet, after all. I want to work for you, he said. I kill Death Eaters, isn't that what you said? I asked. And everybody says you are one. Why shouldn't I just turn you into the Ministry? I'm not, he said. I mean, it was my fault, but I didn't, I'd never. What happened? I asked. I thought I was being so clever, he said. They wanted me as the secret keeper. I thought no one would suspect Peter, so we switched. Peter Pettigrew? I asked. The man you murdered? I didn't. He said, lunging against his bonds. He did it. He cut off his own finger and left it after killing them all. If I'd killed him there would have been more left of him than just a finger. How did he escape then? I asked. The Aurors had an anti-apparition charm over the whole area by then. He was an animagus, like me. We all were, to help a friend. Remus? I asked. Remus had told me about the way the others had all become animaguses to help me. It hadn't mattered in the case of the others, who were dead, but he'd wanted me not to be surprised by a helpful black dog suddenly appearing. He looked down and closed his eyes. James was a deer, Peter was a rat, it suited him. It should have warned us, but it didn't. So James Potter was a deer, and he thought it was a good idea to go play with a werewolf. I asked incredulously. Was he really stupid or something? He never bothered him, Sirius said. Besides, the books said that werewolves don't bother other animals. How would be sure that was true that until he tried it? I asked. It doesn't seem like the kind of thing that you just guess it. It'd be like turning yourself into a pie to hide at a pie-eating contest. Things could have gotten really messy. Well, they didn't, he said, and there was a hint of irritation in his voice. Apparently he tended to idolize Harry's father, and having someone speak ill of him was upsetting. So Peter cut off his own finger, blew up a bunch of muggles and escaped down the sewer. I'd have thought you'd have gone after him than be here bothering me, I said. That's what I've been spending the last few months doing, he admitted. Trying to find him. But nobody's heard anything about him. I haven't been able to find a single thing about him. I doubted that this man was exactly the world's greatest detective. He certainly was no arms master, or even Batman. Still, finding a single rat in a population of 10,000 would be almost impossible. If he was telling the truth, Pettigrew was likely long gone. If he was bright, he'd have slipped off to America or to Australia, places where at least he spoke the language, and where he could make a new life for himself. Of course, given what I knew about pure-blood psychology, he likely hadn't done that. You think he's still a Death Eater, I said, staring at him. And that he's going to come after me? Yes, he said, staring at me. You really are a seer. I didn't have to be to follow a chain of logic. If he was obsessed with the memory of his friend, and he believed that he had to avenge those killings, then it was obvious that he was planning on seeking that revenge. Using me to find the Death Eaters wasn't a particularly hard leap to make, even if it wasn't particularly bright of him. Do you have any proof of this? I asked. I thought you'd just know, he said. Everybody says. I closed my eyes. Seers see the future, I said. Not the past. I don't even do that. I see the present. His face crumpled. I don't have any proof. Harry will want some, I said. Before he accepts you. Harry? He asked. He stared at me, and while the light was dim, I thought his face paled. He shook his head violently. No. Harry can't know about me. Why? I asked. I got them killed, almost got him killed. They mutilated him because of me, because of my arrogance. The sight of me, he should have to see that. I shouldn't have to see it, I said sharply. Or smell it. Harry's part of my crew, if you work for us, you'll end up working with him too. He'll never believe me, he said. I'm not sure I believe you, I said. But even if I did, how are you going to be any use to us? I can teach you how to be animaguses, he said desperately. McGonagall can teach us that, I said. I'd considered it, but if I learned it from McGonagall, I'd have to register, which would make it worse than useless. Also, there was the possibility that I'd end up with something useless, like a deer or a rabbit. The ideal form for an animagus would be something really small, like Rita Skeeter's bug form. I'd prefer not to be a beetle for obvious reasons, but something that small would be perfect. With my luck I'd get something like a 400-pound sow, or a horse. What could you possibly do with a horse form? Trample somebody, you'd never use it. You'd have to register, he said, reflecting my thoughts. And I'm good at it. Still, I said. It's a problem. I believe that you are not my enemy, and maybe even not Harry's. However, who knows what the Death Eaters did to your mind when they had you? They never had me. He insisted. Would you remember if they had? I asked. Rita Skeeter tried to kill me recently, in front of the entire ministry. You think she was normally that stupid? He stared at me. Can you really be sure that somewhere in your travels there isn't a moment where you don't quite remember what happened? What? He asked. I'd imagine that you have a lot of those moments, I said. Maybe the Death Eaters actually caught you, and then they let you go. You'd never even know about it until you woke with your bloody knife at Harry's throat. How can you trust anybody? He asked, staring at me. I can't, I said. That's why I'm still alive, and half the Muggleborn in my class aren't. That was an exaggeration, of course, but the effect was what mattered. So what do we do? He asked. You can trust me, I said. And I'll figure out a way to be able to trust you. Or you can go bark up another tree. What do you want me to do? He asked. Turn into a dog, I said. His form shifted, and I pointed my wand at him. His form shimmered, and a moment later I picked up the rock that was left. That was a decided disadvantage of being an animagus. The wizards loved to transform animals into other things, and they had all sorts of spells that helped them do that. The only way to avoid it would be to turn into something rare enough that no one had bothered to come up with that kind of spell. My mosquitoes detected a strange movement in the air that should not have been there. It was coming from several directions, and yet there was no sight, sound, or smell to alert them. The mosquitoes moved closer, and they could feel the slight body heat radiating from several people. It wasn't black, I was almost sure of it. Most likely it was Voldemort's seer. Well, I hadn't come unprepared. For a moment I hesitated, it was possible that these were auras coming after Black. What I was about to do was decidedly lethal. Reaching into my pocket, I pulled out an object that I'd shrunken to the limits of what I could shrink. Setting it carefully into one corner on the floor, I reversed the spell. In front of me was an innocuous-looking barrel. The barrel was packed with old-fashioned gunpowder, but the slats on 3 of the sides had been made impervious with a spell. This meant that when it exploded, all of the force would be directed in one direction. I set the cards on top of the barrel, and then I began to run, ducking into the tunnel. Behind me, the bugs began to play a game of exploding snap. I hated the randomness of the game, but I had other ways of dealing with the intruders if it didn't work. Apparently they were using the human revealing spell, because parts of the room suddenly exploded, letting more light into the room. There were 6 of them, and they were cautious. I'd thought they might be, which is why I'd been willing to risk it on a game of exploding snap. They'd suspect that I had some sort of trap, and so they'd each be waiting for the others to take the first move. As I ran through the tunnel, I could hear what the bugs heard, an argument made in low tones among men who doubtlessly knew that they'd been determined to be expendable. Slap! Slap! The bugs had to slap the cards down with a certain amount of violence, which meant that I'd had to use nightmarishly large bugs. There had been some in the bowels of the castle that I hadn't even been able to identify, including some spiders the size of a grown man's fist. In an effort to confuse the people watching, I'd set up a little green felt on the top of the barrel, and I'd dressed the spiders up in cute little gamblers' outfits. I'd hoped that the incongruity of the scene would slow whoever saw it down for long enough. They entered the room cautiously. I could hear spells being cast, presumably to detect magic and curses. Slap, slap. Hey, one of them called out. There's 2 spiders here playing cards. We don't have time for that, another, irritated voice said. She's gone down the tunnel. One of you go around the other side and head her off. Kill her when she comes out. Well, that was a problem. Slap, slap. A sudden thought occurred to me. I hadn't been anything near an explosives expert in the other world. Would 100 pounds of gunpowder be enough? It was what, the equivalent of half that of TNT? Seal off the roof, I heard one of them say. There's people that say she might be an animagus. She might try to double back and get around us. As one of them began to magically repair the roof, I had a sudden, more horrible thought. I'd planned the blast around the fact that the roof had holes. Explosions tended to follow the path of least resistance. Slap, slap. That route was now the tunnel I was in. Can somebody stop those stupid bugs? I heard the commander snap. Snap. I created the strongest shield I could possibly manage, and had it fill the entire width of the tunnel behind me. Hey, there's a string on fire, I heard a voice say. Put it out. Everything turned white around me, and suddenly I couldn't hear. I gagged as I found myself suddenly buried in earth, and for a moment I blacked out. I woke buried in the earth, and for a moment I didn't know where I was. The bugs and worms around me were already trying to dig me out, but I was gagging and struggling to breathe. I was drowning in the dirt and muck. The dirt above me suddenly vanished, showing a gristle face. He was saying something, but I couldn't hear what. My ears were still ringing horribly. It didn't matter what he was saying. He'd seen my bugs, and he couldn't be allowed to get back to his master with that kind of knowledge. He gasped suddenly as a fly flew into his mouth. He choked and gagged, staring at me as I stared up at him. More and more bugs flew into his mouth as I tried to dig myself out of the dirt. Expecto patronum, I said. For a moment I thought the bugs were going to turn on me. Each time I used the spell it go harder to control. I'd thought the last time was specific to Umbridge, but apparently not. It took me a moment to get the bugs under control, and then another to do what had to be done. He would have screamed, but his throat was already clogged with insects, and he was already dead, he just didn't know it. A moment later he did. Dismissing the bugs was harder this time as well. It took me almost 2 minutes to finish digging myself out, and I realized as I did that I'd probably broken something. There was fire on the horizon, and in the distance I could hear the shouts and anxious screams of people. The explosion looked as though it was far more powerful than I'd expected. I'd need to talk to an expert before I did something like that again, and I'd want to be much farther away. I disillusioned myself, and then I summoned the Death Eater's broom. I turned his bones into powder with a small blasting spell, and then I sent them flying into the wind. A moment later I was flying toward Hogwarts. I suspected that I'd broken my leg, and there were a lot of other injuries. Some of them might even be internal. If I'd known the memory charm, I could have had Madame Pomfrey heal me and then taken care of it. As it was, I'd have to rely on the incomplete healing from the others, and hope that I didn't have anything terribly serious. I patted the Sirius rock in my pocket. Figuring out what to do with him would take some time, but I'd have time. In the meantime, I was finding it harder and harder to stay conscious, so I focused on just making it to the school. Hopefully they wouldn't find me unconscious on the lawn on a stolen Death Eater's broom. That would just be embarrassing. Disagreement. Waking up, I saw Madame Pomfrey leaning over me, staring into my eyes intently. I'd lost consciousness at some point, presumably when I was still in the air, which had likely caused even more damage than I'd already suffered. I couldn't tell from her expression how much trouble I was in. Was I under arrest for the bomb? What's going on? I asked, with as innocent an expression as I could manage. Even with wizardly healing my entire body ached, but I ignored that. I didn't push it into my bugs because I needed to show those small indications of pain, both as proof that I was normal, and possibly to gain small amounts of sympathy from the adults. As if you didn't know, Pomfrey said. Found out on the lawn with body parts left all over Hogsmeade, second time since you came here, if I recall. I'm sure it's just a coincidence, I said. You could say the same thing about everyone in my year. She gave me a look that said that she didn't believe a word I was saying. I've seen Aurors who have taken less damage, she said. A blasting spell wouldn't do the kind of damage you had to internal organs, not without simply killing you. The damage you suffered was similar in kind, if not extent as that suffered by those unfortunates who were in the shack. There's a simple explanation, I said. But not a truthful one, I think, she said. She stared at me with a gimlet eye. I suspect there's a lot of things you aren't telling people, Miss Bear. Everyone has a skeleton in their closet, or two. I think you have a mansion full. If she'd known about my old life, she'd know that I had enough dead in my past to fill entire cities. I shrugged. I know what I've done, I said. There are things that I regret, but I never did any of them without a good reason. Children often don't see the horror of what they've done until they are older. Miss Militia had seemed to think that, in part because she'd been an actual child soldier. I'd never been that, I'd been a teenaged soldier, which was entirely different. I'd had a childhood, as short as it had been, a time to be happy, and to feel loved. I'd had people I'd trusted, and if that trust had later been betrayed, well, at least it had been there once. Some people never get to be a child at all, I said. Through no fault of their own. She didn't have a response to that, and I nodded. How much damage do I still have, I said. And what do I need to do to stay relatively healthy? If it were up to me, she said. I'd have you in bed for at least 3 days. Wizardly healing is amazing, but it is not miraculous. You have put your body through something that would result in lifelong pain and disability if you were a muggle. I had to completely regrow your spine, which is tricky because of all the nerves there. If I'd made a mistake, your breathing or heart could have stopped, and that would have been the end of you. My shield spell was reasonably strong, and it hadn't done that much to protect me. Did that mean that I had to work on making it stronger, or were shield spells just innately weak against enough physical force? However, she continued. The Aurors wish to speak to you. This time, they seem as though they have real questions. Under the Bones administration, I doubted that I'd be able to dance around their interrogation like I had in the past. These would probably be better men, and better interrogators than I'd met in the past. There were Aurors waiting outside the hospital wing, waiting at all the doors. My wand had been taken from me, and my fanny pack. I had wands available in the vent system, both here and at the ministry. I wouldn't be helpless. However, Moody's eye had the ability to see through things, and I could hear his distinctive footstep coming toward us. I'd leave myself vulnerable only as long as I had to. You'd had a concussion, Pomfrey said. I can give you an extra day at least. I shook my head. I'd just as soon get this over with and get back to work, I said. You don't have my wand, do you? They took it for examination, she said. Your second wand as well. I shrugged. There was nothing I could do about it now. Even if I'd brought a third wand I'd have been caught out. Maybe I should take Black up on his offer of teaching me to turn into an animal. Hopefully I wouldn't turn into something stupid like a large sea turtle. Most wizards didn't bother with it because it wasn't really something that was useful in their lives. It was good for spying and stealth, and otherwise didn't give any real advantages. Turning into a bear might terrify a muggle, but it only made you a bigger target for a killing curse. It'd be different if you were able to choose your form. Or to have more than one. It sounded like it was a grueling process too. I'd had another student ask McGonagall about the basics, and they sounded time-consuming. The doors opened, and Moody strode into the room. A bear. He snapped. I hope you have some answers for what happened last night. The Death Eaters tried to kill me again, I said. And I escaped, mostly. And what about the barrel of hellfire that scattered Death Eater parts all over Hogsmeade? He asked. It's got your handiwork all over it. I was hurt as much by Thing almost as much as everybody else, I said. Whoever said it, I don't think they knew just how strong it was going to be. What were you doing out there anyway? He asked. Should I have an advocate with me? I asked. I've had these kinds of kangaroo courts in the past with the last administration. Clear the room, Moody said. Everyone obediently did so, including Pomfrey. I tensed, if he was a Death Eater plant I'd be in trouble. There were things I could do, throw the bedpan at his head, roll under the bed, none of them were likely to do much to a duelist as strong as Moody. Insects began to flow through the vents, with any luck I'd be able to keep him talking until I could kill him, if I had to. Why were you out there? He repeated. I was going to meet with Sirius Black, I said. He's a murderer, Moody said. And a Death Eater. Why would the likes of you meet with the likes of him, except to kill each other? He claims not, I said. Said he was set up by Peter Pettigrew. Pettigrew was the secret keeper, not him. Pettigrew's dead, Moody said. The man's insane. He's not my enemy, I said. I checked. That faux glass of yours? Moody asked. You think I didn't know? I've already been through your rooms. Problem with a glass like that is that somebody like you has so many enemies they make a crowd. He could have been somewhere in the back of the crowd and you'd never have seen him. He wasn't much of an enemy then, I said. Nowhere near the front. That makes me wonder if maybe he wasn't a Death Eater at all, because I see a lot of them in my mirror. Where is he now? Moody asked. I have no idea, I said, truthfully as it turned out. I had no idea what they'd done with my stuff, including the rock that had once been him. He's a tricky one, Moody said. Was clever during the last war. Too clever if you ask me, much like certain other people. I'm good at not dying, I said. Whether that makes me clever or not is up for discussion. Moody leaned forward. You think other wizards haven't thought of using Muggle explosives before? He asked. Some of us saw the Muggle World Wars, we saw what mustard gas and bombs do to people. Not all of us hid in the countryside when the bombs started to fall during the Blitz. Some of us fought back. So why didn't you take care of Hitler, then? I asked. We were busy with Grindelwald, and Hitler had his own wizards, Moody said. We tell wizards that the reason that we don't help Muggles with magic is because they'd expect us to solve all their problems for them, but that's not it at all. Why, then? Because the things wizards and Muggles could come up with working together could destroy the world. I frowned. I'm not sure I see how, I said. Try that trick of yours on a bigger one, like the ones the Muggles dropped on Japan, he said. Use a spell to replicate whatever hell stuff those things use for power. The Department of Mysteries has a division devoted to thinking about just what might be done, and about how to stop it before it becomes a problem. It'll happen eventually, I said. I'm sure every wizarding government isn't as stable as the one here. We stared at each other for a moment and then we both chuckled. If you start doing things like this, eventually the Death Eaters will be forced to reciprocate by doing similar things. That is a line that none of us want crossed because it means that the death toll will go far higher. They didn't want me to start an arms race. That meant that I'd have to be more careful about my methods being discovered. I'd been sloppy leaving the impenetrable barrel, I should have found a way to have it destroy itself, or at least positioned it so that it flew up like a rocket and maybe into the lake. I could have you picked up for this, Moody said. But we've already held you up as a hero of the realm. The official word will be that Sirius Black blew the shack up in a disagreement with the Death Eaters. And if Black is innocent? I asked. Then he had a heroic disagreement with the Death Eaters, Moody said. We'll cover up your injuries, you were discovered by house elves and brought here last night, and no student has been allowed in the infirmary. I nodded. You've got the weight of the entire Muggleborn movement on your shoulders, Moody said. And the Ministry is invested in making you look good. But there's a limit past which I won't be able to look the other way. This isn't Umbridge's administration. The fact that they were letting me off made me think a little less of Bones, whatever the political considerations. Still, I wasn't going to look a gift horse in the mouth. Well, I'll do my best to not get caught doing anything you'd have to arrest me for, I said. Do you think this is funny, girl? He asked, taking a step toward me. I mean what I say, I said. And I honestly don't like having to do things that are morally grey. Grey, he said. He chuckled. I think you left Black behind the first day you stepped into this school. Protecting myself and other people isn't Black, I said. I've seen Black. Black is why I'm here. You think any of this would have happened if they hadn't done what they did? Dark magics wound the soul, Moody said. And so does murder. The sad thing is that the more you do it, the easier it becomes. Maybe it's because you have less of a soul left each time you do it. You've killed people, Mr. Moody, I said. I've regretted every time I've had to do it, he said. Somehow I suspect that you don't. Imagine that you could have killed Hitler, I said. Maybe not as a baby, but later, before he became dangerous. Or Grindelwald, or Voldemort, or any of them, wouldn't you take that chance? What would give me the right? Moody asked. The people I've been fighting are already dangerous. They've already killed children, murdered families. These people aren't Grindelwald as a baby, they are Grindelwald, just dumber. He's going to come after you himself one of these days, Moody said. And when he does, all your tricks won't save you. I plan to face him eventually, I said. As good a wizard as he may be, he'll die just like anyone else. Don't be so sure, Moody said. There are rumors that he's found a way to make himself immortal. There's nothing definite yet, but Death Eaters we've interrogated seem to believe it. There's ways to deal with immortals too, I said. Things worse than death. I'd seen some of them. Grey Boy's victims alone would create a lifetime's worth of nightmares. There were other things I could think of as well that would make an immortal impotent while keeping the rest of the world safe. Moody stared at me for a long moment. You really believe that, he said. I know it, I said. There are a lot of things about you that don't add up, Moody said. The things you know. I'm a seer, I said. And I read a lot. You have practical knowledge, he said. Not the kind of things that a child would know from reading a manual. Maybe I was trained from infancy to be a child soldier and secret agent by Muggles, I said. Or maybe I have the memories of a past life as a soldier. It could be that I'm not actually a child at all, but a boggart made flesh. I've heard all the rumors, Mr. Moody, and I'm not interested in creating more. You could tell the truth, he said. In this world? I asked. I need every advantage that I can just to stay alive. Contrary to what some of the kids here seem to think, I'm hanging by the skin of my teeth. One mistake, with a flash of green and it's all over for me. You've seen the killing curse, he said. I've fought Death Eaters, I said. And I'm not sure they even know any other spells. I've never cast it myself, of course. Not that you'd tell me if you had. You have my wands, I said. Death Eater wands go missing every time you kill a few, he said. And I didn't find any in your room. You have to have a stash of them someplace. I don't use that spell, I said. Not that I don't have the motivation, but I have no interest in going to Azkaban just yet. Just yet. I'd have to seriously reconsider my alliance with the ministry that sent me there, I said. And right now I'm busy fighting the Death Eaters. And if you should finish fighting the Death Eaters? It depends on how things are run, I said. I sincerely hope that the ministry works towards the causes of justice and fairness for everybody. If that happens, I suspect that I'll retire. I might become an Auror or Auror trainer. And if the ministry doesn't meet up to your high standards? Depends on how bad it is. If it's just a little bad, then I'll work to replace the problematic politicians with better ones. I think my friend Hermione Granger would make an excellent minister for magic when the time is right. And if the transgressions are worse than that? I don't think we'll have any problems with Madame Bones, I said. I'm pleased with her performance. Should another Umbridge come into power, I'd have to seriously reconsider my position. So you're telling me that you'll rebel against the government? I didn't say that, I said. I'm just saying that I'm happy with the current government and would be unhappy having to fight a war on two fronts. Moody shook his head. A year ago I'd have had a child speaking like you sent to St. Mungo's. I'm still not entirely sure I shouldn't, but I don't want to have them to deal with a Death Eater attack that will doubtlessly end up with a wing being destroyed and innocent people being hurt. I shrugged. I have a right to defend myself. But you don't have a right to kill or involve innocent people, Moody said. That's beyond the bounds. There are no innocents in this war, I said. Except possibly children too young to go to Hogwarts. Do you think the Death Eaters will let anyone remain neutral? Everyone able to lift a wand is involved whether they like it or not. All pretending to be neutral means is that you are stepping aside to allow the Death Eaters to do whatever atrocities they can manage. Or letting an insane young girl continue to escalate. Moody asked quietly. You haven't killed any innocents yet, but if that changes, I won't be able to justify not putting you away. My gut screams at me that you should be in a locked cell somewhere that you can't infect people with your ideas. Ideas are the most dangerous thing, I said. But the people screaming the loudest against change are usually the ones most deeply in the wrong. You asked why we didn't stop Hitler, Moody said. There were seers who predicted his rise, but we didn't think it was any of our business. When I look at you, I see a charismatic fool with radical ideas who believes that only she is in the right. You've got 7th years following you in the 2nd year. Even you know who didn't rise so quickly. You talk casually about overthrowing the government at the age of 12. At the age of 21 do you think it won't be more alluring? If I live that long, people may be asking me why I didn't stop you know. Because I'm like a lightning rod, I said. All the horrors that are happening to me would be directed at the ministry or at the voters if I was gone. I'm useful for right now, which is why your bosses want me around. If you were a real 12-year-old you wouldn't know that, he said. He turned and headed for the door. Without turning back toward me, he said, no more explosives, or it won't matter how useful you are. Planning. The bombs were a bad idea, I said. We didn't have enough information on how strong the blast would be and that almost got me killed. If it had been my time we'd have been able to find everything we needed on the internet. Having it as a directional blast would have made it harder, but we'd have figured it out eventually. The libraries in Muggle England in the early 90s hadn't had a lot of that kind of information. Worse, I'd been forced to send Muggleborns who hadn't had to deal with card catalogs in years, and they hadn't been able to stay for a long period for fear of being attacked in public. If we'd had time to keep looking, the information probably existed in mining charts or something, but we'd been forced to guesstimate, which was apparently a very bad idea with explosives. I stared across the desk at them. This time, someone had decided to make the room of requirement look like the Oval Office. I felt a little strange sitting in the big chair, especially as the desk and the chair dwarfed me, but it was better than some of the other things they'd come up with. I let them do it because it got them better at visualizing details. That could be important in a lot of areas. Visualization was paramount in Transfiguration. It was also important in curse breaking, in looking for clues, and in seeing what a room should like and seeing the subtle differences that indicate a trap. Also, it was a chance for them to engage in their childish whimsy, and I had stolen enough of their childhoods already. It gave me an idea of what they liked to watch when they weren't busy being an underground child guerrilla movement. So far we'd had a G.I. Joe base, Skeletor's Castle, the Ghostbusters firehouse, the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle sewers, and the Thundercats lair. They'd put us in several James Bond villain lairs, and in the TARDIS. They'd competed with each other as to who could be both the most creative and the closest to the original material. We'd all been a little disturbed when Edmund had sent us to Ponyville, though. It did seem strange that they'd put me in the Nixon White House. It seemed like half the places they created for us were villain lairs. I had to assume it was because the villains got all the coolest gear. I'm not blaming anyone, I added. I was the one who came up with the idea, and you were the ones who helped me. Does that mean that we should stop researching the spell to reverse a shrinking spell when someone touches an object? George asked. Because that one still seems useful. No, I said. And we might still use explosives at some point. If we do, though, we'll want to go big with it, and we'll want to be nowhere close. It'd be better if nobody that's uninvolved was close either. Moody might come after me, but if the Death Eater threat was ended, I'd consider it an even trade. However, if we weren't able to decapitate them, then I'd be throwing away all my capital with the government for nothing. So, why were you out there? Hermione asked. You've told all of us not to go out on our own. I went to meet with Black, I said. He was waiting for me in the shack. It was technically true, even if it gave them the impression that I had been waiting for him. And I'm not sure he did it, I said. But I don't know that he didn't. We'd told Harry everything, of course. He was sitting in the corner, staring at his hands. If Black was guilty, then Harry would want vengeance. If he were innocent, then he'd want him freed. For the moment he was in a strange sort of limbo where he didn't know what to believe. The problem is that we need to take a look at his memories, I said. We have to make sure that he doesn't get loose, and we need to do it all without getting caught. Can we get a pensieve? I asked, looking up. Nothing happened, and I sighed. The room was able to create certain types of magical items, but they were all minor things of the sort that students at Hogwarts would have available to them. Something like a pensieve had been a long shot. It was rare and expensive. Some of the boys theorized that the room had a secret storage place for certain items, and the other things that were in the room were just an illusion. They suspected that the castle itself somehow stored lost items within this space. That means that we're going to have to rob the headmaster, I said. What? Hermione asked, shocked. I thought you liked headmaster role. When I said rob him, I really meant that we were going to borrow his pensieve and take it back to him before he missed it. She didn't look as relieved as I would hope. And how are you going to get Mr. Black to put his memories inside? Hermione asked skeptically. Are you going to smuggle him inside the castle? I already did, I said. I pulled the rock out of my pocket and held it up. She stared at it, slightly horrified. You turned Mr. Black into a rock. He can't hurt anyone this way, I said. And if he's innocent, then nobody can find and hurt him before we can prove he is innocent. Also, he's not aging, so he'll get to live more of his life in a Death Eater-free world, which is a bonus for anybody. Then you should turn us all into rocks, Hermione said dryly. And wake us up in 100 years. Moody told me Voldemort may have found a way to become immortal, I said. Everyone gasped and stared at me, and it wasn't because I'd said his name. Harry paled as he looked up at me. You don't seem worried. Well, I said, immortal doesn't matter much if I turn you into a rock and drop you into the bottom of the deepest ocean, or sneak you onto a Muggle satellite launching into space. Hermione frowned. I've got at least a dozen ways to deal with an immortal, I said. And our assignment this week, after the pensieve is dealt with, is to come up with as many ideas as possible for that. Can we even use a pensieve? Hermione asked. I've had it done to me, I said. I can do it, Edmund said. He stared at his hands. The teasing had been merciless over the pony thing, until I'd put a stop to it. Edmund seemed a little slow compared to the other sixth years, at least emotionally. He was good with magic. I'd gotten permission for him to go with Hagrid to go help with the unicorn herds. I hadn't gone myself because I'd have been attacked, but I suspected that Edmund wasn't important enough for the Death Eaters to go after, not when Hagrid was there. Voldemort had lost enough resources that I doubted that anyone short of Hermione or Harry, Neville, or other members of my inner circle would merit a response. I kept the others in out of caution, of course, but mental health was sometimes almost as important as physical health. Edmund understood the risks, and he'd been visibly happier after dealing with the unicorns. If Voldemort killed him, it would enrage my base, and it would only make them more loyal to me. I didn't want that, of course. I liked Edmund well enough. Still, Voldemort had a habit of pulling small victories from every defeat, and I was going to have to do that if I wanted to keep up. Do we even need to do this? Hermione asked. Why not just let Black go? If he really hates Death Eaters, he'll fight them on his own anyway, and we won't be saddled with someone the Ministry considers a criminal. If he's a Death Eater, then he can't do us any more harm if he's not close to us. If he's innocent, then he's my godfather, Harry said quietly. That means that he's the only real family I have left. You've got your aunt and uncle, Hermione said. Harry scowled and looked down at his hands. He'd be my only real family. Right. Harry was quiet about his family's circumstances. He'd told a little to Ron, but he seemed embarrassed about it. I'd heard enough to understand that he wasn't happy at home. He was likely hoping that Black would end up like Remus for me. Hopefully this wouldn't blow up in our faces. Hermione stared at Harry, then nodded. So how would we do it then? She asked. It can't be that easy to break into the headmaster's office. It is, I said. But it's hard to break in undetected. There's a lot of paintings in that office, and while a lot of them sleep at night, there's always at least one of two insomniacs. You've been planning to break into the headmaster's office already? Hermione asked. I have a conversation I have to have with a hat, I said. And possibly a reckoning. I like to keep my promises, after all. You're seeking vengeance on the Sorting Hat? Hermione asked incredulously. Every problem I've had since I came here is its fault, I said. I'd have been perfectly happy as a Hufflepuff or a Ravenclaw. The Death Eaters wouldn't have targeted me. I'd have been a normal student. How many of us would have been dead? Hermione asked. I'd have been with you when the Dementors attacked either way, I said. But we wouldn't have been ready, Hermione said. You made us what we are today, and the only reason anybody listened to you is because they saw you fighting. I frowned. She had a point. Yet part of me wanted to argue. There was no way that the hat could have known any of the good things that came from my being sent to Slytherin, but it could have easily predicted the bad things. The only way it could have known was if it was at least a little precognitive. Was that how it picked houses? Not based on who the 11-year-old was, but on who they would become? In that case I needed to talk to it even more. All right, I said, rubbing my hands. We're going to break into the office. Roll is a creature of habit. He changes the password to his gargoyle every night before going to bed. The portraits are usually asleep by 11. He's got a sneakoscope in there which will light up and wake the paintings. What's the range? Hermione asked, writing it down. She was already making a sketch of what she remembered of the layout of the office. I'm not sure, I said. I'm pretty sure that it only covers his office. If it went further than that, it'd go off all the time. False positives on alarm systems were bad, too many of them, and human nature was to dismiss them, which would cause people to dismiss them. If it reaches the hallway, we're in trouble, Hermione said. We'd need line of sight to disable it. Why not steal it during the day? Neville asked suddenly. What do you mean? I asked. He disables the sneakoscope every time you go in there, right? Neville asked. I nodded. I didn't consider myself an untrustworthy person in general, but the headmaster couldn't trust him any more than I could trust him. The pensieve is in a cabinet, I said. It'd be tough to get to without opening it, everybody would notice. Use a distraction. He asked. Myrtle could lead Peeves in there, have him knock over things, open the door. Myrtle likes to gossip, I said. Or else she'd be here with the rest of us. Plausible deniability, Hermione said. Use intermediaries. Make her think it's a prank for the twins. Would she go for that? Harry asked. I don't think she likes them all that much. The more people we involve, the more likely the whole thing gets found out, I said. And the timing would have to be perfect on something like that. There's a lot of eyes in that room, and someone would likely see the pensieve vanish. So what do we do? Hermione asked. Peruvian darkness powder, I said. That'll keep the lights from waking the portraits up. Silencing charms tend to have to be cast on specific objects or people. How are we coming with the area effect version? Hermione shook her head. It's a 5th-year charm to start with, it's not as easy to modify as some of the easier charms. We've got a team on it, but if it was easy someone would have come up with it before. It'd be a game changer. If I could blanket an area with a silence spell, then wizards would be limited to those spells they could cast soundlessly. While every 5th year and above was supposed to be able to cast wordlessly, spells cast that way tended to be weaker than spoken spells. It would weaken my enemies. I'll find out the range on the sneakoscope, I said. I'll show up to his office unexpectedly and listen for how soon it goes off. If we can get to the door, we can silence it, I said. Otherwise I'll have to figure out a way to break it while visiting the office. Most likely we'll have to look at a pocket sneakoscope. As far as I've been able to tell, the big ones tend to work pretty similarly to the smaller ones. Hermione nodded. The twins will know how to break one, she said. They've done it before. Well then, I said. It sounds like we have a plan. I wasn't expecting you, Miss Bear, Roll said. We'd developed an understanding, as long as I didn't cause trouble, he'd ignore most of my activities. I'd never seen him actually use the chains in his office. Whether that was because my people were keeping the school buttoned down or because it had all been a bluff from the beginning I couldn't be sure. We need to talk, I said. I need to know what is going to happen to me over the summer. Will I be going back with Remus, or will there be other arrangements? He looked at me for a moment, and then shook his head. I'm not sure, he said. The ministry is keeping the details of your security arrangements secret from anyone who doesn't need to know. So the same as last year, I said. I shook my head. If they really wanted to make sure things were safe they'd teach me occlumency. The only way to do that would be to let someone into your mind, Roll said. You don't seem like the sort of person who would be comfortable with that. It was true, of course. I had secrets that no one could ever know, not until all my enemies were dead. Letting someone into my mind was out of the question, and so I was reduced to what I could learn from books about grounding myself and trying to keep a mental barrier. Until I could get someone to test that barrier I could never know how well I was doing, and that meant I couldn't correct any of my mistakes. Is repeated obliviation damaging? I asked. Roll looked uncomfortable. Yes. I don't think you could agree to get anyone to agree to. Well, I have to get back to class, I said. I stood up. If you hear anything about my summer accommodation, please let me know. He nodded. As I stepped into the stairwell, I suppressed a grin. The sneakoscope didn't extend into the hallway, which meant that getting the pensieve was a go. Tonight we'd break into the headmaster's office, and I'd get the pensieve and the hat. We'd return it before morning, with any luck. It'd mean having to dodge the Aurors wandering the halls, but with luck I'd be able to get the hat as well and ask some of the questions that had been plaguing me this whole time. The hat had seen others like me in the past. What did it know about my resurrection? Was it precognitive, and if it was, what did it know? I was using the serious situation as an excuse to get the others to go along with my stealing the hat, mostly because I didn't want to explain to them why I needed it. However, if the man turned out to be innocent, it could be useful to have an adult that no one knew about on our side. None of our people had graduated yet, and he'd be able to go places we couldn't, especially if we were able to prove him innocent. Also, it was likely his resources had been frozen when he was imprisoned, but from what I recalled his family was supposed to be fairly wealthy. He might be the solution to our money worries. If he was a Death Eater, it might be possible to interrogate him. No matter what happened, a great deal rested on tonight. I couldn't wait. Difficulties. Keep the cloak on it, I muttered angrily. It had seemed like an easy plan, in and out, move through the darkness, muffle the sneakoscope, in and out. It should have taken all of 5 minutes once we reached the headmaster's office. It had already been 3 times that, and the alarm was blaring all over the castle. Running through the hallways, I felt short of breath, and I resolved to start running more in the room. Combat drills 4 times a week were good for reflexes but not for endurance. The hardest thing had been finding the time to do it, between all my other responsibilities and plans. Clearly I needed to make the time. Apparently Roll had spelled the sneakoscope and the pensieve against magic. It had been a nasty surprise when we'd tried to silence the sneakoscope. We hadn't even been able to levitate the pensieve, and so we'd spent the first part of this chase with 3 teenage boys lugging it around. They'd been invisible, but the pensieve hadn't, and it had been spilling water, or whatever liquid was inside all over the halls. Portraits had been shrieking out the alarm and leading the Aurors right to us. Luckily we'd managed to send a message to Harry through a patroness, and we'd gotten his cloak in a hastily dumped out trunk. We could levitate the trunk just fine. Still, the Aurors and Roll had gotten entirely too close, and the whole thing felt eerily like a Pac-Man game. We couldn't stop and hide because human revealing spells would have made hiding redundant. We couldn't get ahead of them because there were more of them and we couldn't scatter, without me the others would have gotten caught quickly. Roll was on the move, and only the fact that I knew where he and all the professors were at every moment kept us free and mobile. In here, I muttered. A passage opened up, and we all slipped inside, barely in time to avoid Aurors running past us. This was one of the older passages, and there weren't any portraits nearby, so we were reasonably sure that we hadn't been found. If the wizards were smart enough to use hunting hounds, we'd be sunk. None of us had thought to disguise our smell before we'd set out. We were all disillusioned, so the portraits wouldn't be able to tell who had perpetrated the theft, but the fact the headmaster knew if was gone was going to cause all kinds of problems. The mission is scrubbed for tonight, I said. The first thing that the headmaster will think to do if he is smart is to send all the prefects to do a head count. We've got 2 of them in our pocket, but they'll be looking for me and Edmund, so we need to get moving. I'll hide this and we'll take it up tomorrow night. They nodded. Follow the passageways up, I said to Edmund and a senior girl. Neither of them had a girlfriend or boyfriend, and I had my suspicions as to why. If they catch you, you'll have to pretend that you are, stepping out with each other. Sarah glanced at Edmund. He's a year younger than I am. We all make sacrifices, I said. I'd do it myself, but I'm not going the direction you are and I'd like to not get Edmund arrested. She frowned then nodded. Right, you're my boyfriend if we get caught. She clapped one arm around Edmund's shoulders, and he looked shell-shocked. He was a heavy-set boy, and I suspected he'd never thought he might have a girlfriend, for whatever reasons. Sarah was on the Gryffindor Quidditch team as a beater, and she was as sturdy as that made her sound. She tended to be outgoing and boisterous, for all that she'd never been known to date anyone. Edmund was a Hufflepuff, with everything that implied. He was loyal but quiet, hard-working, and introverted. I'd always assumed he was just shy before his turn to make the room, and even now I wasn't sure he wasn't. It wasn't any of my business who anyone dated anyway, unless it was a security concern. None of my people were dating any Slytherins, for example, not because they thought those who we still left in the school were dangerous, but because those families might be threatened and them blackmailed. It had been an awkward discussion with the group. Fortunately, most of them weren't inclined to date purebloods anyway. As they left, I slipped out of the secret passageway and made my way down the hall. Instead of heading toward the dungeons, I made my way toward the Ravenclaw common rooms. I'd made sure all of our people there had alibis. At the moment they were engaged in a very late-night study session with their prefect, cramming for finals. Hopefully they'd assume that it was a couple of Ravenclaws wanting to cheat with each other's memories. Unfortunately, I was in the building, and the Aurors didn't sway the general public's opinion of me just because I'd won the Order of Merlin. I deliberately knocked over a suit of armor, and a moment later the portraits started shrieking. Aurors who had been nearly about to reach Edmund and Susan veered off, heading in my direction. Knocking a couple more suits of armor over, I veered, racing down a hallway. It got me to a secret passage, and I slipped inside, moving far enough that I thought I wouldn't be detected. I followed the dark tunnel around the curve of a wall, and I soon found myself out into the courtyard. Old buildings like this were full of secret passages, presumably for fear that Muggle armies might invade and those who couldn't escape by apparition would need a way out. I'd left the Pensieve in the first secret passageway, covered with the cloak and hidden. It looked like my misdirection worked. The Aurors were all converging on the Ravenclaw common room. With any luck we'd get through this and tomorrow night we'd interrogate Black. Then we'd return the Pensieve. The sneakoscope wouldn't work if we weren't in the room, and now that we knew about its protections, all we'd have to do is levitate the Pensieve back into place and then vanish the box. That's assuming we could banish the box without banishing its contents. I'd have to check with an upperclassman. Black Mamba, I muttered. Last year, the passwords had often been slurs toward the Muggleborn. I found it pleasant that this year they'd mostly just gone with types of snakes. The fact that someone had suggested a bear was something I wasn't sure how I felt about. Was it a compliment, or a curse? Miss A. Bear, I heard Snape's voice from behind me even as the passage slid open. I froze. Of course Snape had taken the obvious step of simply waiting by the entranceway to the Slytherin dorms. He'd probably assumed that I was involved, no matter that my transfigured corpse was lying in my bed, doubtlessly freaking Millicent out. At a glance there was no one behind me. He was disillusioned, but now that I was paying closer attention I could hear the swish of his robes. Sloppy. I could deny it, but he'd heard my voice and there wasn't really a place to escape to. Undoubtedly he had the human revealing spell going as well. I knew you were there, I said. Taking an early morning constitutional, Miss A. Bear? An evening stroll, I said. Then I heard all the commotion and decided I'd best get back. Wouldn't want to lose Slytherin any house points, right? He knew I didn't care about Slytherin house points any more than he cared about Gilderoy Lockhart's patented hair gel. As it turned out, it really did work, and I personally thought he should have focused completely on that. The Potters had made their fortunes from something similar. I'm sure, he said dryly. I've been asked to escort you to my office. Fine, I said. I'm not admitting to anything. Other than being out after curfew at 3 a.m. he said. I'm sure that there is a reasonable explanation for this from someone who is not yet old enough to be interested in the opposite sex. Maybe I wanted to go out and see the unicorns, I said. Truthfully, I had been wanting to see them for a while, but involving them in a heated battle with Death Eaters was just asking for them to get killed. I'm sure even they are asleep at this hour, Snape said. We were already making our way to his office. I heard a click and the door opened. A moment later I slipped inside. I stopped as I saw that Dumbledore was sitting on a chair in front of a roaring fire. He looked years younger, as though he no longer had the weight of the world on his shoulders. He'd cut his beard into a stylish, short cut, and he'd cut his hair short. Looking at him, I no longer saw Gandalf, instead I saw someone who looked younger and much more deadly. Please make yourself visible, Snape said, becoming visible himself. I did so. I see that you have the sorting hat on your head, Dumbledore said mildly. I'd forgotten, actually. I should have dropped it in the passageway when I'd dropped the pensieve, but I'd been worried about the other two being caught. A youthful prank, I said. Also, I've been wanting to talk to the hat. The bad thing was that the thing hadn't even woken up once I'd grabbed it. It had just snored loudly and had almost gotten us caught a few times. I fear the hat is no longer who it once was, Dumbledore said. It likes to sleep for most of the summer, doubtlessly dreaming of past sortings. This lets it be fresh for the sorting ceremony. I grimaced. I'd noticed it sleeping a lot, but I'd assumed that was just because it had nothing better to do. When it had refused to talk to me, I'd assumed it was pretending so it wouldn't get eaten by moths. Dumbledore gestured, and I handed the hat over to him. I had an interesting discussion with the hat before I left, though, he said. He wouldn't name names, of course, but he told me that it was not unknown for certain wizards to be reborn into bodies not their own, getting a second chance at life. I froze and my hand slipped toward my wand. I'd prefer to keep this conversation congenial, unless you think that you can outdraw me, Dumbledore said. There was no hint of amusement in his eyes, and his body language told me that he was willing to fight. He had his wand resting in his lap, and it was already in his hand. There was no way I'd be able to outdraw him. I forced my hand away from my wand. Just who are you, Miss Bear? Dumbledore asked. My mind raced. Should I lie, or should I finally come clean? He'd know if I lied. I was in a room with two mind readers who were determined to see if I was telling the truth. Furthermore, he had the clout to have me arrested by the Ministry and held until I talked. While I was being held, my people would be vulnerable. The hat let me attend, I said. Which I'm sure it told you wasn't always the case. Dumbledore nodded slightly. You've known this for an entire school year, and you've left me alone, I said. Why ask questions that you do not need the answer to? Because I do not know I can trust you, Dumbledore said. I believe that I can trust you with the children here. You seem to have some measure of affection for them, and you have never been as enthusiastic in your punishments with them. However, I need to know that I can trust you with more than that, with the fate of the wizarding world. If he thought that would impress me, he was wrong. After saving the multiverse, a single world didn't seem like that much. He wasn't even talking about the world, rather he was talking about this one small portion of it. You want to hire me, I said. Or at least have me join your organization. The Muggle Liberation. Dumbledore stared at me for a moment, then nodded. I thought your seer abilities were limited to dangers surrounding yourself. I've had my suspicions, I said. I wasn't sure they even existed at first, but there have been rumors of attacks on the Death Eaters that hadn't been perpetrated by the Aurors. I'm sure that knowledge was highly classified. I shrugged. I'd been in the Ministry often enough to get a good look at a lot of things that were classified. Even though I approved of the Bones administration didn't mean I wasn't looking over their shoulders. I know what I need to know, I said. And my involvement? An organization like that doesn't form naturally, it requires a leader. The fact that it's been able to stay secret for all of this time means that it's being led by people with experience. The most likely candidates are those who fought in the last war, or possibly the war before that. But me. Their activities only really picked up once you stopped being headmaster. Also, I had a discussion with Remus where I heard explosions in the background. I knew he was working for you. But not a Muggleborn. I've had my people look into the main fighters in the last war. There weren't any who were likely candidates. You seem to know a great deal about this sort of thing. I'm willing to work for you, I said. As long as our aims align. However, I'd prefer not to talk about my past. I can offer money and resources that will keep your followers alive, Dumbledore said. Assuming our interests align. I can't know that unless I know you. I hesitated. I'd kept this secret for more than a year and a half. Was I really willing to give it all away? Well, I could always obliviate them. Snape winced. My name really is Taylor Bear, I said after a long pause. But this is not my original body. This is the body of a girl named Millie Scrivener. The missing girl, Dumbledore murmured. And how did you come here? I don't know. The last thing I remember, I died. The only thing I can think of is that when Millie was tortured to death, her accidental magic called out for something, anyone able to stop the people who were hurting her. And you were that someone, Snape said. I shrugged. Just who are you, Miss Bear? I was a muggle, I said. But not one from this world. I was 18 when I died. As far as I know there were no wizards on my world, but there could have been. On my world, certain special people were granted abilities. They dressed up in costumes and fought each other. They also fought monsters that destroyed entire cities. Some of them called themselves heroes, and others villains. And which were you? Dumbledore asked. Both at one time or another, I said. But I saved everyone eventually, all the worlds that ever were, and all the worlds that will ever be from a threat that would have destroyed us all. That was what killed me in the end, not the monster, but what I had to do to myself to beat it. What are your plans, then? Kill Voldemort and the Death Eaters, excepting Professor Snape and possibly Lucius Malfoy, I said. And then retire. Why Lucius? I think he can be bent, I said. I doubt his loyalty to the Dark Lord. Both men were silent. So you were a seer on that world. I was more than that, I said. I still am, but I'm not telling anyone what I can do, because that's likely to kill me in the end. You don't intend to take over the ministry. Not as long as I see a ministry that is just and fair, I said. I'm happy with Madame Bones. That might change in the future, but I'd prefer to simply back political candidates and work within the system. Unspoken was the fact that I would make different decisions assuming that the government didn't fit my criteria of what was right. Both men were silent for a long moment. I believe that we can work together, Dumbledore said. But you will need a clumancy training. Severus can provide that over the summer. Once you have that skill, we can speak about other things. So that's it? I asked. I will return the sorting hat to its proper place, Dumbledore said. And I would prefer that my pensieve be returned. It should be back in its proper place tomorrow or the next day, I said. I'll do better the next time. Every plan meets difficulties, Dumbledore said mildly. The question is how one meets them. Teach me occlumency, I said. And legilimency, I'll need that to teach it to my people. Snape stared at me. I'm not sure the country could survive your learning legilimency. I already know half of everything, I said. I'm just covering the rest of my bases. For some reason, neither man discussed me while they were still in the castle. Interlude, Snape and Black. She believes every word, Severus said. I didn't detect a single bit of lying, not even her usual prevarication. They'd waited until they'd gotten to London to speak. Albus wasn't sure what the girl's range was, but he had a suspicion it was growing, and they hadn't wanted her listening in. I concur, Albus frowned and shook his head. Do you think she's insane? I've had my suspicions since she was planning to knife me the first time we met, Severus said dryly. But the sorting hat suggested that this sort of thing isn't impossible. The quill wrote her name, and not Millie Scrivener's, otherwise we'd be having a different conversation right now. They'd known that she was actually Scrivener for months. Severus had suggested using a Muggle private detective to track the girl down, bypassing the Death Eaters in the Ministry and the Aurors. Albus had been surprised at the idea, likely because he didn't have a foot in both worlds like Severus had once had. I'm more inclined to believe that her accidental magic made her simply believe that she was this character from another world. More things in heaven and earth, Severus said. They'd had this argument before. The girl knew things that Millie Scrivener could not have possibly known, ergo she wasn't Millie Scrivener. It wasn't simply a matter of a seer seeing things or reading books, the girl had known how to use a knife since the first time he'd known her. We'll find out soon enough, Albus said. She's agreed to allow you to teach her, and you'll get enough glimpses to her past to make a determination. If she believes that I am trying to plunder all of her secrets, she may lose all trust in us, Severus said. And I believe that there are not many adults that she trusts at all. Albus nodded, but it was apparent that he wasn't listening. Taylor Hebert, while an intriguing mystery, wasn't particularly important in the scheme of things. She was violent, but not overly so. She tended to attack only when attacked. If she was going to be a Dark Lady, that was still years away. As far as Albus was concerned, that meant that she wasn't a problem for the moment. Severus had different opinions. The death of Minister Umbridge shortly after the attack on the Muggleborn seemed suspicious. It had causes all sorts of problems for the Dark Lord, and no one in Albus's ragtag Muggleborn resistance had admitted to removing her. Severus had an uneasy feeling that the girl had seen a problem and eliminated it, using magic so dark that even the Dark Lord had been unable to identify it. She had an unyielding belief that she was always right. She distrusted anyone in authority, and she was gathering followers at an alarming rate. Worse, her followers tended to be much more competent than their same-age peers, and would likely each be worth several of the usual incompetents who graduated from Hogwarts. They had tactics. He'd spied on their training sessions often enough to know that what they were doing was dangerous. Wizards attacked one-on-one. That was the cultural rule. Aurors didn't always follow that rule, but even they didn't tend to gang up by more than 3 to 1. Taylor's army attacked while disillusioned, multiple opponents attacking one wizard, moving, and then repeating for the next. Most wizards didn't bother with disillusionment because of the human revealing spell, it was good for an ambush, but once wizards knew they were being attacked, it became much less useful. He'd heard that they were researching a counter to the human revealing spell. He'd have scoffed, except that he'd created several spells when he'd been a schoolboy, and they were working in teams, which seemed to make them much more effective. Most wizards researched their own spells, hoping to be able to sell them and make a profit, or use a spell that no one else had and use it to their own advantage. Wizards simply didn't do research as teams. It was such a muggle concept that it hadn't occurred to anyone. Severus had read about Edison and the scientific method. Much of magic wouldn't work as a muggle would expect, it was as much a matter of willpower and visualization as rote words and wand waving. However, they were accomplishing things at a faster pace than he would have expected, learning spells that would make them more dangerous. Even their failures were sometimes weaponized. Severus saw this every day, watching from the shadows, and yet somehow Albus never seemed to pay attention to what he was telling him, and he never seemed to understand why it was important. He was too wrapped up in his own shadow war with the Death Eaters. There had been battles that had never made the newspapers, fought through proxies. The Muggleborn Liberation Front outnumbered the Order by 4 to 1, but Albus had never trusted any of them enough to bring them into the inner circle. Albus was simply too old to understand the changes that Severus saw coming. He didn't understand that the real danger Taylor represented wasn't that she was another in a long line of Dark Lords, it was that she was changing how things were done. Those changes would last long after she was dead. Even the Dark Lord tended to be dismissive of her, something that Severus found incredible considering the losses that he'd suffered. The Dark Lord was certain that the girl had a backer, most likely Albus, who was the real mastermind behind the defenses the girl had put up. Both men were fighting the last war, while the girl was looking past the current war to the next one. The Dark Lord is going to expect more information from me, Severus said. He's becoming frustrated by the losses he has had. Do you have any news as to the identity of his seer? There are only 3 known seers missing, Severus said. It could be any of them. If the Dark Lord is taking counsel from Miss Hebert's methods, it might be all of them. He doubted it, though. The seer had been in play long before the girl had been gathering her codiere. His seer has made all of this harder than it has to be, Albus said. Which is why it is important to bring the girl into the fold. The Death Eaters and the Albus's group had been engaged in a little dance, the seer tended to keep the ambushes from being as effective as they should be, which was likely the reason that the Dark Lord didn't punish the seer worse for his or her failures considering the girl. His seer does seem to fail consistently around her, Severus said. But do you believe that it will be enough? She's whittled his numbers down to the point where if it wasn't for his seer, his destruction would be certain. The fact that Albus was fighting in every fight meant that any fight that didn't include the Dark Lord was almost a certain victory. I'll do my best to bring her into the fold, Severus said. And her people. Bring in the graduates, Albus said. But not those who are younger. We do not use children in this war, not unless we absolutely must. Potter, he meant. You don't consider the girl a child. Not by her own words, Albus said. I don't think I considered her a child even before I knew. The world vanished around him, and a moment later he found himself in a dark room. A single lamp was hanging from the ceiling, beaming light into his eyes and making it difficult to see into the darkness. He could barely make out figures in the darkness, almost all of them had wands pointed at him. Stiffening, he realized that he didn't have his wand. Why had he thought this was going to be a good idea again? His escape from Azkaban had been eclipsed by that of the others, and he could have easily escaped the country in the confusion. Finding Peter was a lost cause, undoubtedly the rat was at his master's side, protected from anyone who would ever do him harm. Coming to serve a girl who'd inspired Boggarts had been foolish. Sirius Black, the girl said, stepping out into the light. All of the others had hoods on, but she didn't bother. Presumably it was to protect their identities, although he wasn't sure why. Everyone knew the girl had the Muggleborns in her pocket. Finding out the non-Muggleborns wouldn't be that hard. Yes, he said. His throat felt strangely dry. It didn't feel like he was facing a 12-year-old girl at all, it felt like he was facing the court, ready to be sent to Azkaban once again. You have been accused of crimes against the family, Potter, she said. Convicted on your own word. Now you tell us that you did not. I didn't, he said. Prove it, she said. A second light appeared, highlighting a pensieve. It looked almost exactly like the one Dumbledore had once had, except that the stand it was on was different. Do you know how to use that? He asked. She nodded. Show us you are innocent, she said, and we will give you what you wish, a chance to fight back against those who did you wrong. A heavy-set boy stepped out of the shadows. Take a deep breath, he murmured, and think about those memories you want to show us. Don't think about lying, I've had the training to see through that, and these memories may be shown to Dumbledore later. He nodded. The boy put his hand on Sirius's shoulder, and as he leaned in, Sirius could see a dozen wands lifted in his direction. The message was clear, a single false move and he'd regret it. He closed his eyes and sifted through his memories. Time seemed to stop, but finally he opened his eyes. Is that it? Taylor Bear asked. He nodded. Before he could say anything, she raised her wand and the world disappeared around him. It seemed like only an instant when light exploded all around him. There were children moving quickly, and he looked around him, confused. The rat is here, the girl said. What? He asked. How did you miss it all these years? She asked a pair of red-headed twins. We've had pets before who had different names than what we gave them, one of the boys said. We had a cat we called Crinkles, but when we brought her here, the map said her name was Polly Proudfoot. We just thought Scabbers thought he was named Peter. Right, Taylor said. She sighed. All right, she said after a moment, a strange, unfocused look in her eye. It looks like we've got him. What's going on? Sirius asked. Your rat has been living with our family for more than 10 years, one of the boys said. He grimaced. Staring at us in our room with his beady little eyes. The things he's seen. You need to stay here, Taylor said. There are Aurors in the castle, and the last thing we need is for there to be an accident on the day you're going to be free. Free. We've got the rat, Taylor repeated, as though he was slow. I showed the memory to everyone who needed to see it, and the boys recognized your rat as their family pet. We gave Ron that rat, one of the boys muttered. Worst gift ever, the other boy said. We'll have to make it up to him. New pet, the first boy decided. Tell him it's actually a lady in hiding, it'll make him paranoid to even go to the loo, much less. Leave him alone, Taylor said tiredly. He's going to be traumatized enough about this without you adding to it. We'll figure something else out, the second boy said cheerfully. After we figure out how to get back at the pervert. We need him for Sirius here, Taylor said. Nothing until after he is free. She didn't entirely sound against the idea of getting revenge, Sirius noted. A girl stepped up. My aunt is on the way with Mr. Dumbledore, the girl said. She doesn't sound very happy at being summoned. Minister for Magic means she's the servant of the people, right? Taylor asked. She turned to Sirius. I'm going to need you to be quiet. Her wand snapped up, and the world vanished again. A moment later, he was standing in the stairwell leading to the headmaster's office. He stumbled, and a girl who decidedly wasn't Taylor Bear grabbed him. She had bushy hair, and she seemed Taylor's age. Please be quiet, she whispered in his ear. Taylor's working to get you free. Sirius frowned, but he stayed as quiet as he could and he listened. It wasn't until he heard Peter's voice that he growled and lunged forward. The girl grabbed him firmly by the arm and said, Don't make me stun you, Mr. Black. It's not time yet to go in. There was a strange sort of steel in her expression. Sirius forced the rage that filled his breast to quiet down. He'd have his time with Peter, now that he knew he was near, he'd never give up looking for him. It seemed like an eternity before they were summoned. He stepped into a room with Dumbledore, Snape, and several Aurors. There was a distinguished-looking older woman in the room as well. Sirius found himself suddenly self-conscious about his lack of bathing, he should have made more of an effort. They were all standing around a pensieve, and they were looking at him soberly. There will be a trial, the older woman said. But it will be a fair one. I expect the penalty for being an unregistered animagus has already been paid. That can't be said for Mr. Pettigrew here. Peter was crouched over, locked in a cage. He was pale, staring up at everyone. His hands moved convulsively. I was hiding from him. He shouted. He was insane. He'd have killed me if I hadn't run. Even after he was locked away in Azkaban. The lady asked. Hiding in a family with young children, you should be ashamed of yourself. Sirius lunged forward, only to find himself suddenly hobbled and falling to the floor. I'm sorry, the bush-haired girl said. But I told you we need him. Any information he has will likely be 10 years out of date, Taylor said thoughtfully. Unless you think that he was in the family to spy on a ministry official. While Arthur Weasley has a valuable position, the woman said. It's not one that would be of interest to the Death Eaters. Then he was after the children. Taylor asked dispassionately. She stared at Peter with a look as though he was a bug ready to be squashed. I've been watching, Peter said desperately. I know your secret, what you can do. A rat sees things that people don't. If you don't free me, then I'll. Taylor Bear stunned him. He's likely to say anything if he thinks it'll get him out, she said. And he's apparently pretty tricky. We'll make sure that he stands trial, the older woman said grimly. Thank you for bringing this to my attention. She nodded, and the Aurors descended on Sirius. They grabbed him, but they were much more gentle about than any of the guards who'd attacked him in the past. A female Auror who looked like she was barely out of school leaned close to him. Don't fight, she said. We're going to get you a bath and a shave. It's important to look like an honest man when you're up to be freed, right? They escorted him out of Hogwarts, and operated him to the ministry. They were halfway to the cells when 2 Aurors came rushing up. Pettigrew was murdered, one of them said. What? The girl beside him seemed shocked. The ministry is on alert, hopefully this isn't the start of something bigger. The only way the Death Eaters would have known is if we had another leak. The world seemed to shrink around Sirius. He'd spent so much time obsessing over Peter. The thought of killing him had been the only thing that had kept him going sometimes, and even his idea to serve Taylor Bear had been with the idea that since Voldemort seemed to be after her it would eventually lead him to Peter. Now, Peter was dead? Hopefully they had a body and he wasn't just faking his death again. If it was true, then what was Sirius's purpose in life now? His friends were dead, the war he'd devoted his life to was over. There was a new war, but did he really want to continue making the mistakes he had in the last one? The Death Eaters had likely killed him. Sirius D heard how corrupt the ministry was, and the Death Eaters wouldn't have wanted Peter to testify, even if the information was long out of date. He presumably was able to name some important names, and that was all the court ever really cared about. Are Jenkins and Dawkins all right? The girl asked. That's the weird thing, the second Auror said. They were just stunned, not hurt. Pettigrew was murdered hard though. Death Eaters usually take out the Aurors too, the girl said. She was frowning. We'd better make sure Black here gets to his cell safely. I'm going to ask the higher-ups if we should double his guard. They'll likely want the trial to be hurried up, this is a black eye for us, we're supposed to be doing better. Moody will have us running drills, the girl said gloomily. They led him to a much better cell than he was accustomed to, they got him new clothes, a shower and a shave. 8 hours after that he was a free man. Paint. It's a little anticlimactic, Hermione said. I think the quality of the entertainment has dropped considerably over the last year. Well, they can't be boring and try the same thing every year, Ron said, getting into the spirit of things. They didn't even try to bomb the train, I said in mock disappointment. Hopefully they'll have something more exciting next year. We were in the train station after an uneventful trip back from Hogwarts. The train had left early, and our classmates were being operated out by their parents from this side of the station. Trusted Aurors were operating the Muggleborn to their homes, with phone calls confirming receipt of the children moments after they had left. I'd expressed my concerns about a polyjuiced Death Eater being substituted, so we were doing it this way. I'd have asked about setting up a thief's lament, but that was apparently incredibly expensive, and the goblins weren't willing to let the ministry apparate people in and out of their bank willy-nilly. Also, it would have made it difficult for me to get inside the ministry if I absolutely needed to. There's still time, I said. If they really wanted to, and weren't worried about turning everyone against them, they could simply do something horrible, like cursing all the seats to rot our asses off. That's why you let Ron sit down first? Hermione asked, surprised. Hey. Ron said. Maybe you'll learn to let ladies sit first, I said calmly. Maybe I will if I see one, he said irritably. Instead of an undu in a skirt. The banter was light-hearted on the surface, but I could see that everyone was actually nervous. We'd spent the last 8 hours waiting for an attack, and there was still a chance that the Death Eaters were waiting for the pure-blood kids to get off the train. That was why the ministry had decided to have the kids leave in batches that were equal in number. I was being left for last because it was thought that I'd be able to spot things. Also, if the Death Eaters were to attack, it'd likely be on my behalf and would likely happen when the train was empty. Everyone is almost gone, I said. They'll be coming for Hermione first, then Harry, then Ron. Moments later Tonks showed up for Hermione. She changed her hair color and grinned at us. Her ability was rare enough that it would have been difficult for the Death Eaters to replicate on short notice. Moody was there for Harry. Code word is pigtail, he said. Unlike Tonks, he needed to have a code word to prove his identity. That left me alone in the cabin with Ron. He didn't look at me, instead looking straight forward. He was silent for a long moment before he finally spoke. Thanks, he said. For what? Now I was the one not looking at him. I was scanning the area for any signs of Death Eater incursions. The area outside had cleared of parents and children rapidly, as though everyone was afraid of an incipient attack. Scabbers, he said. That was, all kinds of wrong. I still have nightmares about it. I shrugged. It was an accident. One of your brothers noticed the rat when we were doing something else. We'd kept our involvement with Black as quiet as we could. The news about him being a free man would make the press soon enough, and the people who made the news were going to frame it in a way to make the ministry look the best. Still, he said. Looking at his hands, he said, I heard you told the twins not to make fun of me. He was in their bed too, I said. Which is gross considering that rats like to pee everywhere. I'd wondered if that was why the twins had given Pettigrew to their brother in the first place. He'd have been a white elephant of a pet. Scabbers wasn't that bad, Ron said. He winced. I still have trouble thinking of him as a grown man. Well, you don't have to worry about him now, I said. He winced. Did you? I didn't have to ask what he meant. I'd been questioned about it for 2 days by Moody, along with all of my closest lieutenants. He'd wondered if I'd ordered it done, like I was some kind of miniature mob boss. I was with the Minister for Magic when it happened, I said. Apparently someone exploded his eyeballs, then when he turned into a rat to run, they turned him into a teacup and then smashed him. I've seen the pictures of what was left when they turned him back. He stared at me. Who'd do something like that? Someone who didn't want him speaking about what he knew, I said. The eyeballs were a message, I think. A message to who? Ron looked a little green at the gills. The Muggles have a saying about snitches that I doubt you'd understand. They play Quidditch. He asked. No, I said firmly. The last thing I needed was for Ron to be badgering his father about Muggle Quidditch. Getting some of the Muggleborn to learn to play rugby might help with learning to use physical violence when needed. Not that I'd been doing a bad job of teaching them that so far. Tonks appeared at the door. Are you ready, Ron? Her nose turned into the snout of a pig, and Ron shuddered. Be careful this summer, he said, as he rose to his feet. Harry says you've been the one keeping him alive, and even if you are mental, I appreciate that. A moment later he was gone. Moody appeared in the doorway. I'd have been just as happy with Snape, but no one wanted to risk the idea that Snape might be forced to either take me to his master and give up his position, or declare for our side and be lost as a double agent. Code word is Golden Morning, he said. We'd been asked to come up with our own code words, things that wouldn't mean anything to anyone else. It wouldn't make a difference if Moody was mind-controlled, but the entire Auror Corps had been through Master Stranger protocols in the 2 weeks previously. They'd all been obliviated as to when or if they'd been tested, with groups of them taken at random times for other things to confuse everyone. It didn't stop anyone from controlling them on the last day, but it was the best we could do. They'd had eyes on each other throughout the day, until the apparition began, and they were taking care to go in pairs. I nodded. Our trunks had already been taken care of before we'd left. All that was left was to let him take my arm. I offered him my left arm, even as I had my wand gripped tightly in my pocket. You won't need that, girlie, he said, glancing down at my hand. I might, I said. It depends on whether you've gone and hidden the real Moody somewhere while you are here to take me to your master. He scowled and shook his head. Or maybe the ministry has decided that I'm a political liability, and they've sent you to put me in an unmarked grave somewhere in France. That what you did to Skeeter? He asked. I didn't kill her, I said automatically. Although it's possible that I've annoyed you to the point that you wouldn't mind arranging a little accident in transport. He stared at me for a moment, then nodded approvingly. If all the kids were as vigilant as you, we'd be run by 12-year-olds. I asked. Give it time. With luck, Hermione would be ready by the time I was ready to explore the world. I'd never even gotten to see America, outside of Protectorate bases and combat zones, much less the rest of the world. There were places here that had been destroyed in my home world, some of them before I was even born. Let's go, he said. Before the Death Eaters realize we're the only ones on the train. He held out his hand and I took it. A moment later, it felt like we were being pulled through a tube. We were standing on a Muggle street, it seemed utterly unremarkable. I didn't detect anyone lying in wait for us. Moody handed me a paper. I did not take it, instead staring up at him. While he wasn't wearing gloves, the possibility that he might be somehow protected from whatever curse was on the paper didn't slip my mind. Read it and remember, he said. He opened the paper, which had an address in Dumbledore's handwriting. He tapped his walking stick, and the moment he did, I staggered a little as I felt an entire old building's collection of insects suddenly come within my range. This had to be the Fideliu's charm. I was less impressed by the way the building seemed to be moving and more concerned with how it seemed to bypass my magic. You brought Harry here? I asked. I thought you were taking him to his family's place. He's gotta stay there a few weeks, but Dumbledore's starting him on a clumancy training with you. It's a fool's effort. Oh? Because he's too young. Because you'll teach him better than Snape will, Moody said. Snape's got a grudge against the boy. It's not as bad as it might have been. If you hadn't been worrying him bald for the last 2 years he'd have had a lot more time to focus on the boy. He's not going bald. I protested. Figure of speech, he said. And how would you know? You're short even compared to your classmates. Makes me a smaller target, I said. And I'm a seer. I don't need to actually see the tops of people's heads. My bugs did, but he didn't need to know that. Besides, my dad in my original life had been balding. I knew balding. Snape hadn't reached that point, despite the damage potion fumes likely did to his hair. The buildings had finished moving apart. Not impressed, eh? You had me in one of these in the ministry, I said. I've seen it before. He looked at me sharply. I didn't think you noticed. Oh, I noticed, I said. He nodded, looked around once and headed for the steps. He didn't look behind for me to follow, presumably trusting in my own survival instincts to keep me from walking out into the Muggle city alone. He gestured with his wand to open the door. I watched his wand movements carefully. Presumably I'd have the opportunity to see it done several more times before I tried it again myself. After all, if I was to need to sleep out into the Muggle wilderness, I'd need to be able to get back in. I didn't have a time turner with me, Moody's eye made that too dangerous. I wouldn't want to be carrying one around Dumbledore either, the man seemed too alert now to think I could avoid thinking about it. This place is unplottable, Moody said. The Black family put every protection they could think of on this place, and then Dumbledore added some more. This is Sirius Black's place? I asked. He nodded. He was happy to lend his place, he said. After the Ministry and Dumbledore basically threw him into Azkaban? If I was him, I'd have told you all to suck on lemons. You'd have been at the bottom of our bed in the middle of the night, Moody said. Staring at us until you murdered us. That's just a boggart, I said, shrugging. You'd let us think that, Moody said. Fortunately, Black was more than willing to help us, especially since Harry's his godson. Ah. So they'd used Harry as leverage for Black. It was probably why he was coming here first instead of later in the summer. Presumably Sirius had been bright enough to demand time right away instead of giving away the Fidelius and getting nothing for it. The long hallway we were walking through was lit by gas lamps. The patient was absolutely filthy with bugs, there were enough here that I could have created an immediate swarm in any room in the house. I felt immediately comfortable. Mudblood. A filthy cover slid off a painting. I looked at a picture of an irate old woman, her face was irate and she stared at me as though I was the worst thing that had ever entered the house. Charming picture, I said as the woman screamed epithets at me. I've heard of you, unnatural thing. She said. Little bitch, think you're better than real people. How much had the painting heard, here where Dumbledore's people were making plans? Was it in communication with other, racist pictures in other places? Wizards had a bad tendency to ignore paintings in house elves, which was a cultural blind spot I fully intended to take advantage of one day. Was it possible to transfigure a painting into another painting? I could make one painting look like another, then I could use a loyal painting as a spy. It's stuck to the wall, nothing works to get it off, he said. Hates the Muggleborn. Everybody hates having her here, but the old biddy just won't shut up. Trying to replace real people with your filth. Mudbloods should never have been taught magic. They should have been left to wallow in the Muggle filth they came from. I stared up at her. In my day, they'd have dealt with you on the first day you came to Hogwarts. Quiet you old hag! Moody shouted, whacking his cane against the frame of the picture. The old woman shrieked. Blood traitor! She said. Every one of you should be burned alive for what you are doing here. The girl should be first. Why don't you go ahead? I asked quietly. I'd like to talk to her for a bit. I doubt you'll be able to reason with her, he said. He stared at me for a moment, then smirked. But have at it. He walked forward, and the moment I thought he was out of earshot, I turned to the woman and looked up at her. I reached up to touch the canvas. What are you doing? She shrieked. Don't get your filthy Mudblood hands on my nice clean canvas. I haven't killed a painting before, I said. I purposefully channeled Luna's voice as I spoke. It tended to be disconcerting when she said something unexpected, and I needed to get a true reaction from her. Would you scream if I set your canvas on fire? What? I could try paint thinner. I might be able to melt half of you while leaving the other half to scream, I said. It'd be an interesting experiment. You wouldn't. I'm a filthy Mudblood, I said. The Muggles have been experimenting with ways to murder each other creatively for a long time. Why would you expect me to have any pity for a pure blood? You aren't even that, though, you're less than a Mudblood, because you aren't even human. She spluttered. Frankly, even a house elf is better than you. They're alive, after all, and they can do magic, and you can't do anything, can you? You can sit and scream, and maybe that's all I need you to do. She was shaking, and her face was red. I am from a line of blood as pure as. You aren't even related to them, not really. You're just paint and canvas, and you know where the things that paint is made from, the ground. So who's the Mudblood? She screamed at me, her face red. She was almost incoherent. Be quiet. I said. Or I'll just stick another piece of wall over your painting with a sticking charm, leaving you alone in the dark forever. How long do you think it would take for you to go mad? They'll never allow it. She said, her face turning pale. None of them like you much, I said. That was a guess. They wouldn't care if I burned you for kindling. The easiest thing would be to cut out the wall you are in, put it on the fire and then replace the wall. She didn't have anything to say to that. I want you to know who I am, I said. Because I'm not going to spend the next 3 months listening to you insult me and my friends. You're bluffing, she said. I pulled out my knife and I stabbed her in the area where her chest would have been. I stabbed the canvas several other times as well. She shrieked as though she was dying. Interestingly enough, she did bleed red paint. Pulling herself away into the corner of the frame, she stared at me as though I was mad. She was pale and shaking. I don't have to bluff, I said. If I destroyed you, there's no court in the land that would convict me. You aren't a person, and that means that I can do anything I want to you, and nobody will say a damn thing. It's ironic, considering that's what your people have been wanting for my kind. I waited for her to slip out of frame. She didn't, though. If I cut out your eyes, would you be blind? I asked. That was too much for her, and she crouched in the corner of the frame. I nodded in satisfaction. If she'd had another painting to run to, that was something we all needed to know, because she sounded like the kind of painting who would turn on us in a minute. If you keep making an ascience of yourself, we'll have to have another talk. I might have to get angry. I suspect you wouldn't like me if I get angry. Or worse, I might get creative. With that, I headed for the kitchen, when I saw several faces staring out into the hall. I whistled jauntily as I went. Security risk. She was a security risk, I said. I had to be sure. They were all staring at me, as though stabbing a painting was some kind of insane thing to do instead of a reasonable security precaution. I was sitting at a table with Remus, Sirius, Snape, Dumbledore, and Harry. The only one who didn't seem horrified was Harry. He just nodded at me knowingly. Molly Weasley was in a different part of the house, using magic to clean and get things ready for us. Moody was leaning up against the wall. He understood the need to take decisive action, the only surprise was that the others didn't. Snape was the only one of them who didn't look surprised. She hasn't said anything in 2 hours, Sirius said. He sounded bewildered. She's never given up an opportunity to say something horrible to me. Why did you keep her around? We tried everything to get her off the wall, but the canvas and frame are permanently stuck on there. So destroy it, I said. It's just a picture. They all looked shocked, all of them except Harry. Even Snape looked a little disturbed. She's family, Sirius said. Not the kind you want to talk to ever, or admit you're related to, but you just don't kill your family. It's just not done. She's not your relative, I said. She's not real. It wasn't that I didn't believe that artificial intelligences could be real people. Dragon had been a real person. It was just that I'd seen how limited the portraits were, even more limited than the ghosts. The ghosts could at least learn, even if they would always emotionally be stuck in the moment where they died. They could even grow a little. Paintings just didn't have that ability. She's got my mother's memories, Sirius insisted. As horrible and hateful as they are. When that painting is destroyed, the last thing that made her, well, her will be destroyed. You don't do that to family. Maybe if she was Bellatrix. I noticed that he didn't say anything about loving his mother. If she'd been like that throughout his life, she'd probably been critical toward him as well. That would have gone a long way to squashing any feelings of maternal affection. Yet there was always part of us who sought that maternal approval. Did he still somehow hope to get that affection from the painting that he'd never gotten from his mother? He didn't seem to like the painting any more than the rest of us, but was it all an act? I couldn't be sure. It does not do you credit to victimize a poor painting, Dumbledore said. He glanced at the hallway. Although I must admit that you were provoked. We needed to know if she had another painting she could go to, I said. Imagine that she'd had another painting she could visit in the Malfoy house. She wouldn't. Sirius protested, then shook his head. She had another painting, but it was destroyed in a fire a long time ago. The paintings here aren't all connected, not like the ones at Hogwarts. You think she wouldn't inform on the Muggleborn Liberation Front? I asked. When she rabidly hates Muggles and Muggleborns and worships everything pure blood. They looked at each other as though the thought hadn't occurred to them. Did you have to terrify her? Sirius asked. I had to make her think she was going to die. If she could have escaped she would have. I'd still recommend putting a cover over her, something that you can magically stick on and off. Preferably something that muffles sound and light so that if she is captured she can't give anything away. If this place is captured, then no place in Britain is safe, Dumbledore said. And all will be lost. I shook my head. No headquarters is worth sacrificing everything for. Places don't matter. If we had to, we could hide out in France, in Spain. We're wizards and space shouldn't be a barrier. As long as we have the people, we can come back, stronger than we've ever been. This isn't the Muggleborn Liberation Front, Dumbledore said. Our organization is older than that. We've been together since the last war. Purebloods, mostly, right? I asked. Why would you say that? He asked, his voice carefully neutral. Molly Weasley is here, I said. Which means that she is a member, she wouldn't be here otherwise. That means her husband is also likely a member, and some of her older children. He nodded, but didn't say anything. Lupin and Snape are half-bloods, I said, working it out for myself. Moody is pure blood. And how do you know that, Missy? Moody asked. You don't think I'd research the people I was to be working with? I asked. I'm not a fool. Skeletons in closets lead to betrayal at the worst of times. You've got a mountain of bones in your closet, I'd wager, Moody said. You have no idea, I said. Apparently neither Dumbledore nor Snape had told him what I'd revealed to them. It pleased me that they understood enough about operational security to be cautious, even with him. Still, I haven't heard about any Muggleborn in this group of yours, and you even went out of your way to make a separate organization for them. That sounds a little sketchy to me. No insult is intended, Dumbledore said. I simply created this organization from those people I knew and trusted best. Those people did not include many Muggleborn. That is not to say that it did not include any. He didn't begin spouting off names, which meant that he either didn't have many to say, or that he was taking operational security fairly seriously. They call it the Order of the Phoenix, Sirius said. He still seemed bewildered. He'd seemed that way every time I'd seen him since I'd saved him from the attack on the shack. It occurred to me that life as a free man was likely difficult after years of having your sanity drained away by monsters. I frowned. So the organization was destroyed and you rebuilt yourself? I asked. No, Dumbledore said. You've all got fire powers. We are wizards, Snape said. He smirked. I'm sure we could set some fires if needed. It's named after Dumbledore's phoenix, Harry said impatiently. Apparently he was so happy to be somewhere else other than at home that he was buying whatever Kool-Aid Dumbledore was selling. I had no problems allying myself with Dumbledore, but I knew he had his own agenda, and that he'd likely throw me under the bus if it was convenient for him. Hopefully Harry wasn't a lot more naive. So if he'd had a parrot, you'd have been the Order of the Parrot? Guess you're glad he didn't have a pet chicken then. For some reason Snape seemed the only one amused by that. Professor Dumbledore wasn't going to tell me anything for another couple of years, but he says you've already stolen my childhood, and so I might as well get started. Dumbledore winced. Apparently Harry hadn't been supposed to tell me that part, but he still had some residual loyalty to me. Dumbledore might not even have phrased it that way, but that was the way Harry had heard it. In a way he was right. After all, Harry now spent more time training than he did playing gobstones or exploding Snap. Even Ron participated somewhat more than half the time, although he often skived off to do something he thought was more fun. Still, if Sirius hadn't insisted on Harry being here as a precondition for using the house, Harry likely would not be here. He'd be rotting away at home with his relatives. I'd heard bits and pieces about them, usually when he was talking to Ron and thought no one could hear. I'd heard enough not to have a high opinion of them. Some of the incidences would have required intervention by Child Protective Services in the United States. I wasn't sure what the laws were like in England or Scotland. Unlike Harry, I had likely been slated to be here as soon as the opportunity opened up. Remus was too busy to keep a good eye on me, and no other place in Wizarding Britain would be as well protected. Leaving me on my own would have been considered a non-starter in any case. I was suspected of any number of murders, some of which I hadn't even committed. Both Dumbledore and Snape were wary of leaving me on my own for fear that I'd choose to meddle in politics. I'd had a weird and awkward discussion with Snape after Umbridge died about not messing in politics. What he didn't seem to understand was that everything we did affected politics, even and especially the decision to do nothing. I'd argue that your childhood was stolen the last time you saw your parents, I said tartly after a long moment. And from what I've heard, what was arranged for you wasn't exactly what you would have chosen for yourself. No one gets to choose their family, Dumbledore said gently. Nor their circumstances. I believe that if you are unhappy with your circumstances that you should try to change them, I said. I'd wasted more than a year of life as a normal person trying to live with my circumstances, and all it had gotten me was misery. We should establish some ground rules, Remus said. He sighed and ran his hands through his hair. Most of them are like they were last summer, but Harry wasn't there, so I'll go over them again. No stabbing people, I said. That's rule 1. I glanced back at the hall. She's not a person though, I said. She's less than a shadow. I hated her, Sirius said. But she was still my mother. Family is important in the wizarding world. You don't go around stabbing people's mothers. My bugs detected the displacement of air behind me. I didn't have time to think, I just acted. Lunging to the side, I tried to spin around, but I was slow, too slow. My wand was in my hand, but the small creature behind me was pointing at me, his face contorted in rage. Mudblood! He screamed. A blast exploded the table where we'd all been sitting. I rolled, and dodged again, my wand out to stun my attacker. Dumbledore was faster, though. He had the advantage of not having to turn, but I couldn't be sure that I'd have beaten him even so. Snape had his wand out as well. Snape, Moody and Dumbledore all hit the creature with spells almost simultaneously. The house elf went flying through the air to crash into a wall. He fell stunned. The other reason we don't bother my mother's picture, Sirius said after a moment, pulling himself up from the floor where he'd fallen, is that our house elf is unusually fond of her. This is going to be a problem, I said. I can't feel safe going to sleep with this thing after me. It's not his fault, Sirius said after a moment. From the look on his face, he expected me to start stabbing. He's been left in the house for 10 years with only mother's portrait for company. It would drive anyone batty. House elves were loyal, sometimes incredibly so. They were self-effacing. I tried to put myself in his shoes. If I'd come home and found that someone had attacked someone I cared about, I knew how I'd have reacted. I rose to my feet, and I pointed my wand at the elf. Don't, Sirius said. It wouldn't be right. I just agreed not to stab anyone, I said. I'll try not to kill anyone either. The others were watching me closely. Obliviate, I said, pointing my wand at the elf's head. He'd be out for a while from being hit by 3 stunners. The others stared at me, horrified. Professor Lockhart was kind enough to teach me before he left, I said absently. He said he's going on a worldwide book tour and may not be back for a decade or more. It had taken the entirety of the school year to convince him to teach me, and it was a very difficult spell. Still, at least this house elf probably didn't have any good memories from the last 10 years he'd miss. I waved my wand, and I levitated the house elf behind me. Back in the hall, I stood in front of the painting. The old biddy was hiding behind a chair, staring at me hatefully. I understand that this creature is yours, I said. Your right hand in the world, your eyes. There is a saying in the Muggle Bible about plucking out eyes that offend you. She stared at me without speaking. I've removed his memory, I said. When he wakes up, you will tell him that the damage to your painting was done by rats. There were plenty of rats in this house. From what I knew of house elf psychology, it should have been humiliating for a house to be in this state. Maybe something like that would help keep him busy. I knew what it was like to feel depressed, and how important it was to stay busy. If you don't, then I will simply obliviate all memory of you from him, and then I'll paint you over. He will never even know you existed, and you'll be alone in the dark. If I find out that you've tried to turn him against me, I will obliviate him. Do you understand? Eventually she nodded. I returned to the kitchen. I was bluffing, of course. The truth was that I was nowhere good enough to remove all memory of a person lasting for years, not without simply wiping the whole person's memory. As long as she didn't know that, though, the bluff might work. The others were staring at me as I returned. See? I said. I didn't even threaten to kill him. I went to the drawer and got a washcloth. I wet it, and returned to the house elf, who was waking up. I put his head on my lap, and I began washing it. He blinked, then stared up at me. I hope you are all right, I said. A rat ran by on a shelf and a tin of something hit you in the head. Reinforcing the rat story was important. Hopefully he'd go after the rats who'd hurt his mistress and not me. When he'd hit the wall, objects had fallen off the shelf to land on the floor. That helped sell the story. His eyes narrowed and he slapped my hand away. He staggered to his feet. Nasty brat. Kriaker has heard about the girl. What, that I'm a mudblood? I said mildly. It's true. But I believe that anyone can rise above their station, mudbloods, ghosts, even house elves. He looked revolted. Dirty things should know their place. Places change, I said. I'd like us to be friends. He stared at me, and then his face twisted up. He spit on the floor in front of me. A moment later he left. I listened in as the painting told him that it was rats that had damaged her painting. It wasn't a very good performance, but it seemed that it was good enough. He's going to be a problem, I said. He can apparate out of here and back, right? Dumbledore nodded. Then we need his loyalty, I said. And it's not going to be easy to get. I could just tell him not to say anything about what goes on in this house, and tell him he is not to harm anyone in this house. And then he kills one of us the moment we step outside, I said. House elves are loyal, but loyalty is earned. If he's chained to do what you say by some kind of spell, he'll figure out how to get around it to help his master's former friends. He's just a house elf, Sirius said. He just attacked me in a room with how many of the fastest wands in Great Britain, and he still managed to get 2 shots off? I asked. And listen to him talk. He doesn't sound like all the other house elves. The blacks expected a higher quality of servant, Sirius said. His face twisted. He just parrots what my mother used to say. He's smart, and smart is bad, I said. We have only 3 choices. We need to turn him, kill him, or obliviate him. We aren't killing my mother's house elf, Sirius said. I'll have a talk with him. Don't undo my work with the memory charm, I said. About that, Dumbledore said. That's a rather potent charm to place in the hands of someone who has not yet gone through puberty. It's better than my old way of removing memories, I said. I picked up my knife from the floor and slipped it into my bag. And it's a little less permanent. Only Sirius seemed confused by that statement. He's probably very lonely, I said. From what I've seen, house elves are very gregarious creatures. Turning him might not be as hard as you think. You're much more forgiving of him than Ms. Black. He can change, I said. She's just paint and memories. You might be surprised at just how potent some memories can be, Dumbledore said. Children are sometimes quite opinionated, but as we grow older and wiser, we learn that sometimes there is more to the world than what we can see. Well, I said. Let's get through the rest of the rules, and then I'd like to start obliviation practice. Right, Sirius said. There are dark objects and books in the house. I'm going to read them, I said immediately. You can't protect against the dark arts unless you know something about the dark arts. Some of us are, less than comfortable with the idea of you getting your hands on books like those. Then don't put me in a house full of those books. I have to learn as much as I can as quickly as I can. Where you are sometimes lacking is not in knowing what to do, Dumbledore said. But in knowing what not to do. It seemed that we were at an impasse. A clemency. Explaining the curses on the books will simply encourage her, Severus said quietly. And letting her see the contents of some of those books is in no one's best interest. The only alternative is to simply remove all of the books, Dumbledore said. Which will only feed the resentment that she has towards us. She doesn't seem to resent me, Severus said. He smirked. Be on your guard, Dumbledore said. I suspect that one of the reasons she wanted the memory charm so badly was to remove anything damning that you discover before you have a chance to inform me. Scowling, Severus said, I can't imagine what prompted that fool to teach her. Blackmail, most likely, Dumbledore said. Or fear. He did say he was taking an extended sabbatical to places as far away from here as possible. Of her or the Dark Lord. Yes, Dumbledore said, without elucidating further. I'll find out what I can, Severus said. And see whether she is a delusional genius, or something much more dangerous. He stood up and took his leave. The Order headquarters wasn't the only place they met. For one thing, they'd never be able to keep secrets from the girl. For another thing, they needed places where less trusted assets could meet with them. After all, someone who knew the secret could always be controlled into taking someone else with them. Operating to an alley near Black's house, Severus walked there quickly. It was daytime, and so he moved quickly. Most of the muggles were working, but there were a few who were on the dole, and the last thing he needed was for the obliviators to be summoned. He was inside the house a moment later. The changes in only 2 days were impressive. Gone were the cobwebs, the heavy coating of dust. Everything had been meticulously cleaned with the best effort that magic could give. There was a smell of food cooking in the kitchen. Molly Weasley was a failure as a mother in some ways, her children were all willful and disobedient. Yet there was something about the way in which she treated them that made a strange pressure in his chest. Their family was nothing like his own had been. His parents had been cold toward him even as they'd fought each other with desperate intensity. There was something strangely warm about the Weasley household that made him wonder if his life might have been different if he'd been raised in such surroundings. I don't need any more to eat, he heard Potter saying irritably from the other room. You're a tiny thing, Molly was saying. Maybe a few more bites. The food's great, Mrs. Weasley, he heard Potter say. He waited for the old familiar anger and bitterness to rise up. This was James Potter's brat, the child of a man who was everything Severus was not. Potter had been a bully, yet in the end he'd gotten the girl. He'd been prepared to see Harry Potter as being his father's son. He looked enough like him. At first it had seemed clear and simple. The boy was brash, and every bit the Gryffindor his father had been. However, his association with Taylor had made him quieter, more reflective. Training had given the boy discipline, and he'd lost his tendency to spout off whatever nonsense that came into his head. He'd never care for the boy, but much of the venom that had fueled him was gone. In its place was a sort of feeling of hollowness. This was all that was left of Lily, all that ever would be. He'd sacrificed a great deal to keep the boy alive. He closed his eyes and forced himself to focus. The last thing he needed was for Taylor Bear to go rummaging through his memories. With his luck, she'd go right for the current location of the Dark Lord, and he'd return to find a lot of murdered Death Eaters. The Dark Lord himself wouldn't die, of course. He was immortal. The fact that the others did would lead to a lot of pain for Severus, it might even lead to his death. He stepped into the room. The kitchen was changed dramatically from 2 days before. It was almost sparkling. I am here to see Miss Bear, he said. Molly was ruffling Harry's head with one hand. She looked up. She's in the drawing room, Molly said. Snape turned and headed for the drawing room. The girl had cornered Creaker and was speaking to him in a low voice. She thought it was rats, but it might have been doxies. I know a really good way of getting rid of those. Stupid Mudblood is good at killing, Creaker said grudgingly. I showed you how to kill the rats, didn't I? The girl said. The house elf chuckled evilly, and Severus had an uneasy feeling that the rats in the house hadn't died an easy death. Running around without eyes, Creaker said. He grinned, and the expression on his face wasn't pretty. Stupid rats got what they deserved. Hurting the mistress like that. Severus felt a chill down his spine. He knew of one rat that had been murdered recently with exploding eyeballs, one that had threatened to reveal a young girl's secrets. The girl obviously knew that he'd heard, but she turned around and smiled at him as though nothing had been said at all. Hello Professor Snape, she said. Is it time for lessons? Did he dare say anything about what he had heard? If he did, then he'd worry that he'd wake up one night with her standing over his bed, and then he'd be missing some of his memories. If he didn't, he'd be tacitly condoning her behaviors. We've all done things we aren't proud of, the girl said quietly. Apparently some of his dilemma had shown in his expression. But for the moment we are all moving toward the same goal. She turned and said, You're doing a great job, Creaker. I think your mistress would have been proud. Stupid Mudblood. Who cares about your opinion? Creaker's face twisted up and he turned away from the girl. Yet as she turned away, his posture straightened. His shoulders lost a little of the droop they'd had in every encounter Severus had ever had with the thing. The girl was blatant and obvious in her attempts at ingratiating herself to the thing. It should have been completely ineffective, but it seemed that she was getting through to him. Yet equally as obvious, being nice wasn't a skill that she was used to using. Intimidation and fear were well-worn paths for her. Diplomacy and being nice much less so. It made Severus feel a little better to see her being so clumsy and obvious. He'd wondered at times whether the seeming affection she had for him was an affectation, an attempt to manipulate him much like the Dark Lord had once. Unless she was being clumsy and obvious with the house elf in an effort to convince him and Dumbledore that she wasn't manipulating them. That was a chilling thought. Severus shook the thought off. She wouldn't be letting him into her mind unless she was sure that he wouldn't be repulsed by what she would see. It's time, he said. When he was sure that the house elf was gone, and that there were no other spies, using the best spells that he knew, he turned to the girl and said, I assume you've done the reading. Everything I could find, she said. You will wish to sit for this, he said. He'd thought she might protest, after all she was the girl who'd laughed while experiencing the Cruciatus. Instead, she primly took a seat. If you were Potter I'd be more worried, he said. His mind is undisciplined, and his emotions are close to the surface. Part of the reason this is rarely taught to children is because they have difficulty controlling their emotions. I had an easier time of it in my last body, Taylor admitted. I think there's something about a childish brain that makes emotional regulation harder. Maybe it has something to do with the glands. I'm not looking forward to puberty again. Speak to Professor McGonagall or one of your female prefects if you have questions. There are potions to control bodily functions that are not covered in general classes. At her raised eyebrow, he continued. Wizards tend to be conservative, and what the Muggles call sexual education isn't on the agenda. Are there magical STDs? She asked. Hagrid's a half-giant, so wizards are apparently doing things with other races. It seems like you could get some funky diseases that way, much less from sharing a bath with someone with a weird magical foot fungus. None are yet incurable, he said. And this is off the subject. Despite your handicaps, your emotions tend to be muted. I've got ways to control that, she said. I'm trying to use it less. I think it's not healthy. In occlumency, being able to clear one's mind is an asset. Once you become more advanced, you will be able to clear everything but those things that you want an opponent to see. Creating a false narrative, she said. She nodded. I will attempt to break into your mind, Severus said. Which will require me to point my wand at you. He knew better than to try that unannounced. It will be painful, he said. So you could use it as a means of torture? She asked. The process itself is not painful, Severus said. It is the resisting that causes the pain. The Dark Lord has been known to extract every ounce of pain from his victims before ending their lives in agony. That's a waste, unless you're trying to send a message, she said. She looked thoughtful. Is terror the only reason he's able to keep his people's loyalty? No, Severus said. Although your presence has made the lowest level members much more cautious about courting the disfavor of their superiors. What? The terror? Right. So why is that? It's become fashionable to recommend members who do not perform as well for the next mission against you. The Dark Lord tolerates it because as long as the rank and file fight among themselves, they will not turn on him. I always wondered why someone didn't just shoot him in the back, then the lot of you pretend he was still alive. You could easily use it as an excuse to loot the houses of your enemies, then fade into the woodwork. If the Dark Lord were known to be permanently dead, the organization would likely split into factions. She nodded sagely. I've seen that before. Have you ever thought of leading a Death Eater reform party? Once I've killed your boss, I mean. What? You could create a kinder, gentler organization of Death Eaters who do nothing but sit in their rocking chairs and mutter racist things while the younger generation goes out and changes things. And you'd leave that be. As long as it wasn't someone who has directly harmed me. Maybe even some of them, depending on what they did. It depends on whether I believed they were faking it or not. I'd hate to be eating out in Hogsmeade a year from now and have to put blood on the walls. If Severus was right, it wouldn't be the first time. How she'd killed an entire group of Death Eaters and then creatively decorated the town, he didn't know. He wasn't sure he wanted to know. I'm sure that you'd be quick to believe anyone, he said. It's a great reason to teach me legilimency, she said. Otherwise, I might have to be proactive. Was she threatening to murder all of his old acquaintances if he didn't teach her? It'd be aggressive self-defense, she said. I doubt the ministry would think so, Severus said dryly. And while I don't doubt that you'd be successful in escaping Azkaban, they might think it wise to have you kissed simply because of the danger you represent. I'm considering ways to deal with the Dementors, she said. She didn't continue, though, so hopefully the message was taken. Are you ready? She nodded. He lifted his wand and pointed it at her. Her mind had always been difficult to penetrate. Every mind was different, of course, but almost all shared many things in common. Her mind was more alien than even the mind of a house elf. It was like looking through a kaleidoscope, jumbled bits and pieces of images, with only small bits making sense. If she were able to control and refine it, it would make for an effective occlumency shield. As it was, it took him longer than he would have liked to slip through the ever-shifting maze that was her defenses. A moment later, he was in. It wasn't a recent memory, but he didn't have enough control to do more than snatch at anything he could reach. And the neck bones connected to the backbone. The backbones connected to the leg bone. A child with blonde hair was leaning over a body on a table. She'd opened the body up and was doing something with a scalpel. It took Severus a moment to realize that the body on the table was alive. The open chest cavity showed lungs still working and the heart was still pumping. Was this Taylor in her old body, performing some kind of torture on an innocent? Through a set of heavy refrigerator doors, Severus could see what had been a black teenager, splayed out much like the bodies in Hogsmeade had been. His face was contorted in agony, and somehow, impossibly he was still alive. Wake up Taylor, the girl with the scalpel said sweetly. I don't want you to miss all of this. The girl's eyes blinked open but she didn't speak. She was wearing a strange sort of a mask with goggles, enough that Severus couldn't quite make out her face. This was Taylor? Before he could see any more, he felt himself being ripped away, swept into the maelstrom of her mind. Suddenly he found himself gagging, with a memory of a stench so profound that he felt it in the back of his own throat. He could barely breathe. They were in the darkness, trapped inside a claustrophobic metal box. Had someone put her in a coffin? There were insects crawling all over her as she struggled. Outside he could hear female voices, taunting. Nobody's coming Taylor, a girl said in a low voice on the other side of the door. You'll die in there and nobody will even care. They can all hear you scream, but even the teachers won't protect you. Stay in there with the rest of the filth. He could hear the sounds of several girls laughing as they walked away. The girl screamed and sobbed and beat on the doors, but true to the other girls' words no one came. It reminded him of his own experiences with James Potter. He'd seen all sorts of bullying at Hogwarts, yet he'd never worked to stop it despite his own experiences with how painful it could be. Why hadn't he ever done anything? He'd lashed out at students, but not at the ones who tortured their classmates every year. He tried to pull himself from the memory, but he found himself trapped, gagging and choking from the smell of vomit and rotten bodily wastes. It was hard to take a breath, and he saw the moment the girl started to panic. This girl was younger than the girl on the table. That girl had been afraid but resigned, even given the pain she was in. This girl didn't have the raw power that the other girl. Severus suddenly felt an outside memory intrude on his mind, one that he could not remember even a moment later. That should not happen inside a memory. He felt a sudden moment of anxiety. Was she obliviating him even now, in the middle of his rummaging through her mind? He tried to pull away, but he found himself lost in the maelstrom, spun back and forth until he landed in water. He was in some kind of an underground vault. It was huge, filled with a large number of muggles, all of whom stunk of fear. They were in water, and some of them were trying to make their way up a set of stairs. The girl looked much more menacing in her full costume than he would have thought. She was wearing a black and grey bodysuit with armored panels. He couldn't make out what any of it was made of, but he could tell it was well made. People were sobbing, some were holding pets above the water as they made their way out of the vault. The girl's head snapped up in an expression that he'd learned to recognize. The back wall of the vault exploded, and something stepped into the breach. The girl was pushed to the side as people panicked. They screamed and fled, crawling over each other in an effort to get away from whatever this was. Taylor had had a name for these. What was it? Severus stared up at the unblinking eyes above him, and despite himself he felt afraid. Right. This was an endbringer. Hope killer. Severus found himself being thrust out of the girl's mind. It was a little disorienting, there were memories in the girl's mind that simply weren't intelligible, almost as though she was seeing the world from a million different perspectives all at once. It made his head hurt to even think about it, and so he'd been focusing on the memories that he could interpret. What was that? He asked finally. Leviathan, she said. And the little girl? Bonesaw, she said. She looked away. There were things about my world that were pretty fucked up. He didn't bother to correct her language. From what he could see, that was an accurate assessment. Even the Dark Lord rarely bothered with any forms of torture other than the cruciatus. Bellatrix would have been impressed by Bonesaw. She was how you died? He asked. It wasn't even my worst injury, she said. She shook her head. Being shot in the head was my reward for saving the worlds. Severus grimaced. This isn't something that can be accomplished with one event. We have to continue to do this until you can successfully keep me out every time. Hopefully it would be sooner than later, for both of their sakes. She nodded grimly, then gestured for him to continue. He sighed and lifted his wand again. Immediately he was in her mind. This time the maze created by her mental static was more intricate. Whatever else the girl was, she was a quick learner. It took him longer to get inside. They were in the middle of a devastated cityscape. Leviathan was there, surrounded by muggles in colorful costumes. No one had a wand, but at least 20 of them were shooting at the monster. The beams didn't seem to make much of an impact on the creature, but whenever a beam missed and struck the surrounding area, the impact was huge. 12 men and women in costumes were fighting the thing hand to hand. Worse, they were losing. The thing was incredibly fast, so much so that it was terrifying. It cut a man in half with its tail as Severus watched. The men and women were wearing armbands, as each of them died a litany of the dead was called out. Severus heard the sounds from behind him. He turned and saw Taylor wearing her costume. She was staring up at the monster, which was less than 100 feet away from her. Water flooded everything up to people's knees, which slowed them even further. Some of the capes were almost as fast as the monster, including one flying woman. Taylor was talking to another cape. She needs her face cauterized, she was saying. The woman she'd rolled over was clearly dying, her face had been ripped off. The other man was shaking his head, but eventually agreed. The smell of burning flesh was particularly pungent. She left the woman with the other man, and she followed the monster, which was now being fought by an even larger group of other men and women. A pureblood would never have understood what CPR was, but Severus did. She was struggling with an obese man when she looked up with a look of horror on her face. Hesitating only a moment, she looked down at the man she was too weak to drag. She dropped him, but her expression was one of regret. She darted close to one of the men and a glowing shield surrounded him, protecting several other people. Severus turned around and he stared. A wave of water taller than most of the buildings slammed into them. Leviathan, the city killer. He tried to pull out of the memory, and he did, but the names of the dead followed him, being called out with a certain inevitability. When the world righted itself, he found himself in a Muggle high school. He'd never been in one himself, but they weren't that different from primary schools, and the children were similar in age to 5th through 7th years in Hogwarts. Taylor was faced by several people in costumes. Some were children themselves. From their body language it was clear that they were at odds. Students. The girl called out. I've described you as a jury. Now it's time to vote. Stand if you side with me. A third of the 300 children in the auditorium stood. They surrounded the girl, forming a human shield. The consternation of the others was obvious. The next few minutes showed the girl slipping away from the others, primarily because they didn't want to hurt her followers. It was adroitly done, the girl changing into a hoodie while the others shielded her from her enemies. Had she always used children in her fights against others? After the escape, Taylor seemed at a loss as to what to say to the teenagers. There was none of the easy camaraderie that existed with her current group of minions. You saved my dad, one girl said. Fought the Slaughterhouse 9, another said. Those bastards at the ABB. Leviathan showed up at the shelter, and I heard you. There were so many stories that it was hard to take them all in. Severus felt himself being yanked almost viciously away from this memory. He was back in the real world. The tailor he saw in her memory had a body that didn't look anything like this one, but the more he watched her, the more he could see similarities between the two of them. Her body language had always been strange, both girls shared the same, odd, mantis-like way of moving and holding themselves. It wasn't even my school, she said. She looked down. It was a shot in the dark, I didn't expect it to work so well. She was more embarrassed about the last memory than the one before. Even the previous memory only bothered her because she'd been forced to abandon a man. The fight itself had been normal for her. The fight? He asked. How many were killed? Capes? She asked. Over 40. If you're asking about regular people, who knows? He destroyed half the city and it was a good day. And on a bad day. Millions dead, she said. He's sunk entire islands. He was the weakest of the three, and we later found out they were all sandbagging. Sandbagging. Pretending to be hurt when they weren't, not being as deadly as they could. If they'd shown their real power, no one would have even bothered to fight. The real horror was that they gave people false senses of hope just so they could slap us down. The monster had killed more people in a few minutes than the Dark Lord's people had in their worst year during the last war. That only included the people directly fighting. Undoubtedly the flood had to have killed thousands if not tens of thousands. It was like fighting a Nundu, if the Nundu were fully intelligent and capable of destroying entire cities. Severus doubted that an army of wizards would have done any better. Some of the costumed men and women had been supernaturally swift. He'd seen the look in the thing's eyes, there was a malevolence there that even Bellatrix would have been hard-pressed to match. Do you wish to continue? Severus asked. Part of him wanted her to say no. The things he'd seen would need time to process. They had a great deal to say about the person she had been and about the person she was now. No, she said. I can take it. He forced himself not to sigh as he pointed his wand again. The images flashed through his mind this time. She was actively trying to reject him. Falling from the side of a large metallic structure in the middle of a bay, an explosion of golden light and half of her body dropping away. She was wearing something like a backpack, something that was spraying out air and slowing her fall. He was pulled away from that memory. She was kneeling beside some sort of memorial, it was a list of the names of the dead. There were so many. A girl was crudely scratching the names of dogs into the memorial, her dogs, dogs who'd fought and died. Arms and legs were tangled together, ebony skin and pale. Severus pulled himself from that memory as quickly as he could, hoping that she didn't choose to obliviate him for this alone. It was like a storm, riding from one memory to the next. A naked woman with skin striped like a tiger's, tearing through metal, flesh, and bone. A black six-legged monster the size of a van, covered in spines and scales and thick armored plating. His flesh healed and changed as he was attacked, becoming more powerful. The flying woman from before. The most powerful woman in the world, in a conference room with Taylor, who was in handcuffs. A body bag being pulled into a morgue, officially looking men laughing cruelly. It was a memory that was strangely scattered and distorted. Taylor was kneeling, and somewhere in the distance a man was screaming. She had her eyes closed, and Severus couldn't see anything but her. Not a promise, or an oath, a malediction, or a curse, she said. Inevitable. Wasn't that what she said? I warned them. There was a sound of insects everywhere, and Severus was pulled from that memory even faster than the one before. He tumbled, unable to control his pathway through her memories. They were coming faster and faster. Learning how to fight from a black teenager. Riding on the back of gigantic, monstrous dog monsters while laughing with other costumed teens who were riding similar monsters. Her posture with them was relaxed, much more relaxed than it had been with any of her minions in Severus's world. This was a Taylor who was happy, or at least as happy as she could be in the kind of world she lived in. A much younger Taylor, at least as young as the Taylor in his world. She was talking on the telephone, chattering happily. A sound from the phone, the screech of tires, the sounds of metal against metal, followed by a horrible silence and a growing realization. The sounds of sobbing. A black dress, drizzling rain. Mom would have hated this, the sobbing in the background, the shine of the box as it was lowered into the damp ground. Her father a shadow of his former self, as much a remnant as a wizarding ghost. It was as if he'd been kissed but had somehow been able to still talk and move. It hurt as he was yanked from this memory, and for a moment he found himself trapped in the dark. He tried to withdraw, but there was resistance. Suddenly he was inside a strange craft. It was unlike any kind of craft he'd ever seen, all cool metallic lines. It was like something he'd seen on the telly when he was a child. There were screens everywhere, and on the screens a winged woman. Cameras were focused on different parts of her body, she was waif-thin but wore no clothes. She had multiple wings, 3 of which were wrapped around her, nominally protecting her modesty. Her hair was white with tints of silver, it wreathed her head in gossamer strands that floated as though she was in the water and not in the air. Her face was like a doll's, with a stare that saw nothing and everything at the same time. She was beautiful as an angel would be beautiful, inhuman and horrifying. No man alive would even consider himself worthy of someone who looked like this, even without knowing what she was. Hope killer. She reminded him of a verse from the Christian Bible, one his Muggle grandparents had made him read. The seraphim had 6 wings, with 2 they covered their faces, with 2 they flew, and 2 covered their feet. Apparently feet in the Bible were often a euphemism, at least according to a conversation he'd overheard from a religious Ravenclaw. A flash of images, of entire cities locked away, of people turned into curses waiting to trigger. She could see the future, and she slipped into a man's mind. All it took was the urge to say a few words into the wrong ears, to inspire the wrong person, to set off a series of events that ruined lives and destroyed hearts. Entire cities were walled away because of this creature, innocent people trapped because of the possibility that she might turn them into someone who would kill their friends or family, or maybe just say the wrong words to someone else who might. This was the world that Taylor Aber came from. A world of hopelessness, a world where the best outcome was waiting for death. The girl beside Taylor was speaking. "We're here because we're asking you for help. For vengeance, for your strength. We want you and the rest of the Endbringers on board to stop Scion." What? They were trying to ally themselves with that thing? Taylor knew what this thing was, what it did to people. She knew it could never be trusted. A brilliant human might be able to see a dozen steps ahead, she could see 10,000. Why would Taylor ever ally herself with something that was responsible for tens of thousands facing fates worse than death? What had she said? That she saved not only her world, but every world? The Cymurk didn't act like it heard them. It simply floated in the air, as though it didn't actually need its wings at all. Taylor was arguing with the other girl, their faces turned away from the screen for a moment. It was confusing that he was seeing this at all if she wasn't looking, but the monster finally moved its head. It was a subtle shift in expression, but for a moment Severus thought that the monster was looking at him. That was impossible, of course. This was only a memory, a shadow of the past. Still, it was unnerving even if she was just staring in his direction. Snape checked, there was no one or nothing behind him that she could be staring at. To reassure himself, he pushed himself with his mind, trying to get another view of what was going on. It wasn't as easy as it would have been with a pensive, but he found himself on the other side of the 2 girls. The monster was staring at him still. An uneasy fear settled in his stomach. This was a creature who could see the future. Was it possible that she'd realized that he'd be here now, and that she'd foreseen exactly where he'd be? She screamed and he felt a stabbing pain in his head. A moment later he was back in the real world, staggering backward and falling to one knee. He could feel the blood draining from his face. "She saw you?" Taylor asked. For once she was just as pale as he was. Apparently she'd seen more in his mind than he'd thought. "It's impossible," he said. "Preposterous. She turned people into time bombs," Taylor said. "Made them dangerous, and sometimes not because they did something terrible." "Are you suggesting that she could have affected me?" Snape asked. It should have been ridiculous, but there had been something about the sound of her scream that had deeply unsettled him. "Powers are bullshit," she said soberly. And the Endbringers had powers that were more bullshit than most. Scion hobbled everyone else's powers, but theirs weren't hobbled at all. "I never saw your powers from before," Severus said. A look of guilt flashed across the girl's face. Was it possible that he had seen those memories, but that she'd removed them? A quick glance showed her hands nowhere near her wand. That was suspicious in itself. Normally she'd never allow someone to point a wand at her without a wand in her own hand. Was knowing about the Cymurk making him paranoid? "It was the worst thing about her," Taylor said quietly. "You couldn't ever trust that your thoughts were your own. They kept me away from her, you know, until the end. They didn't think I was stable enough, and the damage that I could have done would have been unthinkable." "How did they fight her?" he asked. If she was anything like the other one, with the added power of driving men mad, it would have been almost impossible. "In short bursts," Taylor said. "And it was a death sentence to fight too long, no one could risk a cape becoming one of her proxies." "They killed their own then?" Severus felt nauseous. The thought that the thing might have violated his mind was more than unsettling. It was horrifying in ways that he was only beginning to comprehend. Would he spend the rest of his days wondering if this was the moment that he'd finally lose control and follow her will? If she could see him from a memory, what was to keep her from simply coming to this world? What was to keep any of the others? Taylor had apparently killed whatever creature had created these things, but no creature lived in isolation. Where there was one, there would be others. "You lived in the future, didn't you?" he asked, his memory of chrome and steel still vivid in his mind. She nodded. "When?" he asked. 2013, she said. "At least toward the end." "And how bad was it?" "Worlds were destroyed," she said. "Billions, tens of billions dead. here? He asked. She shrugged helplessly. There were a lot of worlds, I didn't really keep track. So it was possible that this world only had 20 years left before something happened. Maybe this isn't the past, Taylor said. Maybe time just runs a little slower here. He stared at her. She shrugged. If it happens, there won't be anything we can do about it. I try not to think about it too much. When he could finally speak, he said, I think that's it for the lessons for today. He rose to his feet, and he left without saying a word. Serious. I'd learned a lot during my first lesson with Snape. For one thing, it was possible to be so wrapped up in legilimency that you lost awareness of the outside world. That meant that you were vulnerable to anyone with a wand. I'd have to be careful about that. It wasn't hard to use a wand and then stick it back in a pocket. Next, I'd been able to keep him away from noticing my insects mostly. The times that I hadn't were regrettable, but ultimately not something he was going to remember. Third, sometimes there would be bleed through. There had been a point where Snape had started to experience my memory instead of simply see it. I'd experienced some of his mind at that time as well. I hadn't really been able to see anything, just a sense that he'd seen aspects of my being bullied in his own life when he'd been younger. I didn't need to see the specifics, the feelings were more than enough. It seemed that many things in the wizarding world were things that cut both ways. Becoming an animagus was terribly dangerous for obvious reasons. Yet learning it might be the edge I needed if I were ever caught by the Death Eaters and they didn't do the intelligent thing and simply end me. It was one of the few defenses that didn't need a wand at all, which meant that it was good for those times that a person was disarmed. Most wizards didn't bother, it was primarily useful for reconnaissance and stealth, and it was always possible to get something entirely useless, like a deer or a beaver or a turtle. I'd read that the form of the patroness was often indicative of the animal you would become. If that was true, I might as well give up the endeavor entirely. Yet knowing how to become one didn't mean I needed to use it. It was better to have more cards up my sleeve and not need them, than to have none when I was losing. Better still, I had a wizard who knew how to do it right here. Mr. Black, I said carefully. I want to thank you for allowing us to stay in your house. Are you planning to turn me into a rock again? He asked. He was sitting at the table and staring at his drink. Apparently things weren't going as well with Harry as he'd hoped. If it'll save your life or someone else's, absolutely, I said. Do I need to turn you into a rock again? Could you? He asked. The signs of depression were obvious to me, I'd lived with it in my own house for years. I'd experienced it myself. He's not James, I said. From the glimpses I'd seen in Snape's mind when he thought I wasn't looking, that was probably a good thing. Sirius had been pushing too hard, trying to create a relationship from scratch a little too quickly. Harry was fascinated by stories about his parents, but he wasn't the child he'd once been. He'd seen the threat the Death Eaters posed, and he'd applied himself commendably. I'd have thought he'd be a little more fun-loving, Sirius said. He slowly tilted the drink in his hand. But instead he's focused and determined. He's a lot more like Lily than his father. I've been training him for more than a year, I said. Trying to keep him alive. He stared at me uncomprehendingly, and I sighed. Apparently he didn't know my reputation as well as everyone else did. He's never, ever going to be able to relax until the Death Eaters and their master are dead and gone. I just expected to see more, something, he said, waving his hand with a look of frustration on his face. It's like he just doesn't like to have fun. He likes it, I said. He's just a little more serious than you. He stared at me for a moment, then grinned ruefully. It takes time to become a family, I continued. You can't force it. He stared back down at his cup, his face settling back into a frown. Would you like something that might help bring you closer to him? His expression sharpened, and he stared at me. Harry needs every little advantage that he can get, I said. And he's not the only one. How hard was it for you to become an animagus? He laughed, a short, almost barking sound. If it was easy, everybody would do it, he said. It saved my life, but most people aren't going to end up in prison. I've been in prison before, I said. If he checked, he'd assume I meant in this lifetime when I'd been under arrest by the ministry. It's possible that I might be again. You want to learn? He asked. I shrugged noncommittally. How long would it take? I asked. You've got to harvest a mandrake root, he said. And keep its leaf in your mouth for an entire month. If it slips out, you have to start over. Even when you sleep? I asked. You wouldn't believe how easy it is to accidentally eat a mandrake root while you are eating a nice roast beef, he said. And if you fail, you start all over. I nodded. Then you have to use the leaf to make a potion, he said. Hope that the moon shines, because it's the last step in making the potion, and if it's overcast or something, well, it's back to sucking on mandrake leaves for another month. What else is in the potion? I asked. dew that hasn't been exposed to sunlight or human feet for a full 7 days. The chrysalis of a death's head moth. I'd have to breed for quick reproduction. Can you just capture the dew on the first day and then stick it in a cupboard? I asked. He frowned. I'm not sure. I pulled out a notebook, making a note. What have you got there? He asked. What do you know about the experimental method? I asked. His expression of incomprehension told me exactly how much he knew. I'll need to find something else that uses this ingredient, I said. Because this whole mandrake business seems a little arduous to risk on an untested method. If it works, it makes things a little easier. How did you solve it? Houseplant, Sirius said. We put it under glass in James' basement. It killed the plant, but it worked. I made another note. Once you've got the potion, you've got to wait for an electrical storm, Sirius said. So you can take the potion. Until then you have to recite an incantation every sunrise and sunset. Okay, I said. So we'll have people watching the weather reports on television, and we'll just go to where the storms are. He stared at me. The Muggles keep track of the weather and tell everyone when it's likely to happen, I said. They've got cameras in the sky that watch for storms and report on it. He stared at me. Cameras in the sky. In space, I said. They send pictures back and people can tell which way storms are going. I wasn't clear on when the news had started showing the weather, but I was certain they did by the 90s. I'd seen a weather report in France last summer with Hermione. Sirius was a pure-blood. I doubted that he'd ever even looked at a television, much less watched the weather. Next thing you'll be telling me is that Muggles have been to the moon, or that they've found a way to cut bread before you buy it. Now it was my turn to stare at him. I'd met purebloods who would have been amazed by these very facts, but... I know what a weather report is, he said. He grinned. My best friend's girl was a Muggleborn. Right. It was probably a bad idea to generalize just because someone was a pure-blood. Not all of them were ignorant xenophobes. How are you going to get the forecasts from every part of the country? He asked. I've got Muggleborn friends everywhere, I said. And they've got half-blood friends. If I let them know that I need to know when a storm is going to hit, they'll tell me. So you want me to teach you and Harry? I shook my head. How many do you think you could teach at once? What? He asked. You want me to teach the entire Muggleborn class how to be Animagi? Eventually, I said. I think I want to start with my most trusted 12. Including you and Harry, he asked. I nodded. We'd have to keep this secret, I said. Likely not do it here, either. The Longbottoms household has strong defenses. I'd intended to train with the rest of my team over the summer. It was a bit of a risk. I'd investigated the defenses of all of my friends' houses. In the interest of expediency and saving money, the Muggleborn had all gotten standard suites of defenses. It wouldn't be enough to ward off a determined attack, but it would be enough to warn them and allow them to escape via the flow network. The Longbottoms had invested in upgrading their defenses since my Pensiev treatment had returned their family to them. According to Neville, there had been some attempts to breach their security. After each attempt, they'd beefed things up even more, to the point that their home was almost as well protected as money could buy. If I could get Sirius to sign off of going with me to Neville's house, I'd get out from under Snape's watchful eye and I'd be able to get things done. Neville said he had a garden of magical plants, hopefully he'd have some interesting species of magical bugs to match. An entire class of Animagi, he said. He stared off into the distance. Wouldn't that make it not special anymore? Most of us consider not dying special, I said. And it's not like you're teaching a class at Hogwarts. You'll be teaching kids who know that having an ace in the hole might make the difference between life and death. You don't get to pick your form, he warned. Some of them might end up as panda bears, or a sloth or a snail of something. Even a snail would be useful, I said. And you can't just quit because something might not be useful. Snails can climb walls and might be small enough to go through mouse holes. And get eaten by mice, he said. Maybe, I said. But if you are in a situation where you are desperate enough to go in a mouse hole, you are pretty much already dead anyway. He frowned, then nodded. You can't tell Snape or Dumbledore, I said. Or any other member of the Order. Some of them might register us. He grimaced when I said Snape's name. Apparently their relationship was somewhat strained. I hadn't really seen much. They haven't registered me, he said. He had a thoughtful look. Still, it would be a huge prank on the Ministry, a dozen unregistered Animagi. Eventually 200, I said. You'll never get that many Death's Head moths, he said. I shrugged. All things are possible. Depending on what forms people gained, I might even be able to use it as an infiltration tactic. A dozen beetle Animagi might change the tide of a battle very quickly, especially if they were all disillusioned before I entered combat. You have big plans, he said. Asking someone for a favor when you keep turning them into a rock. The worst you can do is say no, I said. In which case I'll just badger you for the rest of the summer. Honest little thing, aren't you? It helps to have a reputation for honesty, I said. That way if I tell you I'm going to gut you with a knife, you believe me. He stared at me for a moment, his head cocked to the side as though he was trying to decide if I was serious. A moment later, he shook his head, and then said, I might as well. Dumbledore and the others don't trust me enough to let me take part in whatever they're involved in. They think that my being in Azkaban for so long has made me a little crazy. Can you believe that? I'd heard him muttering to himself too often to completely dismiss the idea. However, if I could learn a useful skill from a crazy person, I was more than willing to try. He laughed, and the sound of his laughter was a little strained. Years of having dementors eating away at his soul couldn't have been good got him. I suspect they think I'm crazier than you, I said. So you're in good company. He'd probably been sustaining himself solely on hatred for years, now his life was different and he didn't have a purpose. He'd have likely thrown himself at the Death Eaters with a vengeance, but Dumbledore and Snape didn't trust him. He'd have been happy to be a godfather to Harry, but Harry was too alien now. I'd infected him with responsibility, and it would take time for them to get acquainted. He needed a purpose now. Have you thought about what this will mean for the Muggleborn? I asked. It'll save some of their lives. It might give them a chance to fight back. Death Eaters might die. His head snapped up and he stared at me. Every time a Muggleborn kills a Death Eater because of something you taught them, it'll be like you did it yourself. Besides, wouldn't Lily have wanted you to protect Harry's friends? You're trying to manipulate me, he said. His grip tightened on his cup. But it's not like I've got anything better to do. It'll force Harry to spend time with you, I said. And who knows what will happen? You'll be able to shape the minds of an entire generation of Hogwarts students, won't that be the greatest prank in history? Might teach them a trick or two, he said. He was 12 years out of practice, I doubted he was even up to our standards. It was possible that he knew things we didn't, though, and I wasn't going to turn away anyone. Besides, getting more adults on our side would only be useful. I won't start with 12, though, he said. It's too many. There's parts of the whole thing that are dangerous. How many, then? 6, he said. 4 would be better. 6 it is, then. Me, Harry, Hermione, Neville since he'd be hosting. I doubted that Ron would want to go through the arduous process involved, his eating habits alone would have him swallowing his leaf, and he tended to become nasty when he was irritable. I'd have to go with one of the graduated seniors in a 6th year. It won't be easy, he warned me. There will be times when you want to spit that leaf out and give up. Most people do. My people aren't most people, I said. And I'll make sure that if they spit the leaf out, they'll lose some teeth with it. They can regrow teeth, right? Maybe this'll be entertaining, at least, he said. The most dangerous part will be when we drink the potion, I said. The Death Eaters have a precog, a seer, and they may come for us. He perked up at that. So we could set a trap if we wanted. We wouldn't have a lot of time, I said. Considering that we'd have to be watching the weather reports. We've got the summer, he said. That's true, I said. And it's not like Dumbledore or Remus are planning to include us, so we might as well make our own fun. In the distance I heard the sound of Creaker cackling along with the sound of squealing. What did you do to my house elf? He asked. Gave him a purpose, I said. Turned him into the death of rats. I've got bigger plans for everyone else. What are those? He asked cautiously. The Dark Lord, what do you think his name means? French, isn't it? He frowned. Flight from death. Something like that, I said. And I want the people who work for me to become death. I want the Muggleborn to become exactly the thing he claimed that they were, the ones who will replace him and his kind. That's ambitious, he said. He carefully set his cup down. Especially for a 2nd year. Almost 3rd, I said. And frankly, the current Dark Lord was an underachiever. I've already accomplished more in my first couple of years of school than he did in 6. My organization was certainly bigger than his had been. All right, he said. What do we need to do? I'll need to contact my friends, I said. And then we'll need to get some ingredients together. I'm going to need an exact list, including the stuff you left out. No point in getting everyone exited if we can't get components for everyone. He nodded. And then we'll see what kind of inner animal we all have. Moonlight. You've done our family a service, Miss Bear, Neville's grandmother said. But I'm still not certain why this has to be done here. The place I'm staying is too small, I said. Not for the scale of what we'll be doing. Plus, the entire point of the thing requires secrecy. The more people who know about it, the greater the chance that someone will break. And you've chosen to tell me? She asked. Someone you barely know. You have a reputation for integrity, I said. More importantly, Neville is a good friend, and he has a high opinion of you. I've learned to trust his judgment. That's high praise, she said. Don't think that I'm unaware of your contribution to his development. He's hardly the same boy that he was when I sent him to Hogwarts 2 years ago. You can't turn a pig into a plough horse, I said. He always had the ability to become someone better, it's simply too time to bring it out. Our training sessions had changed Neville in more than one way. The baby fat that had covered him had almost vanished, and he no longer spoke with a stutter. Snape still intimidated him, but he'd learned to hide his feelings behind a wall of impassivity. The fact that the others helped him improve his potion skills had kept Snape from bothering him too greatly. There are dangers to what you are contemplating, she said. We'll have the help of someone who's been through it. I said. She sniffed. Apparently her opinion of Sirius wasn't as high as her opinion of me. You'll do it here, she said. Under supervision, at least for those parts that are dangerous. I nodded. She hesitated. My son will never be what he once was, Miss Bear, she said. But you returned a part of him to me. I will be eternally grateful. I nodded. I didn't do anything anyone else wouldn't have done, I said. Had they thought of it? You don't think like anyone else, though, do you? It's why it's good to have outsiders introduce new ways of thinking, I said. I might see things in a way you don't, but it doesn't mean I can't learn from you. She meant that I didn't think like the other Muggleborn. That was because the system was designed to encourage conformity of thought. Bring the children in at an impressionable age, dazzle them with magic, and then keep them away from their Muggle lives. Cults sometimes did worse jobs of indoctrination. You have my permission. Using a sticking charm seems like cheating, Sirius grumbled. I thought you were all about cheating, I said. And there isn't anything we could find that says it will cause any problems in the spell. Hermione looked smug. The sticking charm had been her idea, and the research hers as well. We'd sent Sirius out to get books for us, and we'd scoured everything he'd allow us to see in the Black Library. We'd all just finished applying the small leaf to the insides of our cheeks and my cheek was already turning numb. The next 3 days aren't going to be easy, Sirius told us for the 3rd time. The leaf is poisonous, Hermione said. I know. Sirius smiled, and it wasn't a pleasant smile. You have no idea. There was something strange about his face. It took me a moment to realize that it looked as though there was something moving under his skin. Was this really Sirius or had he been replaced by someone who had been polyjuiced? I opened my mouth to speak, but the world seemed to tilt on its axis. I felt myself slipping to the floor, and my heart was beating in my chest. The others weren't in any better shape. Hermione had fallen as well, although Neville and Harry seemed to be doing a little better, probably because they were larger and had more body weight. I did mention that it was hallucinogenic, didn't I? Sirius said. As he leaned toward me, it looked like his head was expanding like a balloon. Worse, my sight with my insects was distorted as well. I saw him in 1,000 different eyes like a kaleidoscope. The world expanded and contracted around me, and I struggled to stay conscious. Sirius had warned us that this would be unpleasant, I had brushed his concerns aside. Maybe I shouldn't. I could see insects crawling out of the walls. I wasn't controlling them, and I couldn't sense them at all with my insect senses. I saw them crawl over all of my friends, and I could hear the sounds of chewing as they quickly defleshed them. All I could do was stare as I realized that I was alone. Why was my face hanging over a toilet bowl? Oh. My midsection heaved again as my body tried to rid itself of the poison that was still flowing through my veins. Drink this, Sirius said. It'll help to undo some of the damage to your organs without ruining the leaf. I took what he offered me, a vial, and I drank it without even checking to see if it was poison or not. It was cool, and it made me feel better the moment that I drank it. Aren't you glad I insisted on just 4 of you? He asked. I nodded weakly. My stomach heaved again, and I hoped that I was managing to keep at least some of the potion down. How long has it been? I asked. 15 minutes, he said. He grinned. Just 3 more days and you'll be in the clear. I wearily lifted one finger in his direction as he left the room, heading for the bathroom next door, where I could hear Hermione retching. He'd done this on his own without supervision? All for Remus? How in the hell had they managed to keep this secret when they were at Hogwarts? According to Sirius, it had taken them the better part of 3 years to work out how to do it on their own. It was possible that they'd used the Shrieking Shack. Had they taken shortcuts when they'd come up with the procedure, or were there things they didn't know, things that would have made all this easier? Somehow I couldn't see McGonagall doing all of this. I must have blacked out, because I woke with my head on the lid of the toilet. I looked blearily up at Sirius. This is probably worse for you since you are so small, he said. We were 5th years by the time we managed this. What do you weigh? 75 pounds. I muttered. We were twice your weight then, he said. He wasn't grinning as much anymore. If you want to stop this, we can. I shook my head. As long as it's not permanent damage, I don't care. He stared at me for a moment, then nodded. Let's get you up and into the bedroom. I've set up sleeping bags on the floors, I don't want any of you falling out of the bed. I can yell you from experience that's not fun. And if we need to. I gestured toward the toilet. Chamber pot if you need to hurl, he said. The house elves will take care of it. If you need to use the restroom, ask one of the adults and we'll help you there. He helped me to my feet. My feet felt numb, and they dragged behind me, and a moment later he picked me up and carried me to the room they'd set up. They'd cleared out all the furniture except for the bedrolls and 2 chairs, presumably for the adults who would be watching over us. Sirius lay me down on top of a sleeping bag, and I rolled over to my side. A woman in her early 30s had Neville's head in her lap. She was stroking his hair gently and she was singing a gentle song. Her face was still thin, but the worn look I'd seen in some of Neville's earlier pictures of her was gone. There was a quiet serenity in her face as she stared down at her son. Neville seemed to be having a better time of it than I was. Maybe it was because he actually had his mother. Seeing her stroke his hair made my chest ache, or possibly it was the poison. Still, I could see Harry staring at the both of them, at Neville lying with his mother's hand on his head, and I could see a look of raw longing in his face. If he was like the other orphans that I had known, he'd probably dreamed that his parents would one day show up alive, there to rescue him from the hell that his life had become. Harry, I said, and to my distress, my words came out slurred. Yet? He asked. He didn't look at me, instead choosing to continue staring at Neville like a man dying of thirst. Do you want me to have a talk with your aunt and uncle? His head snapped around and he was looking at me now. He grimaced, apparently moving his head had made him dizzy. What? I could talk to them, I said. Make them be nice to you. I know how you talk to people, he said. He stared up at the ceiling for a moment as though he was thinking about it, and then he shook his head. It wouldn't work, he said. The wards wouldn't let you in. It protects them as much as me. They aren't always at home, I said mildly. I heard a ringing in my ears, was that normal? You'd ambush them at work, or at the grocer's or something? He asked. He sounded a little horrified. You aren't supposed to use magic on the muggles. You don't think I could be convincing without magic? I asked. They're my relatives, he said, grimacing. They're terrible people, but they aren't Death Eaters. Did he think I'd mutilate them or something? That would just raise questions that none of us wanted answered. There was a lot of territory between a firm talking to and limb removal. Of course, his family did sound particularly stupid. Just say the word, I said. Hermione suddenly reached into her bowl, and hearing it made me nauseous as well. A moment later I was grabbing for my bowl. After what seemed an eternity, I heard Harry say dryly, Ron's going to be sad he missed this. The irony in his voice was almost palpable. Yet Ron likely wasn't going to believe Harry about how hard this was, not until he went through it himself. How's everyone feeling? Sirius asked cheerfully. Ready to give up yet? Neville threw up, and then shook his head. He looked even more miserable than the rest of us felt. The fact that he was going through this at all impressed me. Hermione and I were both on the Death Eater hit lists, both because of being Muggleborn and because I'd murdered a lot of their relatives and friends. Harry was in the same boat, I'd heard the prophecy and knew that Voldemort was going to have to murder him sooner or later. Neville wasn't on anyone's chopping block. Staying friends with me didn't protect him like it did the others in my organization. If anything, it made his life more dangerous. He could have easily hosted this and simply abstained from doing it. I wouldn't have thought less of him for giving up early. Well, Sirius said, if you're sure. The fun part is about to start. What? I asked. That was when the entire world began to morph and change around me. Muggle Mandrake is bad enough, Sirius said. But Wizarding Mandrake, hoo-hoo. The next 3 days were considerably harder than Sirius had let on. The month after that passed quickly. It's cloudy, Sirius complained. I'd gotten to know him better over the past month. Apparently, he'd considered underselling the strength of the Mandrake's poison to be a form of a prank. The reason Snape hated him was obvious, I couldn't see Snape ever taking a prank in good spirits, much less actual bullying. Sirius didn't think he'd bullied Snape, of course. He seemed to think of his school days with a sort of rose-colored lens. I could read between the lines, though, from the stories he told Harry, and more importantly the ones he didn't. Does the ritual require a clear sky, or just moonlight? I asked. We'd had this argument a dozen times. Moonlight, he muttered. The most dangerous thing is the possibility that we might have Death Eaters popping in when we go up. You could fall off your broom, he said. Sticking charms, I reminded him. The one advantage we had was that we were going to be in the air. I'd been gathering insects for days in preparation, they wouldn't be waiting for us. If they apparated in on brooms, the odds were that they would have a moment of disorientation. I'd soaked some insects in a poison that was harmless to insects, but deadly to mammals. It was one of our more successful potion mishaps. I like to think of it as an ironic reversal of pesticide. It was dangerous enough that a few flies in the mouth would be enough to take care of an average-sized human. The only unfortunate thing was that it had to be ingested. Bezoars wouldn't work on it either. There was a cure, but I kept the formula hidden and the antidote in my fanny pack. Are you ready? I asked the others. They nodded. This would have been safer if we'd simply been able to stand on the roof and mix the potions there, but I wasn't willing to wait another month. According to Sirius, the potion was only the first step. Learning to master your new form would take time, and the summer was short enough that I felt a strange sort of urgency. Bubblehead charms? I asked. They all nodded. Sirius was going with us, in part it was to protect us, and partially because he was hoping that the Death Eaters showed up. He'd been practicing with a ferocity that I normally only saw in my Muggle-born trainees. We'd helped him train, of course. It had helped to keep our skill sharp, and he'd turned out to know a few tricks I hadn't heard of. In turn, we'd impressed him with our organization and efficiency. Up, I said. The bubblehead charms were because I wasn't sure how far we'd have to go to get above the clouds. Even better, if the Death Eaters apparat to our position, the lack of oxygen might slow them down. I wasn't sure how far up my insects would still be viable. Hopefully, if they weren't, then the Death Eaters would suffocate. We soared into the air. We were all disillusioned, of course. The last thing we needed was to make the Obliviators work overtime. That might strain whatever goodwill I had with the Ministry. Being disillusioned would help in the event of an attack. Presumably the Death Eaters would have to use the human revealing spell, and that would cost them time. Although I couldn't see him, I knew that Sirius was grinning. He'd shrunk a bludger, solid iron, the thing weighed 150 pounds at full size. It was enchanted to ignore us and to attack anyone else on a broom. Wizards had small bits of accidental magic when it came to falls, but at thousands of feet, nothing was going to make a difference. If they kept their heads, they'd be able to apparate away, but I was going to do everything I could to disrupt their concentration. No plan was foolproof, but Sirius loved the idea when Harry had suggested it. The thought of Death Eaters raining down had tickled his fancy, although he'd insisted that we move 2 blocks to the right of his house. We reached the top of the clouds, and the moon was shining brightly. The clouds here were low-lying, otherwise we'd have had to put the whole thing off altogether. Despite this, we were still almost a mile in the air. At temperatures of 70 degrees, most of my insects could only reach a height of 3,600 feet. At 90 degrees, that would reach 6,000. There'd been cases of flies being found at 19,000 feet, but that wasn't the norm. In any case, we were at the safe limit of my insect's flying ability, but I was able to scan the area and see that it was clear. Drop the disillusionment, Sirius said. The potion has to be visible to the moon. Whatever that meant. I complied and so did the others. It made me feel like a sitting duck. I pulled a vial out of my fanny pack, and I put my wand to my own cheek to unstick the leaf. I then spat the leaf into the vial. I plucked one of my own hairs and dropped it in, and pulled out another vial painted black. It had the dew in it. Adding that to the chrysalis of the death's head moth, I held the potion up to the light and pointed my wand at it. We'd practiced this indoors, going through the steps over and over. There had been a lot of mistakes, they hadn't been terrible as we were using false ingredients. This time, everything went smoothly. I spoke the words of the ritual while waving my wand, and a moment it changed. When I was sure the others had all succeeded, we disillusioned ourselves again, and returned to Neville's home. It seemed impossible, we'd had a flawless run without a single Death Eater in sight. We didn't learn about the attack on Diagon Alley until the next day. Desperation. It's a sign of desperation, I said. We were back in Sirius's home, with the potion vials neatly labeled and hidden. Remus had contacted us, asking that we return from our vacation at Neville's for our own safety. This was the first time I'd seen Dumbledore or Remus in more than a month. I wouldn't have seen Remus the night before in any case as it had been a full moon. Tonight was as well, so he was going to have to leave soon. What do you mean? Remus asked. If they were fighting from a position of power, they'd have attacked a hard target. Gringotts, the Ministry, a place that was well protected. It would show the inability of the government to protect itself. But they didn't do that, Hermione said. She was still staring at the paper, where there were pictures of innumerable Diagon Alley shops on fire. Every shop that had been attacked had been owned by a Muggleborn or a half-blood. Pure-blood shops had been left alone entirely. They attacked a soft target, I said. And they used a bunch of improvised patsies to do it. Between the Ministry and Dumbledore, they've been under a lot of pressure to stay relevant. People have started to feel safe again because most of the fighting is out of the papers, and the only thing that gets reported is their losses. Remus frowned. I wouldn't have thought that the opinion of the common wizard would matter much to them. It's everything, I said. Their power has always been based on smoke and mirrors. Every wizard is armed, and they outnumber the Death Eaters 100 to 1. Even Dumbledore would have to run if there were enough wizards trying to kill him. Dumbledore stared at me with one eyebrow raised. You have to sleep sometimes, I said. And all it would take would be for some sedative in your soup, and somebody could kill you easily. Dumbledore carefully put down his soup spoon and stared at the bowl. I usually had my insects smell my food before I ate it. In this world I couldn't trust anything. There are curses that can kill you just from picking something up, I said. Even the best wizard in the world can be blindsided by something like that, and once all his allies have been killed, he'd have to run away and hide. He's immortal, Remus said. Really? I asked. From what I hear, being killed just leads to his getting a new body later. Just give him the Grindelwald treatment, or worse. You make it sound so easy, Dumbledore said dryly. Muggle governments can rule people because they have bigger guns and bombs and they have gangs of people they can dogpile you with. That's not true in the wizarding world. Any wizard who's willing to work hard enough can become dangerous. And how would you deal with them? Remus asked. Because Hermione, Harry, Neville, and Sirius were here, they had to be circumspect about how they questioned me. If they were a Muggle terrorist group, you'd target the money, and you'd target communications, I said. Wizards don't have the same needs. They don't need weapons or ammunition, they can steal food and shelter from the Muggles. Remus looked up sharply at that. I'd have thought they'd avoid Muggle areas. Most purebloods don't know a lot about them. I glanced at Sirius. You can't assume that every pureblood is ignorant of the Muggle world. Tom was raised in a Muggle orphanage, after all. They all frowned at that. I doubt he really believes in all that pureblood claptrap anyway, I said. He's a half-blood. Most likely he believes that he's the only person who really matters. If he could have risen to power by gaining the allegiance of the Muggleborn, we'd be having a very different conversation right now. I'd been gathering information about Voldemort from as many sources as I could over the past year. Myrtle had been his classmate, and so had Hagrid. I had to take both of their reports with a grain of salt, because each was clearly biased in different ways. However, I'd read as many books as I could about the last war in an effort to get an idea of his tactics and strategy. He's a sociopath, I said. He bears all the classic symptoms. I had one of my associates track down his old orphanage. 60-year-old records were difficult to find, but they found them in a back room. Did you know they were worried about him even as a child? By associate, I meant Mundungus Fletcher. I hadn't been willing to risk one of my Muggleborn seniors on something like that, even if I thought that Voldemort cared about his childhood home that much. He hurt animals, I said. He was a loner and he bullied other children with magic. I'd had to read between the lines to discover that one. And from that, what would you guess about his behavior? If he was a Muggle, he'd end up as a serial killer, I said, or maybe the chief executive officer of a large company. A politician maybe. If he was a serial killer, he might collect trophies. Dumbledore looked thoughtful. He had a box, he said, of stolen articles taken from the other children. Does anyone know how he became immortal? I asked. Remus and Dumbledore glanced at each other, in a way that I thought was suspicious. I have suspicions, but as of yet no proof, Dumbledore said. Well, a lot of things like that have loopholes. I've read about old Muggle legends about wizards removing their hearts and hiding them somewhere so they could not be killed. Is that possible? Are you seeking to become immortal yourself, Miss Bear? Dumbledore asked cautiously. I shook my head. If we knew he'd hidden his heart, then we could start looking for it, I said. If he'd become a vampire, then we could poison our blood, or use sunlight. If he'd drunk unicorn blood, well, we'd figure something out. I hardly think that even Tom Riddle would be so foolish as to drink the blood of a unicorn. It would only provide a half-life at best, and that would never be enough for him. What about the Philosopher's Stone? Hermione asked. I've heard that has let Nicholas Flamel live for hundreds of years. She'd done some of my research about possible sources of immortality. There weren't many, unfortunately. The stone extends life, Dumbledore said. But it does not prevent death. Nicholas is no more proof from being killed by any means other than sickness or old age than any other wizard. You'd have thought he'd have at least tried to get the formula for the stone out of him, I said. Why not simply take the stone? Remus asked. What happens if your stone is destroyed? I asked. If you can't make another one, you are dead. If you have the formula, though, you can make a spare. Like having a spare wand? Remus asked dryly. I flushed. It's not a silly idea. It may end up saving my life one day. You could hand them out to the people you cared about, so they could live just as long as you, Harry said brightly. And then you'd never lose anyone. I doubt he cares about any one of his followers enough to share a secret like that, Dumbledore said. It was always important to him to be special, and there is nothing more special than being the only immortal. It sounds lonely, Neville said. He stared at the table. Friends and followers are interchangeable to him, Dumbledore said. As far as he is concerned, one is as good as another as long as they are useful. He should be more careful, I said. Wars are about attrition. The adults clearly knew what I was talking about. So did Hermione. Neville and Harry seemed clueless. In the Muggle world, the side with the most weapons and men in the end tends to win, I said. Unless you can break their will to fight. That happens with democracies when they feel that the cost of warfare exceeds whatever goals they have. Neville looked confused. But wizards aren't like that, right? We don't have to worry about ammunition, I said. So attrition in this case is all about who has the most men and how skilled they are. The Death Eaters were always at a disadvantage in terms of numbers compared to the Ministry. Their opening gambit, with the mind control, was a really good way of stopping that. But the strange master thing you taught them helped stop that, Neville said. Master Stranger, I said absently. It takes a long time to implement, so it's not much good in the field. The protocols are really more about being aware of your comrades in arms and about how they normally act. He wasted a lot of manpower trying to kill you, Hermione murmured. I nodded. Once he saw that I was as difficult to kill as I turned out to be, he should have either stopped sending people after me, or he should have come after me himself. I wasn't actively thwarting his plans, at least at first, so I was a problem that could have been left until later. He'd invested a lot into killing you, Remus said. Failure must have seemed humiliating. He could have used those men when Dumbledore started pressuring him, I said. If he didn't have his seer, I doubt he'd even still be something that we'd be talking about. You have great confidence in my skills, Dumbledore murmured. I shook my head. You don't have to be as strong as he is. All you need to be is strong enough to distract him long enough for someone else to shoot him in the back. Remus and Dumbledore both looked horrified by that. None of the kids at the table looked remotely disturbed by it. You should be careful about that yourself, I said. Because if it occurred to me, it will have occurred to him. He'll probably kill whoever does it, and then tell his followers it was because they stole his chance to defeat you and prove himself the strongest wizard. Is that what you'd do? Dumbledore asked. I shook my head. I'd reward whichever follower did it. In the end it doesn't matter who is the strongest. It's who's still standing, no matter how that happens. Ego had no place in survival. Tom always had a massive amount of ego, Dumbledore said. It shows that he's afraid, I said. Afraid of death, of not being good enough. He can't let anyone come too close for fear that they will betray him. Lonely, Neville said. It almost sounds as though you pity him, Remus said. Would you pity a rabid dog? I asked. Maybe, but it wouldn't change what had to be done. It sounds as though the seer is his biggest asset, Hermione said. Is there anything we can do about that? We haven't been able to get any information, Remus said, despite a sharp look from Dumbledore. The kids didn't know that Snape was a double agent, and they weren't going to know, at least until they all learned occlumency, and maybe not even then. Hermione turned to me, and I shook my head. There hadn't even been rumors in Hogwarts about the seer. While it was possible that was because the Death Eater kids had left, I suspected that they wouldn't have known in any case. It's his strongest asset, I said. He's going to keep it from anyone who absolutely doesn't need to know. Mind control means that no secret is safe. If I were him, I'd probably have the seer or seers locked away somewhere that no one could find them. You'd have to keep them fed, Remus said. You could do it yourself, or use a house elf sworn to silence, I said. Is it possible to just apparate food to a place without going yourself? If it is, he might just do that. Seers don't need their wands to use their skills, Remus mused. But they generally don't remember the content of their visions, either. So use more than one, I said. And use the Imperius to force them to record each other's prophecies. Are you talking about a seer sweatshop? Hermione asked incredulously. Seers are highly unreliable at best. Even erythromancy, which is much more scientific, is only somewhat reliable. Well, he's figured out a way to get better results, I said. I know he's not feeding them luck potion at least. Oh. Dumbledore asked. Because the smarter thing would have been to feed luck potion to his best man before they came after me. It's really hard to make. I'm assuming you tried. He asked. Me? I asked. No. I'm not nearly good enough to do something like that. My team was, though. We'd managed to make one vial in an entire year of trying. The components were hard to acquire and it required 6 months to brew. We'd failed with 5 other batches. I hadn't used any so far for a number of reasons. First, I only had 1 vial. Secondly, it was supposedly addictive if used too often and poisonous if too much was taken at one time. The effects of the dose sounded a little like what Contessa's path to victory was supposedly like. You gave over control to the potion, and things went your way. I hadn't been able to research the limitations of what that meant. It couldn't be as powerful as Contessa's power, or it would be banned by every magical government. My fear was that something like that would be used against me. Would drinking a vial be enough to give Voldemort an edge over Dumbledore? Would Voldemort be willing to give over even that much control over his life to an unthinking potion? It was supposed to give you a perfect day, which meant that it probably took its cues from your own conscious and subconscious desires. I was keeping mine as an absolute last-ditch survival aid. One vial would give 12 hours of luck. It wouldn't allow for impossible outcomes, only make outcomes that were possible and favorable more likely. There were presumably other limits as well. It made me uneasy about depending on it in anything other than the more dire circumstances. Also, the ingredients had practically bankrupted us, and I couldn't see trying to mass-produce it. If I'd been able to, I would. Voldemort had been forced to vacate from several bases over the past few months. That likely would have disrupted any potions brewing. I'd had some of my recently adult Muggleborn going through the shops in Diagon Alley to see if anything useful was for sale. Once we found it, we'd scrounge up the money to buy it. I'd considered robbing the homes of known Death Eater sympathizers, but the risk of alienating the Ministry was too great. Besides, the last thing I needed was to have some kid working for me killed in a crime. I sent some people to shops in Diagon Alley to do some exploratory shopping, I said. Mostly in the Muggleborn shops because I figured we might be able to get a better price. You don't think that might be related to this? Dumbledore frowned. If he suspected that you had some plan brewing, and that this might make it more difficult, it might have influenced the timing. I doubt it would be the only reason for the attack. That would require him to take you much more seriously than he seems to have done so far. Right. He'd have come after me himself if he really cared, I said. I nodded, relieved. It really wasn't all about me. I've made a list of people I've seen in my faux glass, I said. Focusing on the people that I don't recognize. If I could get access to a pensieve. I'll arrange it, Dumbledore said hurriedly. I'd prefer for you not to break into the castle over the summer. The ensuing Death Eater attack might be rather expensive to repair. I was just thinking that if one of the seers is my enemy, you might recognize their face. They nodded. There aren't that many seers in Britain, and several have gone missing. They may not actually be my enemies, I said. Since their success rate with me is lower than it is with your people. I just thought I might get lucky and find a clue. I assume that you have found your time at the Longbottoms to be productive. Dumbledore said. Clearly he was trying to change the subject. All he had to do was peek inside the minds of one of the others and he'd know exactly what we were doing. If he was Snape, I'd have expected him to do exactly that. However, he wanted my goodwill, even if it was only because I was a lightning rod to draw the attention of the Death Eaters away from other targets. We've had a perfect summer, I said. Mr. Black has taught us a lot. I'd have thought you'd have chafed at staying in one area for so long, he said. More like he'd preferred to keep me out of London for fear I'd slip off to the Ministry or do something else dangerous. We were thinking of going back there for a while, I said. Once it's safe, I mean. Neville has an amazing garden. He apparently gained his skill with plants from his mother. How is she? Dumbledore asked. I only visited Alice once, but she was in the beginning of her recovery. Much better, sir. Neville said. His face lit up, just as I'd hoped it would. He was enthusiastic on the subject of his mother, and he could talk about her for hours at a time. It was exactly the distraction I needed, and at the same time, it was a subject Neville was proud to talk about. Hermione and Harry glanced at me once, and then we had a perfectly cozy evening. Onomato. There's supposed to be a storm in Ottery, St. Catchpole, Hermione said. I nodded. That wasn't one of the locations we thought was most likely, at least from what everybody told us, I said. Do we have anyone who lives near there? We were in Neville's house, which meant that Hermione had been able to flew directly to us. If we'd still been in Grimmauld Place, she'd have had to risk arriving by night bus, which would have put her in more danger than I was comfortable with. Ron, Hermione said. Her voice was filled with dread. It wasn't just that Ron was likely not going to understand why he hadn't been included. Ron's father was a member of the Ministry, almost honor-bound to inform on us. His mother was a busybody, likely to tell Dumbledore, or at the least her husband. We'll figure it out, I said. Worst come to worst, I could always obliviate everyone. Hermione didn't seem convinced, but finally she nodded. I'll contact him through the Floo and see if we can get invited over. I'm not sure we've done enough to prepare, Hermione said anxiously. What we did last time was all well and good, but the Death Eaters might be regretting missing their chance. Harry smirked. I bet they don't. Harry's family had balked at having the Floo network installed in their fireplace until Sirius had gone over to speak with them. According to Harry, he'd told them I might come to visit if the Floo wasn't put in. Harry had apparently been enthusiastic over the past 2 summers in describing my deeds to his cousin, Dudley was apparently quite afraid of me. His aunt and uncle hadn't been kind to him for that, but Harry had shown them some wizarding papers he'd hidden. They'd destroyed them, of course, but then Sirius confirmed everything Harry had told them and then some. I suspect that he might have exaggerated my deeds. When he'd told them that I'd be at their house to visit, they'd turned white as a ghost and they'd been more than happy to send Harry on his way, especially once they learned that the trace had been destroyed and Harry was theoretically free to do anything he wanted to them. They'd been much more polite to him since then, especially after Harry had demonstrated his magic with no signs of recrimination from the government. Now he slept at home, and stayed part of the morning, not getting up until his uncle had left. His aunt and uncle went to bed early, and he arrived after they normally went to bed. He seemed enormously pleased by the situation. "We'll fly over to Ron's house," I said. "And we'll wait until there is actually a storm. We'll pop up onto his roof, drink the potion and see what happens." "I'm not sure you could get up on Ron's roof," Hermione said. "You been to his house?" I asked, surprised. I didn't know any of us had been to each other's house, with the obvious exception of Neville. He showed me his home once, in the room, when I told him I'd never seen a real wizarding house. I nodded. "So a steep roof. You'll be helpless once the transformations begin," Sirius said. "And there will be muscle convulsions. The last place you want to be is on a roof. Also, the pain will be incredible." He'd been a little more forthcoming about side effects since I'd had a talk with him after the last debacle. "How will we keep his parents occupied? Stunner and obliterate?" I asked. "At their looks," I said, "or you could just ask the twins to help." "Right," Hermione said. "I guess I'd better make that call." I don't know what she said to convince his parents, but we were at his home 2 hours later. It seemed, lived in. It reminded me a little of my own home in Brockton Bay, before Mom died. Everything was just a little shabby, but was well cared for. The whole place smelled of cinnamon and peppermint. Apparently Ms. Weasley had been cooking for us. She'd been a little cautious around me, but she doted on Harry. It had the little bits of weirdness one would expect from a wizarding house. The clock on the opposite wall had one hand and no numbers at all. It had little notes inscribed instead. Apparently they normally fed the chickens at 9 in the morning and had tea at 4. There were books stacked on the mantel. Unlike my mother's books on literature, these were books about magical housekeeping and cooking. If I had time, I'd look through them. Sometimes useful spells turned up in the oddest of places. A table that seated 8 was in the kitchen. It was of really nice quality. The chairs were mismatched. There were windows out to their front yard. Apparently we were likely to be finalizing our ritual somewhere outside while still being inside the family wards. Miss Weasley hugged Harry tightly. "I thought you weren't going to visit at all this summer," she said. "You see me all the time at Sirius's," he said, obviously embarrassed. He pulled away a little, but he obviously wasn't trying too hard. "Ron's been upset," she said. "And so have the twins. Ginny too. It's dangerous," he said. He could have come to Neville's, I guess, but Sirius is still recovering and too many people around still bothers him. Harry was getting better at lying. I was impressed. "So why now?" Miss Weasley asked. "I wanted to come," Harry said. That had the virtue of actually being true. He'd been happy when he'd found out where the storm was going to be. He'd felt guilty at excluding Ron, even if he'd been willing to follow my lead. If we went through it first, we could make it easier for people like Ron if we found workarounds for some of the negative effects of the poison. "I'm happy to be here too," I said, and I was surprised to find that it was true. Neville's aunt was someone I approved of, but she was not a very warm person. His mother was, but there was still a little something otherworldly about her. Miss Weasley was the kind of person who made you feel good. "Boys!" she shouted. "Harry's here." There was a thunderous sound of feet on stairs, and we were soon joined by the twins and Ron, followed by Ginny Weasley, a girl I'd barely noticed at school, other than spying on her a few times to make sure she wasn't a plant by Voldemort. There were shouts and laughter, and we soon moved to the living room, a cozy room with a sofa and armchairs. There was a clock on the wall with 9 hands, each inscribed with the name of a family member. It had different conditions listed: home, work, school, garden, in transit, lost, Quidditch, prison and mortal peril. "Mrs. Weasley," I asked, staring at the clock. "Where did you get this?" "That?" she asked. "I don't know. My husband brought it home for Christmas one year. It helps because I tend to worry." This was more useful than a faux glass if it was accurate. You had to stand in front of a faux glass, but this could be seen anywhere in the room. I wondered if it was expensive. The Weasleys didn't look like they had a lot of money, so maybe it would be within our budget. I could even assign Bugs to look at it regularly. "We all had to give a little blood," she said, "but it helps me greatly." "You wondered if you were all in mortal peril when you brought us here," I said. She'd glanced at the clock a couple of times. "Don't worry, if we put you in any danger, we'll leave. The ones chasing you might not let you, she said in a low voice. Harry was surrounded by the younger Weasleys, telling exaggerated stories about his time at Neville's. He didn't seem to notice Ron's look of anger. I'd be interested in getting one, I said. Not for myself, of course, I don't need anyone tracking me. I'd like to keep the people I care about safe, though. It's good that you have people to care about, she said. People who don't end up becoming Dark Lords. You mean me? I asked. I shook my head. I don't want to run things. It seems that you already run your school, Mrs. Weasley said calmly. Oh, that's just what I've been forced to do, to keep everyone safe, I said. I'll be happy to give it all up when everyone is safe. And when will that be? She asked. When the Death Eaters are all dead or in jail, and their master is taken care of permanently. I said. I frowned, and maybe once some better rules are passed in the Ministry. The current system tends to breed Dark Lords. It might be good to give the whole system a good overhaul. She looked disturbed for some reason. Hermione's going to be Minister for Magic someday, I said. And she'll take care of it. And she works for you. Right. I said brightly. Mrs. Weasley frowned, and then carefully reached out and hugged me for some reason. It felt nice, but I didn't understand the context. For some reason, I soon found myself pulled into helping to make dinner along with Hermione. Apparently it was part of the deal she'd made with Mrs. Weasley. Harry was out with the boys, even though he was twice the cook that I was. Apparently he'd been cooking since the age of 6. You cooked? Mrs. Weasley asked. What about your mother? Did she work? My mother died, I said. When I was, well, shortly before I came to Hogwarts. Saying that she'd died when I was 12 would indicate that she'd been alive when I'd come to school. You poor dear, she said. I'd heard you were an orphan. What happened? She wasn't asking questions for Dumbledore, I'd already told him all of this. This was simply a woman being curious despite my natural suspicions. My parents were murdered by Death Eaters, I said. And I was tortured by them to the point that I have brain damage. I couldn't tell them what had really happened, my theoretical life story was already known. She cooked, I said, noticing that both of them had gotten quiet. She was a literature professor, but she always made time for me. Taylor grew up in a bad neighborhood, Hermione added. She glanced at me. From what I've heard it was a really bad neighborhood. Made Nocturne Alley look like a picnic, I said sanguinely. You don't have to chop those by hand, Mrs. Weasley said. There's a spell that will do it just as well. I was chopping rapidly. It doesn't bother me, I said. It's good for me to have a knife in my hand, and the skills you use in cooking make potions class easier. It really was magical cooking class in a way, even though I'd never tell Snape that. The thought that he was teaching magical home EC would really bother him. Dinner was cozy and pleasant, we ate outside watching the approaching storm. Fortunately, the Weasley parents and Ginny were soon yawning, likely helped by the sleeping potion I saw the twins slipping into their food. Was this something they'd done a lot? It seemed weird that they'd have the potion on hand. Were there long-term effects to that, like there were to excessive obliviation? If I obliviated Voldemort enough, could I give him a magical form of Alzheimer's? I added it to my mental list. So what's this all about? Fred asked. It better be good for us to dose the whole family, George said. They'd done it without Harry even telling them? I looked at Harry with a new look of respect. I hadn't expected him to engender that kind of loyalty in them. We're becoming Animagi, I said. And tonight is the last step. We'll be helpless when we make the first change. Ron was staring at us with a look of betrayal. Trust me, mate, Harry said. It's a lot less fun than you'd think. If it's any consolation, Sirius said brightly, it's going to be incredibly painful. Ron stared at him, obviously wondering if he was joking. It won't hurt once they get it right, he said. But until then. If he says it's going to hurt, believe him, Harry said. If he says it won't, he's probably lying. Ron still didn't look convinced. Sirius was only willing to take 4 of us, I said. Me, Hermione and Harry because we've got Death Eaters wanting to murder us, and Neville because his house is the best defended, and his parents aren't likely to inform on us. Hey! Ron said. Are you saying my parents would? It would be your father's duty, I said. And if they found out he'd helped us if I was convicted of a crime, it'd make him guilty too. Ron glanced at Neville, clearly wondering why his parents didn't receive the same consideration. I saved his parents, I said. At least to a degree. Mrs. Longbottom has the resources to defend herself. So it's because we're poor? He asked angrily. George put his hand on Ron's shoulder. We've got Ginny to protect, and if Mum and Dad die, there's a lot of us who are going to be in trouble. There's just Neville over there. Neville looked uncomfortable, both by my implication that he was only part of the group because he had a house, and that his parents were somehow worth less than the Weasleys. I could see, though, that he understood that we were trying to make Ron feel better. We'd talked about it earlier in the summer. Ron didn't look completely convinced, but he at least stopped complaining, which was good enough for the moment. I'd known that he'd be unhappy. Jealousy seemed to be his worst character flaw other than a certain amount of laziness. Hopefully, his Weasley loyalty would smooth things over eventually. Otherwise, I'd have to depend on those members of my group who were better at that kind of thing than I was. Intimidation was great for enemies, but it didn't engender loyalty. That took an entirely different set of skills and actions. The storm is coming, Sirius said. He pointed. The wind was already picking up around us. We'd debated how to keep the potions. They were to be in a dark, undisturbed place until shortly before the storm. We'd settled on keeping them in my fanny pack with cushioning charms, and I'd spent most of the month without it, which had left me feeling almost naked. Now I reached inside and handed the potions to Hermione, Harry, and Neville. I took mine in hand. They were all prominently labeled. Sirius wasn't sure what would happen if we drank the wrong potion, but he had a feeling that it wouldn't go well for anyone. We all pointed our wands at our own hearts. This is going to be dangerous, Sirius said to the others. He'd explained it to us at length. They could get stuck halfway in one form, and half in another. It could even become permanent. Ron stared at us, seemingly uncertain. Amato animo animato animagus, we chanted in unison. We'd cast this spell on ourselves every morning and every night for the past month. According to what I'd read, some wizards in the past had to go through the ritual for years while waiting for lightning to literally strike. Lightning struck in the distance, even though the sound of thunder had yet to reach us. Now, Sirius said. I upended my vial, and the taste was as terrible as you might expect. It slithered down my throat, and everywhere it went a strange warmth filled me. My skin started to itch, at first just a little, but more and more over a period of just a few seconds. I managed to keep from scratching by force of will alone, but the others were already ripping at their clothes. Despite myself, I found myself scratching at my neck, more leisurely than the others, but still inexorable. Now my skin was starting to burn, and I could hear the cries from the others. They were falling to the ground and trying to claw their way out of their clothes. I fell to the ground, and I could see the horrified, stricken look on Ron's face before the twins forcibly turned him around and away from us. Sirius watched. He'd warned us about this as well. Once we got better at this, we'd be able to transform with our clothes. Right now, it was impossible. Eventually we'd be able to choose, which I saw numerous uses for. Sirius had to watch, because it was possible that one of us would go into respiratory distress when some organs changed faster than others. He had to be there to keep us alive long enough for the change to finish progressing. It was always possible that your form would be a fish, or a shark, or something incompatible with dry land. It was unlikely since none of us other than me had been raised near the shore, and I didn't identify with sea life much due to Leviathan. Other things could go wrong as well. A boy's lungs trying to support a horse body, a heart that wasn't large enough for the volume of blood that had to be transported. Assuming that you survived the transition and had someone to help you, none of those things were impossible to overcome. Doing it without someone there as a midwife was crazy, according to Sirius. Considering that he didn't seem to be the kind of person who would think about everything in advance, I took that warning seriously. Hermione started screaming first, followed by Neville and then Harry. My own throat had already closed off. I tried to scream, but I could not. The world warped and altered around me, and everything changed and became utterly alien. Wings. I could see through my feet. It took me a moment to realize that it wasn't actually sight. Instead I was sensing the vibrations in the earth beneath my feet, and my brain was somehow translating that into something I could understand. There were 25 earthworms digging through the soil beneath my feet. I could hear the sounds of their digging through the vibrations transmitted through my legs. It sounded strange, but I knew what they were. I'd known that the insects I'd controlled had senses that I just didn't have, but those senses had always been filtered through my human brain. I simply hadn't had the frame of reference to understand what my bugs were sensing in anything more than a general sense. I'd done fine with sight and hearing, but my power had filtered the senses that I lacked or that I had to a very limited degree into something that I could understand. In the darkness, the next thing I noticed was an unbelievable richness of smell. An entire universe of odors was suddenly open to me, and part of me wondered how I'd never noticed it before. Even odors that would have once disgusted me now smelled enticing. I could smell the aftershave that Sirius wore. Before, it had been a barely noticeable afterthought. Now, it was overwhelming, even though Sirius had to be at least 20 feet away. Beneath that, I could smell the soap he used, not just the soap itself but at least 12 elements that made up that soap. Every flower, every plant, every body not just in the Weasley home or yard, but well outside that suddenly each had their own unique and overwhelming smell. Even without my powers, I could tell how many insects were around. I was in the darkness, presumably because I'd changed without my clothes and I was trapped inside them. I could hear the panicked heartbeats of at least two of my companions. I could hear the sounds of shouting, apparently something had gone wrong with at least one of the others. Their voices sounded distorted, incredibly deep and slow. It was almost as though every panicked word was drawn out, taking 5 times as long as it should. That should have bothered me, I somehow couldn't remember why. All of them were other, somehow not related to me or my hive. This wasn't like when I'd offloaded my emotions into my bugs. Then I'd at least understood what emotions were, and I'd had a memory of what they'd been like. Now the world seemed crystal clear to me. I could remember what emotions were supposed to be, but I couldn't remember what they'd felt like, other than anger. Anger I understood, and I suspected that I could still experience it. I moved remorselessly toward the light. I could see bits and pieces of light through the cloth, usually when there were flashes of lightning. I reached out with my power, it was still there, and if anything, it was stronger than I'd experienced in a long time. It was as though this form had a natural affinity for control. My mind worked faster in this form, which meant that I could take better advantage of the faster reaction times of the insects under my control. A moment later, I was free. I felt the wind on my wings, and I began to flap them experimentally. The others were all huddled around someone else and no one was looking at me. They were monstrously huge. At the moment, even the smallest of them looked 900 feet tall. Either they'd all grown enormously, or I'd become very small. It didn't matter, I had wings. If they attempted to take my territory, I'd make them pay. I had my sting, but even better, I had my swarm, and even in this mindset, I knew how to use it. I watched them for a moment, it didn't look as though any of them had designs on my former skin coverings. Still, better safe than sorry. I began to move my wings, tentatively at first, but soon I was lifting away from the earth. It took a moment, but I suddenly realized that I was capable of another feeling, joy. Lifting into the wind, I found myself hovering over the ground. I'd always wanted to fly, Atlas and my jetpack had been imperfect substitutes, but this was what I was meant to be. This was a form that was meant to fly. I wanted to shout with glee, but I could not speak. I rose into the air, staring down at the figures below. One of the humans was struggling, I could see it was growing fur, but there was something wrong about its movements. I could smell its distress, hear the sound of its beating heart. It was a sound that changed in pitch and tempo, almost moment by moment as the heart itself changed shape. They were panicked, but that was no concern of mine. The breeze had 10,000 intriguing scents, some of which I was anxious to investigate. The problems of the others were no concern of someone like me. A familiar scent came with an updraft, I'd smelled it at school when looking for a post. Then, the only reason I'd been able to smell it was because dozens of creatures were cramped in a small area along with their own filth. This smell was much more detailed and much more alarming. Something within me screamed danger, and I instinctively rose higher into the air. One of the others was completing her change, I could see a baleful yellow eye staring up at me from a face that morphed around it. Feathers and a beak exploded in my direction, I barely managed to bank to the right in time to avoid being snapped down a gullet. With my enhanced speed it should have seemed slow, but it did not. Her flying speed was almost twice mine, and my only advantage was that she was marginally less maneuverable due to her weight. She was 70 times my size, with a wingspan that was twice that. She was a monster. Yellowish eyes stared at me balefully as she banked around again. Her night vision was excellent, but her senses weren't as good as mine. I began to gather my forces even as she dove for me again. Night insects threw themselves in her path, and she snapped at them, gobbling them up as quickly as she could. Her eyes were on me, though. I dove, the others were supposedly my allies, and if I could get inside one of their false coverings, the enemy would be forced to withdraw. She was gaining on me, her size and speed made her fast compared to me. Bugs began to swarm her, even as I dove toward the smallest of the humans still standing. He shrieked and began flailing his hands around. This made me want to sting, but I did not. Instead I dove into the neck of his robe. I felt the impact as the bird struck him. If she'd struck where I was, I'd have been crushed. As it was, I'd already crawled around beneath his limbs, headed for his back. I could feel his organs through my feet as they vibrated and gurgled, lungs filling with wind and bellowing in an incredibly deep way. A moment later, the predator's smell was gone, replaced by the stench of a human and everything that came with that. The bird was gone, replaced by a girl. The other I was using as a shield slapped at himself, although his movements seemed incredibly slow and clumsy. Allies should not attack allies. As a matter of principle I stung him, once, twice, then 3 times. As he bellowed and jumped around, I slipped down to the bottom of his coverings, and then I was in the air again. I approached my own former coverings, and I dove inside, comforted by my own former scent. A moment later the world contorted itself, it became smaller somehow. I suddenly felt as though I'd gone blind, and not because of the fact that I was wrapped in dark robes. I was human again, and somehow, it felt as though I was less. Was it like this for all animagi? If it was, why didn't they simply run off into the forest and live life in the moment? I struggled to find the holes for the neck and the arms, and it took me several moments. I felt slow and clumsy, as though I was moving through molasses. The sweet clarity I had felt as whatever I was gone, replaced by human concerns. By the time I was able to see again, Hermione had run inside the house. I could hear her trying to get dressed inside through my bugs. Sirius was no longer wearing robes, apparently he'd thrown his over her before she'd run inside. Neville had apparently turned into a small rodent, it took me a moment to realize what it was. He'd become a hedgehog. That was a disappointment, even if it seemed somehow appropriate. Hedgehogs were resistant to snake venom, and they tended to be shy and nervous. I'd have to get a closer look at Hermione's owl. If she could pass as a post owl, that opened up some possibilities, assuming that she could get over her instinct to eat me. The others were still huddled over Harry, who I couldn't see. I could hear Sirius murmuring in a low voice as I stood up, awkwardly trying to slip into the clothes under my robes. As I approached, I could see golden fur and a tuft of a tail. Whatever Harry had turned into was big, really big. I could hear the sound of heavy breathing as I approached. The creature that had once been Harry was already staggering to his feet. His mane was magnificent. He stared at me for a moment, and I carefully let my wand slip into my hand. As a full-grown African lion, if he lost control to his animal instincts the way Hermione and I had, we'd all be in big trouble. Instead, despite the trouble he'd had in transforming, Harry seemed to have better control over his mental state. He stared at us, then lazily opened his mouth showing a vast number of sharp, white teeth. I thought you usually transformed into an animal native to the place you live, I said. Usually, Sirius said. He looked up at me. That's why I said 4 of you were too many to teach at once. It was irresponsible of me. I nodded soberly. The thought that we might actually eat each other hadn't even occurred to me. Harry's form was the least useful of any of ours, even if it was the most impressive. Being larger than human, he just made a bigger target. His best bet was going to be to transform from close range, before his target had a chance to react. My form was good for stealth, Hermione's was common enough in the wizarding world that she could likely slip into any ollie and then into wherever she wanted. A hedgehog could slip into any English garden and it would likely be ignored by everyone except the house elves. A lion, however, would be incredibly obvious to everyone. Maybe if I could put armor on him. That would likely deflect the killing curse. Armor with shield spells attached might be helpful. I could literally turn him into a tank. He's a Gryffindor all right, George said. He actually sounded proud. I'd never taken the houses too seriously, and I suspected that the people who followed me didn't take them as seriously as previous years. The twins had been raised in that system, though. Surprised you didn't turn into a snake, Fred said to me. Given that you are the Slytheriniest Slytherin who ever slithered in. You stung me. Ron shouted. He was scratching at his back. You tried to hit me, I said calmly. I was being nice by not stinging you in the eyeball. I was tempted. I've never seen a wasp like that, Sirius said. Whatever it isn't native to here. What did it look like? I asked. Black abdomen and head, Sirius said. The rest was mostly red. It was kind of hard to see in the dark. I read about a wasp like that, I said. It's from Asia. I don't think they've named it yet. I frowned. Most animagi took the form of an animal they were familiar with. Why did I have an affinity for this one? It's got a kind of venom that affects other insects. It stops their ability to control their own body. I think I could just lead a bug wherever I wanted with it, so I could eat it somewhere else. It was a useless ability for someone with my power, of course, but it was impressive for a tiny insect that was less than half an inch long. You mean you basically kiss the bugs? Ron asked. He was still glaring at me. I'd have said turn them into zombies, I said, but he ignored me. That's how people that have been kissed end up. You can lead them anywhere you want. I guess we could call it a Dementor wasp, I said, joking. At least until the Muggles finally get around to naming it. Ron looked suddenly panicked. I'm not going to get paralyzed, am I? Yeah, George said. It just takes longer for the poison to take effect since you're so much bigger. Taylor here is going to make a snack out of your brain in a little while, and then she's going to still be hungry. Sirius smiled briefly, then said, at her size, I doubt she'll be dangerous to you. We should probably use some of the treatments in the house just to be sure, I'd hate for you to have an allergic reaction. I think your head is starting to swell, little brother, Fred said. George had pulled his wand out, Ron wasn't facing him. Had Ron's childhood always been like this? I'll go in first, I said. Make sure Hermione is decent. I still didn't have most of my underclothes on, I grabbed for what was left on the ground, including my shoes, and I made my way across the lawn. My bug senses enabled me to pick a path across the lawn free of any twigs or stones that might hurt my feet. Hermione had finished dressing. She was sitting on the couch, staring at her hands. When she looked up at me, there was a little bit of fear in her eyes. Ah! She'd tried to kill me, and I usually took exception to that. Best to reassure her that everything was normal. Good, you're dressed, I said. They'll be looking for a medical kit for Ron. I might have stung him a few times. Mind of a wasp, you know how it is. What did a wizarding medical kit even look like? It probably had a bezoar and maybe some potions. Did they even bother with bandages? I'm sorry I almost ate you, Hermione said. She looked away from me, and her face was still flushed, probably because she'd been naked in front of the boys. Ron had probably looked too. I immediately felt a little less bad about stinging him. We'll have to work on those instincts, I said. Can't be eating each other. The rest of us would barely be an appetizer for Harry. She giggled a little at that. I'm going to get you a little message carrier for your leg, I said. I wondered if she would be willing to wear a little mail carrier hat as an owl. She probably wouldn't, because the others didn't wear them, but it would look cute. I'm not going to deliver the mail, she said, looking up at me. Might be the easiest way to get into some places where they stay on the lookout for anything else, I said. I could ride in your feathers as long as you don't try to eat me. She was silent for a moment. I can't believe that I ate bugs, she said. And it didn't bother me. I shrugged. When you're using a different brain, there are bound to be some personality changes, I said. Even if it were still a human brain, there's all sorts of genetic personality traits that would be different that would change you. In an animal brain? It's amazing that we can think at all. It's strange, she said. When I was coming after you, it was almost like bugs were throwing themselves in my mouth, trying to distract me. I froze. That is weird, I said carefully. Maybe you just flew through a swarm and it seemed like that. She shook her head. They were moving like they had a purpose, she said. Almost like they were protecting you. Maybe it was accidental magic, I said. Even at our age that kind of thing still happens. She was staring at me, as though she was trying to see if I was lying. Ironically, I technically wasn't. Before I could say anything else, the door opened, and Ron staggered inside. His head was swollen to twice the size it had been before and he was yelling at his brothers, who were laughing at him. Through the chaos that followed in trying to find the medical kit, I felt Hermione's eyes on me, watching me assessingly.